Okay, we are live streaming now, so hello to everybody watching us on YouTube. I think we can commence the recording in the room and let everybody who's been patiently waiting in. And Helen, I think if you would like to start at 5:02 on the dot, that would be fantastic. I will take down the slides just before we plan to begin. Okay.
Perfect. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. A very warm welcome to all of you. I'm delighted to open this We Are In event, jointly organized by the ECB. And I would like to mention my co-organizer here, Caterina Mendicino, and also by CEPR, the Center for Economic Policy Research. We're also in partnership with our friends based in the US, Women in Macroeconomics. So as we know, economics is one of those fields in which women are vastly underrepresented. I know it does not look exactly like it today when I stare at my screen, but it is a fact that the share of women in the economics profession is far too low, especially in macroeconomics and in finance. So CEPR is trying to change this, and we do several things. As an example, so we run the We Are series. These are seminar series. We Are stands for Women in Economics and Advancing Research in Economics. This is a bi-weekly seminar series for junior women economists chaired by senior women. And I hope you will, many of you will actually participate in it. We also celebrate contributions of women in economics with a series of portraits and video interviews to be seen on the CEPR website. I think those are truly inspiring. We organize conferences. So for example, we just did one in applied microeconomics with the University of Köln in September. And finally, we also make available a real-time monitoring tool of the number of women in the economics profession in Europe on the CEPR website. So I have to report here that as of January 2020, there are only a third of women among researchers in Europe, so 33%. And there are only 24% women among professors. And these numbers are even lower if we look at top departments. So it is very much our hope that this conference will help change this, and that we will all get a great dose of positive energy from it. And for this, I think there is absolutely no better opening speaker than Christine Lagarde. So Madame Lagarde is a role model. She was the first female chair of the law firm Baker & McKenzie. She was Minister of Foreign Trade, Minister of Agriculture and Fishing, Minister of the Economy, Finance and Industry in France. She was also, of course, the first female managing director of the IMF, and she's the first female president of the ECB. I think she has gone through glass ceilings with a great amount of grace, serenity, and intelligence. Christine, you often say that when there is a crisis, they call a woman to solve it. And you have gone through a few of those crises and steered the ship masterfully. So the affairs of the world, unfortunately, are not getting easier over time. And it feels more important than ever, I think, that women like you and many others participate actively and shape the future. We will also, by the way, have today an amazing panel later with Stephanie Flanders, Minouche Shafik, Carmen Reinhardt, and Isabel Schnabel on rebuilding after COVID, central banking in support of society and the new social contract. Now, we are all very eager to listen and to get a lot of ideas and a lot of positive energy from you, Christine. So now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Hélène, and thank you for your kind words of introduction. Let me salute all colleagues and friends. Those that you mentioned in the panel that is to come are amongst those, and many others, I'm sure. So thank you to you. Thank you to those who have put this together. I would note for those who are not really participating yet that everything that has been done behind the scene has been done by women, which is worth noting. You mentioned the number of times I was first in this and first of that. I take huge pride in also having been the one who appointed the first general counsel female at the IMF and the first chief economist female at the IMF. And I'm sure that there will be many more to come, but we have to push doors and make sure that once the foot is in, there will be more to come with us and behind us. So it gives me great pleasure to open the We Are In Macroeconomics and Finance Conference, which means that we mean business in that respect. You have two really interesting days lying ahead, and it will showcase the work of renowned, well-known, highly respected, and also up-and-coming female economists. And I really applaud your initiative, Hélène. It's fantastic. You know, when Elinor Ostrom won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2009, what is known as the Nobel Prize in Economics, she said, "I will not be the last." And yet we had to wait a decade for another woman, Esther Duflo, to receive that accolade. And out of the 53 Nobel Prizes in economics awarded to 89 individuals, still only 2 have been given to women. Now, I take huge comfort in the certainty that in those of you who are participating in this event, there are future Nobel Prizes, and I have my bet on you. I think this conference is an opportunity to foster the interaction between female scholars and to strengthen our network. Men are pretty good at that. We are not, and we better improve. This initiative is one of the many initiatives between the Center for Economic Policy Research and the European Central Bank. It has been set up to tackle the underrepresentation of women in economics and the gender gap in career outcomes. Let me give you another example of what we are also trying to do at the ECB. We have Women in Economics Scholarship, which actually helps women fund their studies in economics. And this is really working well. These initiatives start bearing fruit, but we're still far from our desired targets as significant gender imbalances in economics persist. The 2020 report published by the American Economic Association shows that women make up only 25% of the PhD granting economics faculties in the United States. And most of those women do not hold tenure-track positions, and the share of female full professors is only 15%. In Europe, you mentioned the numbers, Ellen, they're not great either. And it is estimated that the figures that we have at the moment actually decrease to 12% when considering top research institutions and more senior position. So it's not a very rosy picture, despite sometimes the impression that we have that a lot of progress has been made. No, and these gender imbalances need to be addressed. Broadening women's participation in the economics profession and removing the obstacles they face pursuing a career is not just a matter of fairness, which in and of itself would be sufficient, but it's also needed because preventing women from participating and achieving leadership roles is just detrimental to society as a whole. There have been multiple studies pointing to that. A recent one by the International Monetary Fund, of course, found that the presence of women on the boards of financial and supervisory institutions was associated with greater resilience, less risk-taking, and increased stability. Now, maybe we don't want any of that, but I have my hunch that maybe we want stability, maybe we want a bit less risk-taking, and maybe we desire greater resilience. Evidence from the corporate sector also suggests a positive link between gender diversity on executive boards and corporate performance. Positive link is not causality, granted, but sometimes you have to look at those positive links and see whether they're actually saying something. Because of course it is difficult to identify and isolate the causal effect of gender diversity for these results, given the presence of many other potential contributing factors. But it is clear that gender inequality in economics contributes to a loss in terms of diversity of views. Diversity, as we know it now from many studies, is key to creating knowledge, improving decision-making process. Female and male economists' views about economic outcomes and policies sometimes differ. Some of you are married to economists and you can just attest to that. So restricting female participation reduces the breadth of individual perspectives and limits the creation of knowledge, and biases can arise in those decision-making processes. We've all seen it. The leaky pipeline characterizing the career trajectory of women in economics means a loss of qualified individuals whose contributions, skills, and passion will be directed elsewhere or nowhere, and that would be a massive waste of talent. When this leakage is driven by various barriers, concerns emerge about the inefficient allocation and use of those talent. Those professional barriers play a key role in explaining the underrepresentation of women and the gender gap in career outcomes in the economic professions. In academia, many of you know that women need to work harder in terms of both quality and quantity of publications to reach the same level of success in the profession as men with similar, maybe, abilities and background. Evidence shows that women face higher hurdles during the peer review process, gain less credit for co-authored work, and have limited access to mentoring and social networking supporting research activities, which we know are particularly important at the beginning of careers. That's for the professional barriers, but let's talk about social norms for a second, because they're also relevant. One obvious barrier is the role that women have or are often expected to have in the family. On average, they bear most of the burden of parental and family responsibilities. This comes at the cost of reduced productivity and in turn constrains their career prospects. Recent evidence collected during the coronavirus pandemic corroborates this argument by showing that the adverse productivity effects of the pandemic fell disproportionately on female academics with children. Finally, having role models is really important. Self-fulfilling expectations contribute to the gender gap in economics profession. As long as the low share of female economists is seen as a signal that women do not perform as well as men. Young women will have fewer incentives to pursue a career in economics on the basis that it is not a good fit for them. To make progress towards gender equality in the economics profession, it is important that these three categories of barriers that I have just mentioned are overcome and that institutions implement adequate hiring and promotion policies. Providing guidance and support to young women through mentoring and networking events is also crucial. We can all do it. And that is the reason why it is so important to have events like today's conference, not just to advocate and identify obstacles, as I have just done, but to show that we mean business, and the research that we conduct and the policies that we recommend and the analytical work that is behind it is of superb quality, at least on a par with others. Many positive changes have already been implemented and significant steps towards gender equality have been made, but there is still a long way to go. And success can only be achieved through a collective effort which involves not only women, but also men, institutions and society. And on that page, I would like to welcome all women and men who are participating, learning, and attending these 2-day sessions, which I wish you all will be productive, helpful, and will demonstrate perfectly that of course we can do it. And of course, we mean business. Thank you, Hélène.
Thank you very much, Christine. That was the best possible opening line, I think, for the conference. We are in and we mean business. And for sure, I think we're gonna get to business, and we have an amazing lineup of papers. But thank you so much for taking the time to be with us, because you know it does mean a lot. And you did talk about role model, and I really think that's so important. So thank you so very much, Christine, for all that, and for the support of ECB as well to organize this jointly. But that's really important. Thank you. So now I am going to actually leave the floor to the chair, the first chair for the first paper. And the chair is going to be Silvana Tenreiro. And we are going to go straight into the presentation of the first paper in macroeconomics. So Silvana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Hélène. And it's great to start this conference with two inspiring and motivating introductions from you and Christine. Thank you both. So I'd like to quickly say thank you more generally to Katerina and Hélène for organizing this, and to the ECB and CEPR for supporting the event. So as you know, the plan is to have 30 minutes for the paper presentation, 15 minutes for the discussant, and then 15 minutes for Q&A. Please, as much as possible, keep your cameras on so that we can have a more human interaction, so if feasible. You can ask questions in a variety of ways via the chat link, via the chat function, raising your hands, or directly unmuting yourself in the Q&A session. And just that's all for now. We will start with Antonella Trigari, who will talk to us about measuring TFP. Antonella, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Silvana. So let me share the screen. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
So, oops, okay. So do you see, okay, that's not the starting slide. Almost there. Okay, good. So thank you so much. So first of all, let me just say that I'm honored to be opening this program, this event that promises to be really exciting. And I would also like to thank the organizer, first of all, for inviting me, but also for organizing what I think has been a delightful and very inspiring networking event yesterday. it was fun. And so thanks for doing that. I can imagine it was not straightforward to do that. Okay, so let me start with my presentation. Okay, good. So in this paper, which is joint with Diego Comín from Dartmouth, Javier Quintana from the Bank of Spain, and Tom Schmitz from Bocconi, what we do is that we revisit measurement of total factor productivity growth. Now, TFP growth is certainly among the most important statistics in macro, and as you all know, it plays a key role in the analysis of both short-run and long-run phenomena. So the definition of TFP growth dates back to the Solo's seminal papers of 1957, where he defined TFP growth as the part of output that cannot be explained by the growth in its inputs. But Solo did not only introduce the concept of TFP, he also proposed a simple method to measure it. In particular, he assumed that under some assumption, specifically that firms minimize costs and are price takers in inputs market, under the assumption of zero profits and abstracting from adjustment cost, it must be the case that the elasticity of outputs with respect to the inputs are equal to the sales shares, to the factor shares, which are measurable in the data. So essentially, this implies that TFP can be computed as the difference between output growth and a sales shares weighted average of the growth of the inputs. And these Solo residuals, it's important to realize, are still the most common measure used by academics and policymakers of TFP growth. Now, one issue with the Solo residuals, which is particularly important for short-run analysis, is that they do not account for capacity utilization, and in particular for the fact that there are changes, especially over the cycle, in the intensity with which inputs are used. Think about the fact that during recession, for example, workers are going to perform fewer tasks, so they're going to reduce their effort. And the problem is that this effort is not observable in standard data sets. So abstracting from it is going to bias measurement of TFP, because it's going to attribute to changes in TFP what is actually a change in capacity utilization. Now, the state-of-the-art methods to address this issue comes from a series of seminal papers from Basu, Fernell, and Kimball. And what they do is that they show that under some assumption, it can be shown that hours per worker, the input of hours per worker, moves 1-for-1 with capacity utilization. And so according to that, what they do is to use hours per worker as a proxy for capacity utilization. And what they specifically do is they regress a Solo residual on changes in hours per worker, and this leads to what it's known in the literature as the utilization adjusted TFP growth. Essentially, these methods, which is going to be very closely related to what we're going to do, decomposes TFP growth in two parts. The first one is changes in capacity utilization, and the second one is true TFP growth. Now, what we're going to do in this paper, we're going to address what we believe are three limitations of the standard methods. And the standard methods are going to be, from now on, the Solo method and the BFK method. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to revisit the measurement of capacity utilization and the use of hours per worker as a proxy for capacity utilization. In particular, we're going to argue that composition changes in the labor force and also changes in the relative price of hours blur the relationship between this one-to-one relationship between hours per worker and capacity utilization. And we're going to argue that these limitations are empirically relevant, especially for Europe, less so for the United States. And so we are going to propose an alternative proxy for capacity utilization, in particular, capacity utilization survey coming from firm survey. So that's the proxy that we're going to use instead of hours per worker. Now, given the focus on capacity utilization, we are also going to reconsider the closely related issue of adjustment costs. What's the idea? The idea is that, first of all, in order to conceptualize fluctuations in capacity utilization, you need to have some adjustment cost. Otherwise, there would be no change in capacity utilization. Now, adjustment costs, so they are needed, but from a theoretical point of view, but they also matter for TFP measurement because they are going to introduce a wedge between measured inputs for capital and labor and effective capital and labor inputs. So, but what the standard methods do is to actually abstract from adjustment costs from the outset, assuming that they are negligible. Instead, we're going to estimate parameters of adjustment cost function and account for those. Finally, we are going to relax the zero profit assumption of the standard methods. Why? Because it conflicts with rising evidence that in most industries, firms actually make positive profits. And what is this going to imply is that the factor elasticity, which are key objects in this growth accounting literature, are not going to be equal anymore to the sales shares of inputs, but instead they're going to be equal to the cost shares. So what, and why this matters in particular, because positive profits are going to imply that the factor elasticity for materials and for labors are going to be higher than in standard methods, while the factor elasticity for capital is going to be lower. Now, capital behave differently from other inputs, both in the long run and in the short run. So these different weights are going to have implication for TFP measurement. And so what we're going to do, we are going to compute we are going to move from the sales shares to the cost share. To do that, we need to estimate a profit share, which in turn requires estimating a rental rate of capital. So that's what we are going to do. And, and then we're going to evaluate what difference this makes for TFP measures. Now, combining this new element, we compute industry level and aggregate TFP growth for the United States and for the 5 largest European economies since the early 90s. And then we are going to compare our measures to the standard measures. So let me give you just a preliminary idea of what we obtained. So first of all, what we find is that actually our adjustment make a difference. So they matter for TFP measurement. And in particular, as I'm going to show you, what it's most important for those changes are going to be the accounting for profits and our new utilization proxies, while adjustment costs are not going to matter too much. So in this picture, you see aggregate TFP growth for Eurozone countries using the 3 methods. So the black line, the dotted line is the solo residual. The red line is the utilization adjusted TFP due to BFK. And finally, in green, you see our series, and these are cumulated TFP. So for Europe, the main effect of our adjustment is that the TFP series that we obtain is much less cyclical and less volatile. And in particular, during the Great Recession, this results in a quite different behavior. As you can see, while the solo method and the BFK method imply a striking decrease in TFP growth during the Great Recession, our series instead delivers a much flatter evolution of TFP growth. What's the reason for that? The main reason is going to be positive profits and utilization adjustment. Why? Because with positive profits, as I said before, the capital, the output elasticity for capital is going to be lower. During the Great Recession, capital decreased less than other inputs, materials and labor. And so the lower elasticity is going to attribute more of the change in output during the Great Recession to changes in inputs, as opposed then to changes in TFP growth. There is also a role to be played, important, by the different adjustment. I'm going to show you that the using hours per worker as a proxy is not working very well for European countries for a number of reasons. The BFK type of regressions are going to imply some, first of all, some weak first stage, some insignificant second stage, while our regressions are going to deliver stronger results, which in turn are going to imply this better ability to capture the cyclical contribution of capacity utilization to TFP growth. And this is going to be associated in particular to changes in the composition force and in the composition of the labor force. And to, I'll have an example for France, where we can think of changes in the relative price of labor associated to the 35 hours week introduced in the mid-2000s. Okay, sorry. So for the United States, instead, what we find is two main differences. First of all, we estimate higher growth in the long run over the period of interest. And again, the main reason here is going to be profits, the idea being that in the long run, capital growth has been higher than employment growth and material growth. And so a largest share of the change in output is going to be attributed, given the lower weight of capital in the TFP account, it is going to be attributed to TFP growth as opposed then to inputs. We also find that the slowdown in TFP growth that has been described by several academics and that started according to the BFK and the solo TFP measure around 2005 was a bit more gradual in our estimates. And this is again going to be accounted for mainly by the different treatment of profits, but also by capital, by the different proxy for capacity utilization. So let me skip that slide. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to first lay down the conceptual framework that disciplines our analysis. And here I would like to stress that that conceptual framework is shared among the three methods. So the growth accounting equation underlying TFP estimation is exactly the same. What's different is how we address empirical measurement challenges. So what I'm going to do next is to describe our methods and how we address those challenges. And then I will, and in particular, show you that we have a different way of measuring factor elasticity, a different way of measuring adjustment costs, and a different proxy for capacity utilization. And finally, the results. So key technology. So we're going to assume that the economy is populated by a number of industries. And in each industry, a representative firm produces output with capital, two types of labor, and materials. And ZT is going to be TFP, industry level TFP. F is a neoclassical production function. And as you can see, the capital input is the product of the capital stock and an internal adjustment cost, an internal adjustment factor fee that depends on the growth rate of capital. Next, there are two types of labor. So quasi-fixed and variable. So quasi-fixed is going to be indicated with the index F, and that labor is subject to adjustment costs. And then we have a variable labor indicated with V, which is not subject to adjustment costs. Now, for each type of labor, N denotes the number of workers, H is going to be the number of hours per worker, and E is going to be worker effort. So in this setup, our indicator of the unobserved utilization margin is going to be worker effort, E. So you might wonder why we don't have any capital utilization in this framework. So very briefly, the idea is that we think that actually capital utilization is not a very well-defined concept because capital, machines, plants, they don't produce by themselves. They need other inputs to produce. So the rate of capital utilization is going to depend on how many workers or how long workers utilize the machines, how many electricities, what's the amount of electricity that machines consumes, and what it's the amount of inputs that they receive. So it's not, we don't think as capital utilization as an independent input. And so that's the reason why it does not appear in this reduced form production function. However, we show that in the appendix that even if you model capital as an independent, capital utilization as an independent input, this is not going to affect our measurement equation. Okay, so to implement our method, we need to make some functional assumption. In particular, we assume that the production function is Cobb-Douglas with constant return to scale. These are obviously strong assumptions, but in line with the empirical evidence and also with the majority of the growth accounting literature. We assume an adjustment cost function for capital, which is exponential. It has very, very convenient property. And two notes, it's very similar to the quadratic adjustment cost function in the literature. And actually up to a first order, they are exactly the same. Why we use this one? We use this one because it delivers a nicer, easier equation when we get to estimating adjustment costs. And then we do the same for quasi-fixed labor. We have a similar adjustment cost for quasi-fixed labor. Now, using this functional form, then what we do, we can express the TFP growth as the deviation of output growth from an appropriately weighted average of input growth rates. And so when I said that the underlying measurement equation is shared across methods, that's what I mean. This is the equation that all methods estimating TFP growth will have to face. Now, while it actually conveniently summarizes the challenges, because while the growth rate of output and the growth rate of most inputs, which you see in blue, are observable in standard data sets, so that's easy. However, other elements of this equation are not observable. In particular, the output elasticity, the adjustment cost function, and the growth rates of the unobservable indicator of capacity utilization worker effort. Now, to overcome these challenges, what we need to impose some structure, and we do that in line with the existing literature on growth accounting. So exactly as Solo and BFK, we are going to put additional structure and assume that firm minimize cost, and then use the first order condition from this cost minimization problem to inform and to address these challenges. Okay, so the first thing. So now I'm going to briefly tell you how we measure factor elasticity, adjustment cost, and control for factor utilization. So I'll have 3 slides on one of each of these. Now, the measure of factor elasticity that we use is based on the balanced growth path solution to our model. So in particular, we show that these factor elasticities in our framework, with positive profits, are different than in the standard methods. In particular, the elasticity of material is going to be the cost share. Now, if profits are 0, of course, costs are going to be equal to sales, and then we go back to the standard methods. But if profits are positive, the implication is that the factor elasticity of material is going to be larger than the standard methods. And the same is going to be true for the factor elasticity for the 2 types of labor, fixed labor and variable labor. Instead, the factor elasticity for capital is going to be smaller. Now, to implement this equation, we need a measure of the profit share. So the way we do is to estimate a rental rate for capital, which is denoted with capital R. We use, essentially, we follow a seminal paper by Hall and Jorgensen in 1967. And we use an arbitrage condition between the return on capital and some normal rate of return on some other assets. Of course, defining and measuring this normal rate is not straightforward, but what we do, we have a baseline for that, which follows a recent paper by Gutierrez, and then we do many robustness exercises proposing different ways of measuring this rental rate. Now, given this rental rate, we can infer a time series for the profits, and then we take averages, and this is going to give us our balanced growth path profit share, from which we can compute alpha M, alpha L, and alpha K. Now, for adjustment cost, so in the first version of the paper, actually, we were doing a fully blown estimation of the model. But then we realized that one advantage, one objective of what we wanted to do was to develop a method that would be easy to implement and to also apply to other countries, other periods. So we realized that there was an easier way to go for estimating adjustment cost parameters, which follows a paper by Hall, who also estimate adjustment cost function parameters. Essentially, the idea is to combine, is to use the Euler equation for capital and quasi-fixed labor to derive a relationship between observables and the adjustment cost parameters. So what we do, we take the Euler equation for capital, we combine it with the Euler equation for the materials to get rid of the marginal cost of output. And then we can obtain a moment condition by adding and subtracting realized value of this equation. And we estimate the parameters of interest of the adjustment cost using GMF. And we follow an analogous procedure for quasi-fixed labor. Now, the final measurement problem is to account for unobserved changes in capacity utilization. So what we do, we proxy for capacity utilization using capacity utilization surveys. So surveys in which firms are asked to report the ratio at which, the rate at which they use their inputs or output. So the ratio they're asked to report the ratio of current output to full capacity output. Now, then what we need to do is to map this service into our model. And so we need to understand how a representative firm would compute full capacity output in the model. And we make 3 assumptions. The first one is that the level, the full capacity level of the fixed input, capital and quasi-fixed employment are equal to the current level. The second is that hours per worker and effort per hour are constant in the full capacity. Their full capacity level is constant over time. And finally, we assume that the remaining variable inputs, materials and variable labor, are scaled up proportionally to output. And I can say more about that maybe later in the discussion. Now, these assumptions are going to imply that capacity utilization is proportional to changes in hours per worker and changes, and importantly, in changes in unobserved effort. So the next step is to plug this expression for capacity utilization into our growth accounting equation to get our estimation equation, which is what you see on the top. So what we do next is to run an instrumental variable regression of our modified solo residual, which is the left hand side variable. Why modified? It's modified relative to the standard solo residual because we have different output elasticities, and second, because we account for adjustment cost. So we run this instrumental variable regression of the modified solo residual on the changes in capacity utilization and estimate beta. And then our measure, the residual from this regression, is going to be our measure of industry level TFP growth. Now, how does this method compares to the standard methods? So first you see the solo method, which is just computing the residual, in particular using the solo output elasticity. And it's very related to the BFK method, as they also run an instrumental variable regression, but on a different proxy for capacity utilization. Their proxy, as I said, is hours per worker. And also their left-hand side variable is different, as it does not account for adjustment costs and as different the original solo weights. Okay, so I already said something about that, but let me briefly say once more what are the limitations of the standard method. So first of all, BGP profits and markups may be positive. Actually, we do estimate for most industries in most countries positive profits. So this is going to imply a wedge between the factor elasticities and the factor shares, and in particular, lower capital elasticity and a higher labor and material elasticity. Second, hours per worker may be a biased proxy of worker effort. And this is due to the fact that shocks to the relative price of hours per worker are going to break this one-to-one relationship between hours per worker and capacity utilization. And the 35 hours reform in France is one example of that. So their hours moved in France, but this is not a good indicator of movement in capacity utilization because it was due to changes in the relative price of hours. Second, even without these shocks, you could have composition effect that are going to make aggregate hours not one-to-one related to capacity utilization. So finally, adjustment costs may not be trivial, and in particular, ignoring them may lead to mismeasurement, especially for fast-growing industry and around big shocks. We find it's not the case, but that's a quantitative, we couldn't know before doing it. We do have some small effects, as I'm going to show you. So let me skip the data in the interest of time. I'll also skip these details, not that they're not relevant, but okay. So here are the results for the profit shares. So what we find is that profit shares are positive So these are industry level aggregated profit shares. Some industry have negative profits, but it's a limited number of them. So we find positive profit share. This is going to imply these different elasticities of output. And in particular, as you can see here, this is going to imply, we can focus on the last row, that our elasticity for capital is smaller than the solo BFK elasticity, while the elasticity for materials, quasi-fixed labor, and variable labor are going instead to be larger. Okay, so that's for the output elasticity. So, so these are the results for the adjustment costs. Very quickly, we do find that the adjustment costs for labor are very small or negligible in most countries. This is in line with the result by Hall in his 2004 paper. Instead, adjustment costs for capital are typically larger than for labor. And so very quickly, so you can compute, taking some median values of this cost of this adjustment parameters, what would be the effect of deviating from the balanced growth path under normal conditions, some normal deviation, and this is and we find that it's not large. Why it's not large? Because the intuition is that there are two effects. One is the direct effects of adjustment costs, and one is an indirect effect. So the idea is that suppose adjustment costs are large, then they would matter a lot. But at the same time, if adjustment costs are large, changes in capital and labor are not going to be so large. So these two, they offset each other. But again, this is a quantitative question that okay, so I'm at 5 minutes, so 6 minutes. So here I'm going to show you the utilization adjustment regression.
Antonella, just you have 1 more minute.
I see. I thought, okay, so
until 45. Yeah.
Okay. So let me take maybe 3 more minutes and then I'll conclude. So here we run the utilization adjustment regression with our proxy, and then we do the same with the hours per worker. And as I told you before, the results are much more mixed for European countries because of this, the fact that labor market institutions and compositional forces are going to play a role and make hours of work not a good proxy, especially for European countries. That's not the case for the United States. Okay, so and here you see actually a very informative picture that plots the cyclical variations in hours per worker against the cyclical variations in our capacity utilization survey. And there are some countries, in particular the United Kingdom, France, and Spain, for which this correlation, due to compositional effect and due to institutional reform, is far from being perfect, sometimes even negative during the Great Recession for Spain due to compositional forces. Okay, so I already commented on that, so I can skip. I just want to show you that once you go at the country level, there is substantial heterogeneity across countries in Europe, as expected. Here, we compare the cyclical behavior of our measure to the cyclical behavior of the solo and the BFK measure. And what we find, as I said, is that the volatility is lower, as well as the cyclicality for our measure. And why is that important? Because it's consistent with the idea that our proxy better capture the cyclical changes in capacity utilization rather than attributing those changes, those cyclical changes to TFP growth. Okay, finally, what we do, and I'll be very quick on that, we ran 3 counterfactual experiments where we shut down each of the three variation of our method. So here, for example, we do use the solo output elasticity. So we shut down the effect of profits. Here we assume adjustment costs are 0. And here we re-estimate our equation with the hours per worker proxy. And as I already anticipated, we find that most of the effects are caused by profits. There is a very small effect caused by adjustment costs. A bit you see in the United States in the late 90s and for Spain during the Great Recession, but this is minor. And then a large effect of the utilization adjustment. So let me conclude. So there are also aspects associated to aggregation, but let me skip. So what we did, we developed a new method to estimate TFP growth where we account for non-zero profits, adjustment costs, and unobserved changes in factor utilization. We think that our method provides quite a different picture of recent evolution of TFP growth for both the United States and for Europe. Europe in the Great Recession, we have this very flat behavior of our TFP measure, and for the United States, a slower slowdown of TFP growth. And we think that this method could be extended to other setting. And what I mean with other setting is other countries and other sample periods. Thanks a lot, and apologies for missing a bit.
Thank you, Antonella. And now Ozge Akinci will discuss the paper. Ozge.
Thank you very much. I'll now share my screen. Oh, sorry, I had to wait. Can you now see my screen?
Yes,
okay.
Perfect.
Great. First of all, thank you very much for having me in this conference as a discussant. It's a great pleasure for me to be participating in the ECB, CEPR. We are in Macroeconomics and Finance Conference. So my name is Ozge Akinci. I'm an economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. So for this discussion, the usual disclaimer applies that these are my own views. So what the paper is doing is that proposing a new estimation method for industrial level and aggregate TFP growth, building on the seminal work by Solow in 1957 and more recently on Basu, Fernald, and Kimball, BFK for short for the rest of the presentation. So what they do then, they implement this methodology to the data for the United States between 1989 and 2018, and the 5 largest European countries using this for the sample starting in early 1990s until 2015. So there are really a couple of very interesting results for both Europe and from the US using their methodology, implementing their methodology. For the Europe, they show that TFP was flat, basically, during the Great Recession and during the Euro crisis, while other methods, both Solow and BFK, predict a substantial decrease in TFP growth. For the US, I can see that there are 2 big, important results. One is that TFP grew at a higher rate on average based on their methodology, 0.05 percentage point more than suggested by other methods. And more cyclically, the slowdown in the TFP growth was more gradual. So they show the slowdown between 2005 and 9 was less pronounced, but it was followed by a further slowdown after the Great Recession. I think they don't really tell us what the underlying reason behind 1 and 2, but 1 is mainly caused by the profit share that they take into account. And in my understanding is that 2 is mainly caused by the fact that they use different measure of capacity utilization. So I think this is a very important project. I really enjoyed reading the paper, and I think it's going to lead to new research questions for us. For example, one of these findings is that TFP is more there's more slowdown in the TFP in the US after the Great Recession, and one could ask what would be the underlying reason for this finding. There are papers, more quantitative or modeling from modeling perspective, there are papers trying to explain this phenomena using R&D development and the interaction of it with the financial frictions. But it will be interesting to see what type of models we need to explain this fact. So this is potentially leading to a new research questions. So coming from more an applied theory side, what I will do in my discussion is I'll review the methodology and raise two broad questions along the way. My first question would be that whether capacity utilization they use in their measurement is a better proxy for movements or for the unobserved factor utilization. And the second one is that they report for both US and Europe, they report very large estimated effects of firms' positive profit on TFP growth, despite the fact that they abstract from several factors that the recent literature show that they interact with the positive profits, like intangible capital. So I'll come back to that point. So they start first, I'll basically, not using exactly their formulation, I'm gonna start from a much simpler version of the model with the CRS production function as shown in Hugh, Levchenko, and Pandeli Nayar's recent paper. Output is following a CRS, like it's called Douglas production technology, where Z here is the total factor productivity, K is capital, L is labor, and M are material inputs. So these are constant return to technology as shown. And given the seminal work of Solo, one can write under competitive factor market assumption, one can write the Solo residual after log linearizing this production function by the change or the growth rate in total factor productivity is given by the difference between the growth rate of gross output. Here, the Y, remember, is the gross output, including materials, and subtracting net of the factor share for capital. This is this object that I'm showing with the cursor, the factor share for labor and the factor share for the intermediate inputs. So, but this is not as simple, as we all know, that we cannot like measure solar residual by using the simple equation. Why? Because there are several measurement issues. The first one they also highlight in the paper is that labor effort is unobserved. One can write the labor in the model, the simple production function I show, as a product of labor effort, are of workers, and the number of employment. And here the challenge, these objects H and N are observed in the data while we don't know what the labor effort is. So this is the first challenge. The second potential challenge is that likewise, one can also write the capacity, the capital as utilization. This is unobserved capital utilization, and a fixed or like number of machines the company has. So this is not like machines, and this is how intensely the machine is used. And this capacity utilization is unobserved. One other challenge, potential challenge that they don't talk about in detail, but is that in our models, this capital is final goods used as an input to produce more goods. But in practice, this capital is machinery and typically measured as capital expenditure. So if these machines become cheaper over time, this will definitely affect also the measurement of the growth rate of this machinery. So, but what one can do, especially for number 1 and 2, is that can write a modified solar residual by, which is here the red is showing us the true adjusted solar residual as the TFP growth, as a difference between the TFP growth and WACC factor share weighted of underutilization of capital, growth rate of underutilization of capital, and the underutilization of labor. Of course, the challenge is this U term is unobserved, so we need to measure it. And what is the standard methodology in the literature is given us by BLK. And in a recent paper that Nadia, the one that I just cited, showed that in a more general equilibrium framework, one can derive the condition that this unobserved utilization, which is both representing labor and capital underutilization, as a function of change in the labor hour. And this gamma gives the factor of proportionality. There's a very nice representation in the paper, in their paper. So I am just plugging this representation into the equation that we show for the modified solar residual. So the estimating equation in the BLK or the existing literature is that TFP growth in the model will be regressed on this unobserved, a proxy for the unobserved factor, and the residual is going to give us a true TFP. All right, but of course, TFP shocks are correlated with capacity utilization, so several instruments are used in the BLK methodology, such as monetary oil shocks for the capacity utilization. So what this paper is doing, CQST solution to measurement issues are a bit different than proposed by BLK. And what they say, they mainly coming from the empirical side. They are not really showing us from the model perspective what the biases would be derived from the first principle, but from more empirical perspective, they argue that the proxy, for unobserved labor and capital underutilization, capacity utilization surveys would be a better measure for the underutilization of both labor and capital. And there is data for both European countries and the United States, so they use this survey data. So basically, the input. So as it was clear in Antonello's presentation and hopefully here, that everything else the same, but they use a different proxy for the unobserved U variable in the data. And just to show what they have, instead of hours per worker, which is shown by that black line in the United States and other European countries, this is the standard measure that we all use if we want to have an adjusted version of the solar residual. Instead, this survey of capacity utilization shown by red is giving a similar picture in terms of the common trends for the United States between the hours worker and the capacity utilization, but for other countries, for example, Spain, France, this is pretty different between the different proxies of capacity utilization give different pictures. Maybe it is not that surprising because these two measures can drift apart if the labor markets are inflexible. So that is not that surprising. But once everything else equal, they change the proxy for this unobserved factor. They show us that capacity utilization or measured TFP could be very different, could be somewhat different compared to the BLK methodology. Here, the green line is what Antonello showed us, and the blue one is what would you get if you use the BLK methodology or proxy for the underutilization. So here it looks to me that this finding that they have, which is productivity slowdown is more gradual. So productivity slowdown was dampened in between 1905 and 1909, but then is followed by a more gradual, more pronounced slowdown in the TFP is primarily driven by their proxy for the capacity utilization. For other countries, that is a bit puzzling to me. It looks like they do also some detrending on the way to calculate this figure that I show. It's a bit puzzling to me coming from this side, like Spain, France, these two measures are very different, but looking at the TFP measure obtained for Spain and other countries, they look fairly similar. So it's not totally clear to me why it is the case, but I think what I want to see more here is that, actually, let me go, because I've already told you some of these questions along the way. But what I really want to see, how the standard RBC model in BLT may generate biased results with, for example, changing prices of machines relative to material, or with changing composition of labor between full and part-time employer. Because my understanding is that they come from the empirical point, and they argue that these are the main reasons for the discrepancies, but we don't see it in the model derivations, how they might bias the results. And the potential issue with the survey, I think it is a bit, requires a bit more discussion, in the sense that unlike the other measure of capacity utilization, here this proxy based on survey is really based on the manufacturing. Whether it is a good representation of the overall trends in the data or not requires a bit more discussion. So the other question that I have is, because they also make introduce positive profits at the balanced growth path. So take into account the balanced growth, positive profit along the sample, despite that is a more recent phenomena. They have to do it at the balanced growth rate, so they take into account and they find that output elasticity for capital is lower. If that is the case, capital, so they take into account, one can show that TFP growth is higher. But when I look at the estimates, Antonella showed us, so I'm not showing it here. When I look at the estimates, results are pretty different. So the upward shift, both in Europe and also in the US, are mainly explained by positive profits, and these effects are very large. But what we know from recent paper by Crozat and Eberle is that this type of positive profits, market concentration, it interact and amplify the downward bias in TFP growth in the US. So despite that, this paper is abstracting from some other measures like intangible capital that they think makes a big difference in measuring the TFP. The effects seem too large to me. And when I add, for example, which is missing in your framework, such a measurement, intangible capital, the effects would be even larger. So it is a bit too large to me, and there was not much information for me to understand where the differences come from. So paper, very small comment here, paper has two types of labor, fixed and variable. But it's not totally clear to me why we need these two types of labor for the measurement, because it is fixed is what we need from BLT method. On top of that, when I look at the output elasticities, I see that the variable input is super small, 0.03. So it just little bit makes the exposition a bit more difficult to understand, but maybe I'm missing something here. Also, of course, it is exposed. They find out that these labor and capital inputs are subject to adjustment cost, and they have minor effect on the TFP growth. So maybe that also could be simplified, because what we really need to understand is this TFP measure, different proxy for capacity utilization, and these big profits, how they really contribute to the measurement of TFP, both theoretically and empirically. So I'm gonna stop here. It's great paper, very carefully executed. I really enjoyed and learned reading it. Maybe it is required that the survey, why we need to use survey measure for capacity utilization, we should be better motivated.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Antonella, I suggest that you take questions from the audience rather than to address the discussion. If that's okay with you, you can think about the comments to Oscar later, and we gain other questions. There are some questions already in the chat. One question in the chat, but let me start with one. You didn't touch on how you treat imports that are inputs that are imported, and one challenge there is that to the extent that there's an increase in the extensive margin, you get new inputs. We don't have good deflators for that, and that could be a source of TFP gain or not, depending on how you price those. And what deflators you use. And that's more of a challenge for countries that don't use double deflation. And then I guess, I mean, one question I share with Oscar, and I would like to hear from you here, is the treatment of digital capital and how you think that would affect your results. So by the way, if there are some questions that overlap with Oscar, I think we can bring them up here. So feel free to unmute yourself or just write it in the chat.
So should I?
Yep.
Okay.
And people can unmute. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot, Otke, for your very nice discussion, and we can talk more about that. So I would like to start with clarifying something that was raised in the discussion by Otke, and that relates to the two types of labor and the case of Spain, because this is really key to our argument. So what's the idea? The idea is the following: is that so think about Spain. It's a country where you have a large share of workers who have temporary contracts on short hours. So what's going to happen is that when there is a recession, these workers are going to be the first to be fired, to lose their job. And so because they work less hours than other types of workers, so I have this is why we have these two types of workers, then there is going to be a compositional effect, and hours per worker, average hours per worker, are going to increase. And that's what we actually observe in Spain. In Spain, hours per worker increased during the Great Recession due to this compositional effect associated to different types of contracts with different hours. So that's important, because what this is going to imply is that the correction for capacity utilization is going to be very counterintuitive, right? The estimates are going to imply that effort actually increased during the Great Recession, because the BFK type of measure do not account for these changes in the composition. So that's the reason why we do model these two types of labor, to make precisely this point, and to make it also, we have a part in the paper where we show the bias that arises from this kind of compositional effect, and abstracting from that. Now, then related to that is the that's an important comment, and we were surprised at first, is the fact that when you look at Spain, you don't see, and you compare, and you actually compare our measure with an alternative counterfactual measure where you use a different proxy, hours per worker, as opposed to capacity utilization, and then everything else equals. So you compare the evolution of TAP in Spain, and you don't see any difference. So how can that be the case? The case is, the reason is the following, is that there are two offsetting effects. So actually, if you look at I didn't have the time to look carefully at to show you carefully the results from the regression, but with the BFK method, what you find in Spain, it's a negative coefficient on hours per worker. Now, this negative coefficient in hours per worker, it's of course not, per se, it's not a problem, but it's certainly not in line with the spirit of the BFK correction. You want to have a positive correlation between hours and effort. That's what the model says. At the same time, because average hours are countercyclical during the Great Recession in Spain, these two effects, they cancel out, the negative coefficient and the countercyclicality of hours, and that's why you don't see much differences. So, but that's just because of the canceling out of these two effects. Okay, so I hope this clarify a bit this important point. Now, the capital utilization survey. So I agree that there are some shortcomings of using capacity utilization surveys, and one of those shortcomings is the fact that we do not have separate data for the service industries for the US, and for the European countries, we only have data starting from 2011, where the harmonized survey run by the European Commission started to also collect data at the non-manufacturing industry level. Now, what we do, so for Europe, we use the data from 2011 to backcast using the average of manufacturing to backcast, a measure for capacity utilization in the service sector, while in the US we use the average of the manufacturing sector. I mean, at the end, so what's comforting to us is that the result of our regression are very stable and robust across countries. We do find a strong first stage. We do find positive coefficient, while you find negative coefficients sometimes using hours per worker. We do find significant coefficients. And so it's true that's, as Altke was saying, it's an ex post evaluation, an ex post assessment of the usefulness of our measure relative to the other measure. And I agree that we could think a bit more to characterize those biases also ex ante. We do characterize them theoretically. We do show the equations and how the relationship between effort and hours would break with compositional changes and with shocks to the relative price of effort, but we do not have, an ex-ante assessment. And I'm not so sure, honestly, how we could do that, but we're going to think about that. Regarding intangibles, so we thought about it, and so one issue is data, right? Data availability at the industry level. So only in the recent, for the European countries, only in the recent vintage of the EU claims, you have some separate data for intangibles. So we could, account for that. Unfortunately, we cannot use the recent vintage of the EU claims because there are issues of consistency with, previous vintages. But what I take from what Altke said, and I would have to think a bit because I'm not familiar with this literature, is that the results would be even more in the direction we do find if we were accounting separately for intangibles, right? If I understood correctly.
Antonella, I think this is a good time to pause, and we can continue this conversation in the breakout rooms after this session. But now I'd like to have Victoria put her slides, otherwise we'll start.
Absolutely, sorry.
Thank you, Silvia. Thank you, Antonella and Oske. And Silvia, leave it for the breakout room. Thanks a lot. So now we have Victoria Panasco, who will talk about falling interest rates and misallocation. Victoria, whenever you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, okay. First I want to thank Caterina and Helen for organizing such a fantastic conference, and to the We Are In committee for including the paper in the program. We are very excited to be presenting here. So I'll be presenting joint work with Larry Asrian, Luke Laven, Alberto Martin, and Alejandro van der Gote. And the motivation for this paper, oh wait, my slides are not. Can you see my slides moving? Yes.
Yes.
It's the key feature of recent decades that we've observed a sustained and significant decline in real interest rates. And while the common wisdom is that declining interest rates stimulate economic activity, recently there have been mounting concerns regarding their potential negative effects. People have been thinking about how low rates can increase financial instability, also how it could hamper innovation and growth. more related to what we do in this paper is a common concern that declining interest rates foster unproductive activities. There's some suggestive evidence of this, in particular in Southern Europe. It has been shown that recent credit booms have been characterized by low productivity growth. And also people have documented the feature that in low interest rate environments, we observe something called zombie lending, which is which basically it's observing that banks are granting loans to firms that at least on paper seem to be non-profitable. Okay, so motivated by these observations, we want to think of the following questions. Do low interest rates foster socially unproductive activities? If they do, then under what conditions? And can these effects be strong enough to hamper economic activity and growth? So what we do in this paper is we provide a framework to think about these questions. And the framework is going to have 3 key ingredients. And hopefully by the end, I'll convince you that if you have these 3 ingredients, to some extent, our mechanism needs to be present. First, we're going to think that there are entrepreneurs that need to borrow to invest in capital, that they have heterogeneous productivities, and that they face financial constraints. These 3 features are present in many of our macro finance models. And the goal of this paper is to show that if these 3 conditions are in place, then the following insight arises. So when interest rates fall, the first thing this is going to do is it's going to prompt investment by less productive entrepreneurs. Okay, this is present in many models, not just these. But what we want to emphasize is that to the extent that capital is not perfectly elastic, this increase in the demand for investment is going to raise the price of capital. And this increase in the price of capital, it is going to crowd out investment by more productive entrepreneurs who are also facing financial constraints. This induced reallocation effect from more to less productive entrepreneurs is going to weaken the expansionary effect of a fall in interest rates. I'm going to show you that it can be strong enough to actually reduce aggregate output in response to a fall in the interest rates, that it's inefficient. Here, there's basically excessive investment by less productive entrepreneurs that when they choose to invest more, they don't internalize the effect that that decision has on the price of capital and on the constraints of more productive entrepreneurs. And then also in a dynamic extension of the model, I'm going to show you how this mechanism, this reallocation mechanism, interacts with the balance sheet effect. Okay, and it's going to generate some nice boom-bust dynamics of output in response to falling interest rates. So this is the roadmap of the paper. I'll try to keep the presentation close to this roadmap as well. But first, we have a very stylized baseline model where we can uncover the main mechanism and also think about the normative implications. Then we extend this model to a dynamic model. The dynamic model has very interesting features. One is that we can compare our reallocation effect to the balance sheet effect, which has been studied a lot in the macrofinance literature, and also it grants itself to calibration, so we can talk about the quantitative importance of our mechanism. And then finally, and something that today I don't think I'll have time to talk much, we provide empirical evidence in support of the mechanism. So this paper relates to several strands of literature. Just to save on time, I just want to highlight the way we see our contribution. Of course, there are many papers that have thought about low interest rates, credit booms, and the effects on productivity. The contribution of this paper is really to highlight this mechanism that we think is novel, which is this reallocation effect induced by general equilibrium effects. Okay, so hopefully the mechanism will become clear during the talk, but we think that this is what we contribute to all these other mechanisms that people have studied that are complementary to ours. So I'll just start with the model. There are 2 periods, and there are two goods, consumption and capital. All agents are risk neutral, and they care about consumption in period 1. There's the unit mass of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs have some endowment W of consumption goods at T equals 0. And what they can do with this endowment is they can install, they can purchase capital and install K units of capital at T equals 0 and receive AK units of consumption goods at T equal 1. So they all have access to a linear technology with productivity A, where A is distributed IID across all entrepreneurs and has a CDF of capital G. Okay. And There's also a unit must of capitalists. They're not very interested here. They're basically the agents that supply capital to entrepreneurs. They can produce capital at an increasing cost chi of consumption goods. So what will be important here is this function chi, how costly it is to produce more capital, because this will determine in some sense the elasticity of the capital supply in this economy, and therefore the strength of these general equilibrium effects, okay? So in this economy, there are financial markets. For now, I'll focus on a small open economy. I'll discuss later what happens when we extend the model to a closed economy, but it's a small open economy where agents can borrow and lend at the world interest rate R. The only friction in this model is that entrepreneurs can walk away with a fraction 1 minus lambda of their output, okay? And this generates an endogenous borrowing limit. Basically, if an entrepreneur borrows B, commits to repay RB, this cannot exceed her pledgeable cash flows, which are lambda times her total output, okay? And then there's a capital market where capital is traded. This market is competitive, the price of capital is Q, and in this market, capitalists will supply capital and entrepreneurs will purchase it, okay? So this is the model. So let me talk a little bit about equilibrium. So here, capitalist optimization simply implies a weekly increase in capital supply. So if the price of capital increases, capitalists supply weekly more capital. In terms of entrepreneurs, something that it's interesting here is understanding their demands. So if an entrepreneur with productivity A, if the price of capital is Q and the interest rate is R, demands the following capital. So those entrepreneurs whose return to their own investment, which is A over Q, is below the interest rate, demand 0 and choose to save abroad. Entrepreneurs whose return to their own investment is exactly equal to R are indifferent, therefore they can invest anything between 0 and the maximum they can invest, which is given by their borrowing constraint. And these are the entrepreneurs that are interesting here, which are those entrepreneurs whose return to investment exceeds the interest rate, but whose pledgeable return to investment is below the interest rate. These are the entrepreneurs that are constrained. They will invest as much as they can, and that will be given by their binding borrowing constraint, okay? And then there are those entrepreneurs that are very profitable, whose pledgeable cash flows are above the interest rate, and they would demand infinity. So how about capital market clearing here? So the price of capital is determined to ensure supply equals demand. Supply is given by the capitalist, and demand is simply integrating the demand of all of the entrepreneurs. And aggregate output in this economy at T equal 1, again, it's aggregating all of the outputs of all of the entrepreneurs. And here TFP is defined at how much output this economy produces per unit of capital, okay? So what we do in this paper is to think within this framework, how does a fall in the interest rate affect output? And for this, what is very important to understand is how the distribution of capital across entrepreneur changes. So here I'm plotting the distribution of capital as a function of the entrepreneur's productivity, A. So this is investment KA. So given prices, given the price of capital and the interest rate, as I said before, entrepreneurs that are unproductive will demand 0. Entrepreneurs whose productivity is exactly equal to QR, this is what we're going to call the marginal entrepreneurs. Okay, they demand anything from 0 all the way to the binding constraint. And then entrepreneurs whose productivity exceeds QR, they will demand as much as the constraint, okay, also that allows. So this is why the constraints get more relaxed as their productivity increases, and the more productive entrepreneurs can invest more. I'm going to call these entrepreneurs, you can see my cursor moving, right? I'm going to call these entrepreneurs the supra-marginal entrepreneurs. These ones are the infra-marginal entrepreneurs, and those with a productivity equal to QR are the marginal entrepreneurs. So what happens to this distribution when the interest rate falls? So first, let's think of the partial equilibrium effect. So if the interest rate falls, two things happen. First, those that were already investing and were against their constraint, well, their constraint now gets relaxed. We should think that the present value of their pledgeable cash flows has increased because the interest rate is lower and they can borrow more. So they demand more capital. On the other hand, think of the marginal entrepreneur that was indifferent between borrowing and investing. Sorry, between saving and borrowing and investing. Now the interest rate fell, saving became less attractive. So more entrepreneurs now are willing to borrow and invest. So we see that the partial equilibrium effect of a fall in interest rates, it's expansionary. Everyone demands more capital. Now, to the extent that capital is not perfectly elastic, a higher demand for capital will result in an increase in the price of capital to ensure market clearing. And then what we need to think about, well, how does this increase in the price of capital then change the partial equilibrium effects that I showed you before? And for this, it is useful to think about how this increase in the price of capital changes the investment of the supramarginal entrepreneurs, those that were already investing before the interest rate fell. And this total change is what we have here. So here in pink, it's the partial equilibrium effect I described before. Okay, these entrepreneurs, when the interest rate falls, their present value of their pledgeable cash flows increases and they can expand. So this is why this is negative. Okay, but what we see here is that this general equilibrium effect, captured by how strong is the response of the increase in the price, goes in the opposite direction. Okay, and more importantly, what I want to highlight is that if the general equilibrium effect is strong enough, meaning if this is large enough, or entrepreneur is not sufficiently productive, this term could be positive, meaning some entrepreneurs that before were investing, when interest rates fall, will now invest less. Okay, and this will be very important for this reallocation effect. Now, there are two cases that conceptually to think about. One is the case we call weak general equilibrium effects. So here I'm plotting the same graph. In blue, we have the baseline setting. The dotted black line is the partial equilibrium effect that we see is expansionary. And then we say that general equilibrium effects are weak when even after you incorporate these general equilibrium effects, in some sense, the marginal entrepreneur is still investing more. Okay, so of course, the general equilibrium effect offsets a little bit of the partial, but not enough, and everyone is demanding more capital. This condition here, it's exactly the condition that says the marginal entrepreneur invests more. So in this situation, interest rate fall, supramarginals demand more capital. Some inframarginals are now borrowing and investing. So, you know, this is clearly expansionary. All entrepreneurs invest more, there's more capital, there's more output. I don't know what's happening to TFP though. It could be that TFP is falling, but you know, this is not something I should worry about. How about the strong general equilibrium effects? Well, this is exactly the condition that says, well, the increase in the price of capital is strong enough that the marginal entrepreneur actually invests less. Okay, and what this means is that some supramarginals are investing less. And what I want to highlight from this, and this red line could be all below, okay, it doesn't have to cross, it could be all below. It will be the case actually in the dynamic setting I will show you. What I want to highlight is that what this is saying is that when the interest rate falls, this general equilibrium effect is generating reallocation of capital from some supramarginals to the inframarginals. So we have here reallocation of capital from more to less productive entrepreneurs. Okay, so here not only TFP could be going down, output could be going down as well. So here the effect of output became ambiguous. So just to formalize this, we could think that the effect in the interest rate, the effect of a change in the interest rate on output has two components. One is the sort of a neoclassical component, which is the capital supply effect. The idea that if interest rates fall, there's more demand for the price of there's more demand for capital, the price of capital increases, therefore capitalists supply more capital, and there's an expansion. Okay, so this is always weakly negative. Okay. Now the mechanism we want to highlight in this paper is captured by this second term, and it's what we call this reallocation effect. So when I'm thinking of how did output change, I need to think about, okay, an entrepreneur with productivity A that generates this value to the economy, okay, A minus QR. How is this entrepreneur changing this investment? So if all entrepreneurs are investing more, okay, so if this is negative for all entrepreneurs, if all entrepreneurs invest more in response to a fall in output, this effect is also negative, okay, and therefore a fall in interest rates is expansionary. But as I showed you before, there are scenarios in which some entrepreneurs here will invest less. And then in some sense, this overall, this capital reallocation effect could be positive or negative, and that will depend on the strength of the general equilibrium effects. Another thing I want to highlight is that without heterogeneous productivities in this model, only the more productive entrepreneur invests. If interest rates fall, this entrepreneur demands more capital. We only have the capital supply effect. There's no reallocation. So this term is zero. Also, if there are no financial frictions in this model, sorry, I don't know which one I started with. So if there are no financial frictions, only the more productive entrepreneur invests. If we don't have heterogeneity in productivity, only, you know, there's only one productivity type investing. So also there's no reallocation effect. So this term is zero. So this term really only becomes positive when you interact heterogeneous productivities with financial frictions, positive or negative, but it's different than zero. So the first result of the paper is that this capital reallocation effect becomes stronger and can even dominate the capital supply effect in economies with more inelastic supply of capital, or maybe I should say in sectors with more inelastic supply of capital or that face more severe financial constraints. Okay. There's a very stark example that we show in the paper, but if you think, okay, give me, let's suppose that the capital supply is fixed. I'm killing now the capital supply effect, and that financial constraints are extreme. So here no one can borrow, everyone is investing their endowment. When in this situation, basically when interest rates fall, what you still have some inframarginals investing more. So what's happening is that some capital is reallocated from more to less productive entrepreneurs, okay? So in this very stark example, a fall in the interest rate is always contractionary, okay? So next, let me talk about the reallocation effects, and let me talk about the inefficiencies that could be behind the mechanism I just described. And so to do this, we solve the constraint planning problem. And what we do is we consider the following problem. We think of a social planner who can dictate how much each entrepreneur can invest. But then entrepreneurs have to go and do this by themselves. So basically the entrepreneur is going, the planner is going to choose how much each entrepreneur has to invest, but it's going to be facing constraints given by, you know, market clearing, competitive markets, budget, and financial constraints. So let me just now explain this here. I'm just going to show what I just said. So the planner here will maximize aggregate consumption. So aggregate consumption is, this is the total output in period 1 generated in this economy. And this last term is how much this economy has to either pay foreigners or receive from foreigners if it borrows. So if the investment is capital exceeds endowment, this economy is borrowing from abroad, otherwise it's saving abroad, okay? So this is total consumption. And so the planner chooses how much each entrepreneur has to invest to maximize this, subject to borrowing constraints, okay? What this is saying is this is how much you have to borrow to invest KA. This is the total repayment. It cannot exceed the pledgeable cash flows. And then the price of capital, it's given by market clearing. So in some sense, it's just dictating, go do this, and entrepreneurs have to go and borrow and purchase their own capital and so on. Okay, so what is the solution to this? If the planner thinks, okay, what is the marginal benefit of making entrepreneur A invest? This is in some sense the net present value of having entrepreneur A investing. Well, the first term here, it's the same one that the entrepreneur thinks of privately. So this is the return on the investment of entrepreneur with productivity A minus the cost of capital. The present value, sorry, of the cash flows minus the cost of capital. If this is positive, the entrepreneur would invest. If this is negative, the entrepreneur would not invest. If this is equal, the entrepreneur is indifferent. And we see that the planner's decision is distorted from that decision because we have this other extra term. And this is what we call the crowding out externality. What this is capturing is that the planner internalizes that if this entrepreneur invests more, this is going to increase the price of capital. By how much? Well, it depends on the convexity of the cost function, okay, of producing capital. And then this is going to affect all of the other entrepreneurs who are against their constraint, okay? It's going to tighten everyone else's constraints. Now notice that if no one is constrained in this economy, so all the gamma A's, sorry, gamma A is the multiplier on the borrowing constraints. If all the gamma A's here are 0, the competitive equilibrium and the planner's allocations are the same. But to the extent that some entrepreneurs are facing financial constraints, then we can see here that there might be too much investment by some entrepreneurs, at least in the competitive equilibrium allocation. So just to summarize that, relative to the competitive equilibrium, in the planner's allocation, first, the marginal entrepreneur will be higher. So there are some people that are investing in the competitive equilibrium that the planner would not want them to invest. Why is the planner restricting, in some sense, investment by less productive entrepreneurs? Because it wants to implement a lower price of capital to relax the constraint of more productive entrepreneurs. But then think that now on the social planner's allocation, the price of capital is lower, and that means that the supply of capital has to be lower. So what this is telling us is that in the competitive equilibrium, we have excessive investment. Okay, and the problem is that this investment, or part of this investment, is being done by the wrong type of entrepreneurs. The less productive entrepreneurs are investing too much. And then, of course, once you internalize this externality, a fall in R, a fall in the interest rate, it's always expansionary. Okay, the only reason why it might be contractionary is because this crowding out effect is large enough. Silvana, how long do I have?
Until 45 past the hour.
Okay, that's good. And then we also discussed in the paper how the social planners allocations can be decentralized, for example, by subsidizing savings. Okay, so in some sense, you want to disincentivize less productive entrepreneurs from borrowing and investing, or from investing. Okay, so this is what we do with the stylized model. But then, of course, the stylized model, well, it's very nice to highlight the mechanism, but it doesn't grant itself for calibration. It also doesn't let us compare this with a mechanism that is also important in this literature, which is the balance sheet effect. So what we do is we extend our model to a dynamic setting. And another thing that will be nice in the dynamic setting is that now wealth of an entrepreneur will become endogenous. Because one thing you might have been concerned before is, well, more productive people probably accumulate more wealth, and therefore the story you just told us is not really there. So I'm gonna show you that it's still there. Okay, so let me briefly discuss how we extend the model. So now time is continuous. Entrepreneurs have log preferences with discount rate rho. And as before, they're going to allocate their net worth between capital and debt. Okay, so in some sense, how much they can invest, it's given by their wealth plus how much they borrow. Again, we're going to continue thinking of linear technologies. So then what determines the evolution of wealth? Well, it's the output produced per period. Well, per period, it's the output produced. It's the changes in the value of capital, the capital gains. And then you lose how much you repay your creditors and how much this entrepreneur consumes. Now, one thing that now is different is that even though productivity is still heterogeneous and exogenous, now wealth is endogenous. Okay, and in particular, we're going to suppose now that the log of productivity follows an AR1 process. And well, I'll talk later, but we're going to calibrate this to match US data. So for what I'm going to show you today, let's think that the capital stock is fixed. In the paper now, we also have think of different long-run elasticities for capital. But for now, I mean, the results are robust to this, and it's much easier to explain with the fixed capital stock. And again, markets capital is traded in competitive markets, traded at price Q. And now, because we have a dynamic setting, we're going to write our constraint in terms of capital, because in the static model, capital could not be pledged because it had no value in the second period. Now it's more logical, also following the literature, but it's logical to think that you can pledge your capital. You could, in principle, add also here something like a fraction of the present value of the cash flows, but it doesn't change much the results. So again, here, the only friction we are going to have in this dynamic setting is that entrepreneurs can walk away with a fraction 1 minus lambda of capital. What this means is that they can never borrow more than the pledgeable value of their capital. Okay. So first, I'm going to show you, so I don't have much time. So the first thing we think is how you compare steady states, okay, after a fall in interest rate. So here I'm thinking we're plotting the distribution of wealth shares, or sorry, this is the wealth share of an entrepreneur with productivity A. In blue, we have this, the wealth shares with the original baseline interest rate, and with red is what's happened when the interest rate falls. Okay, what I want to highlight from this is that here, when the interest rate falls, you have a reallocation of wealth basically from less productive entrepreneurs that were saving, okay, because if you save and the interest rate falls, this hurts you, to more productive entrepreneurs that were choosing to borrow and invest, okay? Because this entrepreneur, if you're borrowing and the interest rate falls, you can accumulate wealth faster. In addition to that, there are some entrepreneurs that before were choosing to save, and now with the lower interest rate, instead choose to borrow and invest. If we think of the distribution of capital, which is what I was showing you before for our baseline model, we basically see that, so this is the original investment choices of entrepreneurs with productivity A. Now we see a very strong reallocation of capital from more productive to less productive entrepreneurs. So just by looking at this graph, you can already see, and this is calibrated to US data, but you can already see just from looking at this graph that it has to be that, remember capital is fixed here. So I have a reallocation of capital from more to less productive. It must be that when the interest rate fell, output contracted in this economy, okay? Because TFP was falling and capital was fixed. And then let me discuss what we think is very nice, which is thinking of the transitions to steady state. And what we have in this dynamic setting is that, so here contracts were not contingent, the borrowing contracts were not contingent. So basically when the interest rate falls, there's an increase in the price of capital. Well, this implies an increase in the wealth of those that were holding capital. Okay, and this increase in wealth, who is holding more capital here? The more productive entrepreneurs. So here, after a fall in the interest rate, at the time of the shock of the interest rate fall, the price of capital increases. More productive entrepreneurs now have more wealth and they invest more. This is the balance sheet effect. Okay, so what we see here is that on impact, what we see is an expansionary effect of a fall in interest rates, okay? This is driven by the balance sheet effect, but the balance sheet effect, it's only on impact. It only happens when you have a surprise increase in the price of capital. Eventually, this economy converges to the steady state with a lower output. And what I want to highlight is that here, the size or the magnitude of this reallocation effect is comparable to the magnitude of the balance sheet effect. What I showed you before was a permanent decline in the interest rate. Here we do different horizon falls in the interest rate. What I want to emphasize is that our mechanism and the balance sheet effect, both of them become weaker the shorter the duration of the fall in the interest rate. And more importantly, if the fall in the interest rate has a very short horizon, in the data, you might only see the balance sheet effect, okay? So our effect is not going to show up if the fall in the interest rate has, so here, for example, we did a 4-year shock. Okay, then we do some robustness exercise. We show that these results are not dependent on the linearity of the production function or the fact that we didn't have unconstrained firms. So we extend the model to include unconstrained firms in addition to constrained entrepreneurs. So this mechanism always needs some entrepreneurs to be constrained on equilibrium. The mechanism is still there if you have diminishing returns at the entrepreneurial level, okay? These two cases are not that different. So basically unconstrained entrepreneurs, when you have diminishing returns, that means some entrepreneurs become unconstrained. And you should think that these unconstrained entrepreneurs, basically their marginal product of capital is, it's lower than the one of constrained entrepreneurs, okay, by construction. So in some sense, the unconstrained entrepreneurs are marginal entrepreneurs. So then the reallocation effect is really from more productive constrained to less productive unconstrained entrepreneurs. We also show that you can get the same result in a closed economy. And there you have to think about where the interest rate fall is coming from. So we show that the results extend if a fall in the interest rate is a result of a savings glut, for example. Also in response to one of Helen's comments in the past, we extended the model to think about risks and credit spreads. And we show that also the results extend. And the way to think about it is that it's not so much productivity, it's expected productivity really what matters. And then also we find evidence for the US, where there you have to think about what is capital. And remember, capital here should be something inelastic, an input of production that is somewhat inelastic. So we think of real estate. This is good because we have measures of supply elasticity and we have variation and also on real estate intensity of different sectors. And we do find that when interest rates fall, output grows less in regions with lower real estate supply elasticity, in sectors with higher real estate intensity. So that's all. I'll just leave the conclusion slides there, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Victoria. And Isabel Correa will discuss the paper. Isabel.
Hi, Victoria, can you?
I'm trying, yes. I need to stop
please?
sharing, but I don't know. Where can I don't know why I don't see the menu, sorry.
It's okay now, Victoria.
Oh, it's okay?
Isabel, can you share yours?
Ah, thanks.
Okay, it's fine. Okay. Can you see them?
Perfect.
Okay, thanks very much, Katerina and Hélène, for this organization of this very nice conference and for inviting me. So let me give you some thoughts about this paper. Victoria did a great presentation, so I will try not to repeat much about the paper. It will be a bit biased because the paper has a strong part that is theoretical and another that is empirical. In the presentation, Victoria had just time to talk about the theoretical part, and I don't know, I still don't know if I will cross to the empirical or not, but I would like to say something about it, even if I would have preferred not to, but it's not my advantage. Okay, so the story of this paper, I think it's very interesting. So what the authors tried to show, as it was very clear with Victoria's presentation, is that if you have a decline in the real interest rate, and if you take into account the general equilibrium effects, what is the impact in the allocation that you can observe in an economy? And the baseline model, that is the one that I will talk about, because what Victoria shows that the most important mechanisms are there when you enlarge to different environments. So this small open economy is very simple. You just have an international market that trades consumption across time, and therefore this real interest rate is the international price that is a fundamental for this small open economy. At the same time, the economy is also a production economy. So this meaning that we can change the endowments and we can enlarge the opportunities for consumption by producing an input of production that is called physical capital. And firms can invest in this input. And the domestic supply of the consumption good is provided by a continuous of entrepreneurs or producers or firms that differ, again, in the baseline just on productivity, that represent the linear technologies that are there in this very simple model. So what is nice with this model, that is really simple, and the markets are competitive, both the capital producing and the goods producing market. And if you don't have financial frictions, what we would observe is that the firm or the entrepreneur with the highest productivity will concentrate all the production. This is not here because, as Victoria was describing, one of the main points of the model, in addition to heterogeneity across entrepreneurs, is that there's this ability of entrepreneurs to run away with part of the production with this 1 minus delta fraction. And this means that we have a borrowing constraint that tells us that we can just borrow a fraction of what is produced by each entrepreneur. And when we take together this budget constraint with this borrowing constraint with the budget constraint that connects the expenditure that was done in the investing by paying Q, that is the crucial equilibrium price in this model, we can see that the amount of borrowing is there, it's really limited to any firm. Okay, and I'm forgetting the last parcel of firms that will not have borrowing limits, because this cannot be an equilibrium. Okay, so what Victoria shows that if you look to the more efficient firms, the most efficient ones, the ones that have an A that is larger than the marginal one, as Victoria called it, then we have these constraints are binding, and we have a well-defined demand for capital and also very well defined for production for each entrepreneur and firm. Okay, so just repeating the graph that Victoria was showing, is that if you compare the set of productivities across entrepreneurs with the amount that will be invested, we can see that we have the supramarginal that are the borrowers always, and we have the inframarginals that are the savers. So this means that really when we talk about firms, we should be referring either to the marginal or to the supramarginal, and these will be savers in the economy. Okay, so now the interesting question is that if you want to look to this equilibrium in general equilibrium, we have to take into account what is this Q, the price of capital goods, that in these competitive markets that are producing these goods with this chi technology is just the Q has equal to chi prime. So it's a very simple, and because you have identical firms producing this good, this will coincide with the aggregate in the economy. So we have in the general equilibrium in this model is just the equilibrium that is coming from the production, and by equalizing the total supply that depends on Q with the total demand that we just saw depends on Q and R. So this is the equation that will tell me what is the equilibrium Q in this economy. So this graph will be the equilibrium if the given R is the fundamental in the economy, and if this Q is such that total supply of capital is just equal to the total demand of capital across entrepreneurs. Okay, so what I think that is really interesting here is when the question is asked in this model, so what is the impact in output when you have a decline in R, you really look to the normative of this equilibrium. And what is proved in the paper is that this competitive equilibrium is not constrained efficiency. Meaning that if you have a planner that is facing exactly the same borrowing constraint across entrepreneurs, the solution will be different. Okay, so what means here, I think is a very simple result, is that just by introducing financial frictions together with heterogeneous entrepreneurs, we lose this very magical result of competitive markets that with price takers, each one just have to take into account the price, and when everyone decides whatever wants to do, the new equilibrium price doesn't have second impacts when you want to compute the efficient equilibrium. So what usually is called divisible hand. So divisible hand is not here. So this means that really when you have these mass of investors that are affecting the equilibrium, in this case because the fundamental real interest rate is changing, the change in Q should be taken into account to compute the constrained efficient equilibrium. And it was shown that this constrained equilibrium has a smaller total capital, so the competitive is using too much capital, and the competitive is using these in misallocated across firms because they are the less productive are using too much relative to the constrained efficiency. So what I think that if you really want to focus about the story, I think we should go a bit deeper in this interesting result. And what I think it should be developed is to understand why, when you have this shock in the interest rate, you have this decline in output, even if in the back you already know that is because the competitive equilibrium is not constrained efficiency. So one thing that I think will be the conjecture, but it should have to be proved, is that when you have this change in R, the distance to the new constrained equilibrium is larger. So the new R is introducing a large wedge relative to the constrained efficiency. But if this is true, then I think that it should be more explored, not just the possibility that this lower interest rate will have a negative impact on total output, but that whether this distance is always increasing, meaning that has always a negative impact in welfare. So, and this is not completely discussed in the paper. So there's not a one-to-one connection between output and welfare, because you have savers and producers, you have different agents, and so you could have different impacts. Okay, so I think this will be interesting. So even if you don't reach the point of reversing the impact of the interest rate on output, whether we have always a negative impact in welfare. Okay, so and at the same time, I think this for me was interesting because it came back to what I did in my PhD dissertation a long time ago, and this is really related to the question of gaming problems getting worse when the number of agents are increasing in the economy. And so what I would like to ask Vittoria to think about is, if you have this same world but with a small number of heterogeneous agents, and you compare the outcome of the equilibrium with another where you have what we call the replica economy, where you have a very large number of each type of each entrepreneurs, and when you compare the two, it would be normal that in the large number of each type, you have a worse outcome than in the case where you have a small number of each type of entrepreneurs. And if this is the case, I think this is important because it raises another way to look to the corrections of the distortion that we are talking here, of the misalocation. The way the paper tried to talk about the correction is by using fiscal policy. But if this is the case, then we can think that the higher concentration is also correcting for the distortion, exactly because each firm is internalizing the general equilibrium effect that the planner is doing when it's computing the constrained efficiency. And not just, I think this should be explored theoretically, but if you really want to go to data to test the model, I think this should be an interesting testable implication. And I would like to ask Vittoria what she thinks about this.
Thank you very much, Isabel. I think we can pause here and let some room for questions from the audience.
Okay, so sorry, Vittoria, as I said, I'm not entering into the evidence. I have a long list of questions I will send to you after. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you. That was great.
Thank you. So let's start with Laura's question. Laura, you can unmute yourself.
Thanks. So thanks so much for this presentation. I think it was fantastic and really intriguing. But what I was wondering is whether, so the result that the social planner, so in the social planner solution, what the social planner optimally does is it reduces the amount of investment in order to essentially not crowd out more productive guys. But is this partly coming from the result that essentially the financial constraints that individual firms are facing are somehow, at least in the static model, disconnected from their individual productivity? So it's not possible for these firms to get kind of individual borrowing contracts.
Should I respond one by one, or I don't know?
Let's take 3 at a time so that you get all the questions, and we'll go for Vanya now.
Victoria, very interesting mechanism and paper. I think it's a really cool theoretical contribution. So I guess I just have a comment regarding calibrating the model to the US. Don't you think that it might be better to calibrate it to Europe, where essentially banks are more important than capital markets? And we know that more productive firms probably in the US have access to essentially capital markets. And then moreover, essentially, particularly in Europe, when you have financial crisis, which would make your lambda lower and the borrowing constraint tighter, this also coincides with periods of low interest rates. So have you considered essentially interacting with kind of calibrating the model to estimate what would be the impact, for example, in a financial crisis when the constraints are even tighter?
Thanks. And now we have Florian. And then you can jump in, Victoria, after Florian, and we'll go for a second round.
Hi, Victoria. I guess you can hear me, right?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So, great paper, very nice and natural mechanism. Just a side question. So, you focus on an externality coming from the financing side. You could maybe also think of externality coming from the, from the product market side, that if there's more firms investing, selling their output, the pie gets smaller for everybody else. That depresses product prices, less profits, and, that could, be isomorphic to what you're saying. The question I had in the chat is like outside your model, is that, we live in a world where we have seen these falling real interest rates, but also nominal interest rates have been kept down through central bank actions. And this could have kept the price of capital low, and that would then soften your externality. Do you have any comment on that? And, does your model speak to that? And how would that apply to your empirical application in the US? Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone, for the questions. I'll try to address the questions in order, and then some of the Isabel's questions. So Laura, I'm not sure I understand your question, because in the static model, the constraint does have productivities. So more productive entrepreneurs get to borrow more. There was also a question about what would happen if I had capital in the constraint, which I didn't in the static model. And the way we think about it is that to think that you can pledge capital as collateral, you really need to do that in a dynamic model. In a static setting model, the capital has no value tomorrow. So, and as you were saying, once you do put capital in the constraint, you do have these balance sheet effects that go in the opposite direction to our effect. Okay, I think the point we're trying to make is that these balance sheet effects are very short-lived. And happen on impact, while our effect is more long-lived. But then, Laura, maybe you can clarify in the chat even if you meant something else. But the constraints do depend on productivity. So if you're more productive, you do get to borrow more. Vanya, as for we haven't done much with Europe data. One thing I want to highlight is that in most of these models, it's hard to think. So if you have someone that is more productive than everyone and unconstrained, that would be the only firm investing. So it's very natural to think that those that are more productive are the ones that are constrained. And those that are unconstrained are the ones that are at the margin. We need to think more of a setting in which you would have more productive firms, unconstrained, coexisting with constrained firms that are less productive. But what you mentioned about the correlation between the financial constraint and changes in the interest rate, we haven't thought about. I think that's something super interesting to think. We haven't done that theoretically or in the data, so I think that's very interesting. Florian, so externalities, yes, it's true, and it's not true. Our mechanism so what we do know is that it doesn't extend to any sort of wedge that you introduce, but it's true that in principle you could think that other sort of externalities could arise from the product market or from different markets. So we know ours works. We've had Pablo Curlat discussing once and showing different types of wedges actually don't generate this. So it's something you could, we haven't done it, but it would be nice to have more of an approach of what type of wedges do you need, or how do these wedges need to change when the interest rate falls for this mechanism to be present. So that's a good question. And then in terms of the price of capital, so think that here we are thinking of things like real estate. And my impression is that the types of shocks you describe, when nominal interest rates are kept low, this does generate an increase in the price of real estate, for example. So these are the type of assets that we're thinking of inputs of, it could be also other things. Sometimes we think skilled labor could also work. So we are thinking of inputs of production that are somewhat inelastic. And I think in the way we think about it, I would tend to think that in most cases, when interest rates fall, the prices of these inputs increase. And then, yeah, Isabel, I think you made 2 points that were very interesting. This distance to the constrained efficient. So everything I told you today was local, but you were right. And this is something that maybe we'll add to the draft, that the distance to the constrained efficient is not monotonic. So when interest rates are very, very low or very, very high, basically the competitive equilibrium and the planning allocations are the same. And then for intermediate levels, so this is something we've been thinking about, but it's nice to think of it in that way. And then you're right here in terms of the distribution or concentration. So here it's very important, the distribution of firms. So if you have, for example, a lot of firms that are very, very productive, this might not be too important. Another thing that's very important is the mass of firms you have at the margin, for example. So if the more firms you have at the margin, the more this effect is worse off. But we've never thought of, in the discussion connecting this to the discussion on concentration in markets. So that's also a very, very interesting point. So thanks. I have 2 more questions. I don't know if I have time, but if I do, that would be great.
Sorry, unmute yourself, Veronica, go for it.
Okay, I didn't know if there was time. So, I mean, a great paper, it was very neat model. So one thing, I was thinking a bit about the same question that Laura put about the importance of the balance sheet effect. And you mentioned that is more short-lived than long-lived. And I'm not sure what you mean, because I mean, the idea is to simply as Q as a effect of, if you have more investment Q, the price of capital goes up, the cost of borrowing goes up, but also the value of your assets that you can pledge goes up. So it seems to go have the same effect in terms of horizon. I'm not sure what you mean by more short-lived. And then the other thing I was thinking about is, I mean, in general, I mean, if it's well-known high productive firms because of the balance sheet effect, or because you think that more productive firms may maybe use risk capital instead of borrowing, what Vanya was mentioning, or other things, it seems I mean, it seems a bit too mechanical to think that that's a main effect. But if you think about a little bit of, and you know this, you have worked a lot on that, on private information, then I think the mechanism could even be stronger, because at that point you can say that, if you have private information, you're going to maybe pool bad and good firms. You don't know which one is very high productivity, which one is low. When you increase the amount of lending, then automatically you're going to worsen the pool, because you're going to expand into the, and so this could go in your direction. This is just, I mean, just a comment. You don't have to answer to that.
Shabnam, can you put your question now?
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So very quickly, first of all, I had the same question with Veronica. So I don't get that it cannot be long-lived part, because that's going to go.
I'll explain that. Yeah.
So and then but okay. So the comment in the data, actually, the real estate for the U.S. firms, the unconstrained fund, that doesn't matter. These guys in the US, the large productive firms, unconstrained firms, they just borrow no collateral, unsecured. And real estate is going to matter for small, constrained, and productive firms who cannot get access to finance. And this is US data. So okay. I'm just going to push you to do maybe more on the European side, because that is not.
Well, let me, in the brief time I have, I want to emphasize something also. I was going to say this in response to Anya. So here, it's not important that they borrow through debt. So for our for balance sheet effect, and I'll go now about why it's short term, there it's important, but we're not emphasizing the balance sheet effect. Our mechanism, it's irrelevant. If you borrow with equity, if you raise funds with equity, if you raise funds with debt, our mechanism, it's completely irrelevant of the type of contracts that they're writing. Now, to go and obtain a balance sheet effect, it's important that contracts are non-contingent. So, but you know, if you're telling me that in the US, big firms are not exposed to balance sheet effect, I would say that's great, because I would say our mechanism is more prevalent. Now, why is the balance sheet effect long-term? So it's true that the price of capital, the increase is permanent, but you're purchasing capital every period. So you can borrow more, but you have to purchase more expensive capital. What the balance sheet effect, it's always on impact. And that's why you require sort of non-contingent contracts. So I promise to repay 5, and all of a sudden I have more wealth than that, and I can use that extra wealth that surprised me. But then after that, I'll just rewrite contracts and I'll borrow more and I'll purchase more capital at a higher price, and the effect would disappear. So this is not a result we have shown. I think in the literature, the balance sheet effect, it's you have to be surprised with an increase in prices. And that has to be combined with contracts not being contingent on, you know, if you tell me pay me more when prices are high, you already kill the standard balance sheet effect. I'm not saying there are other mechanisms. And then again, going to Sevnen's point, here it's not important that real estate is used as collateral. It's important that real estate is an input of production. If we want to interpret real estate as capital for the data, what we need is that it matters for firms that they're connected through the price of real estate, like as an input of production, not as collateral, because that's the balance sheet effect. So I think for the balance sheet effect, many of the things you mentioned are true. You need to focus on firms that borrow from banks. You need to think of firms that actually need these to borrow. But remember, our mechanism, it could happen through equity markets. And what's important is that capital is an input of production. And to that extent, I think, I mean, we do have in the empirical analysis, we control for intensity of real estate as an input of production in the sectors. And that's important.
But this is the main point. You set the deck against not getting anything from the balance sheet effect and from your main mechanism, because your main mechanism, exactly as you said, it doesn't matter equity or debt. Your main mechanism is there without, but balance sheet, you do it very specifically. And that is designed to not have the balance sheet effect working. So I'm telling you, in the data, balance sheet effect doesn't work like the way you model. So if you do it as in the data, then balance sheet effect is dominate your effect. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the way we do it, we try to control for balance sheet effects, because balance sheet effects are very strong in the data, in our data as well. I mean, I think this has been shown. So yeah, so I don't have anything to say about that, but balance sheet effects are there in the data, yeah.
Victoria, in this last minute, can I ask one small question? I mean, if I think of a small open economy, say in a developing country or emerging economy, say Chile, and interest rates fall, it's true that part of the productive capital prices will go up, real estate, but most other capital that enter investment will not, because those are tradable goods. So in the end, when you get to the quantitative question and how big is this GE effect, you need to put those weights in. Otherwise, you might end up with the wrong recommendation or wrong implications.
Yeah, so that's a good point. In the calibration, one thing we do not calibrate to US data is elasticity of capital. So what in some sense, what we show is that different long run elasticities consistent with things people have estimated for the US data do still give, say our mechanism is quantitatively important. But I agree. I mean, to the extent that capital is inelastic, or if the inputs of production are very elastic in some sense, their supply, our mechanism should not be there. But in terms of that, what I can tell you is that when we calibrate the long run elasticity, and this is long run elasticity, is also not short run, which should be even lower, right? Higher. We do it taking estimates for US data, but yeah, you could do this by sector, or yeah. So we haven't done sort of cross-country different elasticities. But yeah, this is completely true. I mean, we're not saying our mechanism is always there. It's there for sectors or economies where some inputs of production have are somewhat inelastic. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, presenters, discussants, and everyone asking questions. We now move to the breakout rooms. Everyone invited. We'll have a 30 minutes break. And I think you can just click on the breakout room you choose from the coffee chat to bowling. Pick your topic.
Okay, Petra, the YouTube is all set. In one more minute, I will close those breakout rooms and everybody will come back.
Okay, great. Isabel, did you want to check your video audio before you start sharing the next session?
Sure. You guys, you can hear me already?
We can hear you. Now we can see you as well. Okay. Good.
Okay.
The sound is a little bit echoey. Do you have a headset or something you could use?
No, but I have a conference system here actually. So I don't know if maybe because somebody else is also on mute.
Yeah, I could. The sound is not the. Okay, I'm gonna start the breakout rooms. It's gonna be closing.
Is it better now? I have my
much better.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, big sigh of relief. We can probably hear you now.
Wonderful.
Okay, so the breakout rooms are closing and everyone will be joining now.
Hi, Isabel.
Hi.
I'd be grateful if you would give me a 10-minute warning when I just have to. I'm going to try and time myself, but I just want to sort of stay on time.
Okay, very good. I'll do that.
The rooms are just closing, so everyone should be in 30 seconds.
So good afternoon, everybody. I understand you've all returned from the breakout session. So I think we can start with the second session of the conference today, which covers the topic of international finance. So for me, it's a great topic because it was where I focused on when I was doing my PhD. So I always love to see papers on international capital flows and on exchange rate topics. So today there's two papers here in this session. Both papers you will give, I already give this as a housekeeping here. So 30 minutes for a presentation I give, and there's also a discussion for each paper. Discussants get 15 minutes. So I suggest we go by block. So one paper, discussion, and then a little bit of Q&A from the audience, and then we go to the second paper. So just on the first paper, the title is Capital Flows in Risky Times, Risk On, Risk Off, and Emerging Market Tail Risks. The paper has been written by Anusha Chari, Carlisle Dilt-Stedman, and Christian Lundblad, and Anusha will be presenting the paper. And we also have a discussant, Kathy Wan from the London School of Economics and CEPR. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the floor on to Anusha. If you can share your slides and present. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Isabel. So I'm just going to try and put this in full screen mode. And can you all see this?
Looks very good to me.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much, Isabel, and thank you also to the organizers, Katerina and Hélène, for including this paper on the program, and to the CEPR. It truly is an honor and a delight to be here. As Isabel mentioned, this is joint work with Carly Dill-Stedman, who is a former student and is now at the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. She is a former student and an up-and-coming researcher in international finance, so I encourage you to keep an eye out for her. And the other co-author is Christian Lundblad, who is a fellow faculty member at UNC Chapel Hill. Given that Carly is on this paper, the usual disclaimer applies. So, what we're going to do in this paper is to really focus on the full distribution of flows and returns in the two emerging markets by taking a deep dive into what risk-on, risk-off states of the world mean, and really trying to look under the hood at emerging market tail risk. So let me sort of set the stage here by talking a little bit about setting a broader context. As we all know, increasingly professionally managed portfolios in the form of non-bank financial intermediation have become a key driver in terms of cross-border capital flows to emerging markets. And the FSB report, the latest one, shows that these numbers are almost approaching 50% in terms of the flows to emerging markets. What we're going to do in this paper is to focus on a subset of these NBFIs, which is open-end mutual funds and ETFs. And here what we see based on our aggregate EPFR emerging market fund flow data is that there has been a manifold increase in the assets under management in emerging markets. So it's almost a 16-fold increase from 2004 to 2020, when the assets under management have increased from 69 billion to 1.15 trillion. What we see in this paper is that the actual organizational form or the redemption structures of these open-end mutual funds can create financial stability concerns if it is the case that these fund flows amplify global investor risk appetite shocks. And the reason for this is that the benchmarking, especially for passive funds, introduces a higher degree of conformity in the composition or the portfolios of these global fund investments. And what we're going to see is that this can sort of drive herd behavior, contagion, elevated correlation, and possibly price liquidity spirals. So what we're going to try and see in this paper is if these open-end mutual funds and their organizational form can actually drive tail risk in emerging markets. So my co-author has a paper in the Journal of Finance where they document the shock transmission mechanism from global investors or global funds to emerging markets, where they show that these open-ended mutual funds is in response to funding shocks from the investor base significantly reallocate or alter their portfolio allocations to emerging markets. And when these funds do this, there are significant implications for local asset prices. So we've been seeing a lot of equations this morning. So I thought that I would sort of give some relief to your eyes by showing you some pictures instead. So what we're going to look at is a very simple sort of framework to see how this shock transmission via global portfolio allocations can work. So these open-ended mutual funds, what they provide their investors is low-cost vehicles to either provide just simply exposure to emerging markets, or if they're actively managed, there's some promise of positive alpha or positive risk-adjusted returns. But what they also provide, and which is overlooked in the literature, is the fact that they also provide liquidity services to their clients. So I think it's helpful to look at sort of the balance sheet of these open-ended mutual funds and note that the liabilities, which are these investor funds that they get from subscriptions and redemptions by investors into these funds. So if you have a 401k with any sort of emerging market or international exposure, you're probably invested in one of these open-ended mutual funds. But as you and I know, we can easily sort of pull out of these funds. It could be at as high a frequency as on a daily basis. So the liabilities that these open-ended mutual funds are highly liquid and driven by these subscriptions and redemptions. So our hypothesis is that if these subscriptions and redemptions by global investors are affected by shocks to their risk appetite or that drive global investor risk aversion, then these risk-on, risk-off shocks can feed through to the open-ended mutual funds via these subscriptions and redemptions. Now, on the asset side, what we see is that the organizational form again matters, because on the asset side, what we see is that in the case of emerging market fund flows, these emerging market equities are moderately illiquid and bonds investments tend to be very illiquid. So in order to deal with this sort of liquidity shock, so what we see is that there is this liquidity mismatch in terms of assets and liabilities. And in order to sort of protect themselves from these liquidity shocks, what these funds also hold is very liquid cash reserves. But there's a trade-off involved here, because the cash reserves act as a drag on performance. So if you just have cash sitting on your books, it's not really earning very much. So what the mutual fund managers face is this trade-off between holding for risk management purposes, holding cash reserves and locking in underperformance, or investing in these illiquid emerging market assets and then facing the risk that if there's a significant shock to liquidity in the form of investors wanting to retrench and redeeming their investments, then they could be subject to they would be in a bind in the sense that they have to quickly unwind these emerging market positions, which are very illiquid, and that could lead to significant price discounts. So it is this act of sort of buying and selling that sort of manifests as flows and returns to emerging markets. And it's a further thing to note is that these open-ended mutual funds can be classified into active versus passive funds. Now, the passive funds have to rebalance their portfolios in a very mechanical way, because it really just depends on the allocations or the country weights that the different investments have. And so if there is a shock and they're pulling back from emerging markets, some of this rebalancing happens in a very mechanical way. A fact to note is about 50% of this emerging market fund space is in the form of these passive vehicles. Active funds are also sort of impacted by this. And we're going to this is an empirical question to basically see, is there a sort of heterogeneity of the response of passive funds and active funds to these risk-on, risk-off shocks. I just want to say one more thing, which is that this buying and selling pressure can also create feedback loops. So let's suppose that there's a fund or fund investors experience these risk-on, risk-off shocks, they liquidate their assets, and this sort of creates price pressure or downward price pressure in the emerging markets. Then this could sort of lead to a feedback loop in the sense that other investors who see falling prices in emerging markets could sort of increase their redemption, and you could have this price liquidity sort of spiral. So this sort of sets the stage for what we're going to do here, which is that investor reactions to these risk aversion shocks can really drive tail risk in emerging markets. So what we argue for in this paper is that we know that portfolio flows to emerging markets offer well-documented benefits, and there's a large literature that shows this. But tail events such as sudden stops or capital flow surges present challenges for investors and policymakers, as we know from the work of Hélène and Sylvia and Kristen and Frank, amongst others. In our case, these tail events or sudden stops and surges are going to come from these investor redemptions and subscriptions into these mutual funds. And then we want to see how tail risk, these risk on, risk off shocks play a role. One thing I'd like to note is that the existing literature sort of also overlooks granularity in the sources of risk. So popular measures that are used, such as the VIX measure, they sort of conflate the underlying sort of structural composition of risk, which is risk aversion and physical risk, or the price of risk and the quantity of risk. Furthermore, if we think about the sources of risk from an empirical standpoint, there could be sort of credit risk, funding liquidity risk, advanced economy volatility, and so on, that spills over into emerging markets. So I'd like to make this point that there is this sort of granularity that could offer, looking under the hood, that could offer interesting, an interesting look at the data, which in turn leads to a heterogeneity in outcomes, because we can look across asset classes, whether the distributional implications for equity versus bond funds are different, and whether, once again, there are differences across active and passive funds. So the rationale for looking at the full distribution of these flows and returns is that our argument is that OLS coefficients mask higher moments of flows and returns. So although we see these very large swings in capital flows, there is limited evidence characterizing these extreme realizations or these tail realizations in emerging market flows and returns. And while there is a large literature documenting the international transmission of shocks to flows and returns, the existing practice has focused on conditional means or expected values or mean outcomes and variances as sufficient summary statistics. And what we know is that tightening global financial conditions can lead to spikes in volatility and skewness in flows and returns. So what we're going to do in this paper is to focus on the distribution, the full distribution of emerging market capital flows and returns, conditional on the distribution of risk on, risk off shocks, and examine how precisely the variation in global investor risk appetite impacts the risk-bearing capacity of international investors and thereby their global portfolio allocations. So we're going to really be asking two questions. The first is, do changes in global risk appetite, which we're calling risk on, risk off, or RORO for short, are they linked to mutual fund reallocations, and do they drive tail risk or these extreme capital flow and returns realizations? And if so, does the underlying heterogeneity of the portfolio investment flows exhibit amplification effects, which could be associated with these funds benchmarking to some index? Very quickly, we sort of see that, let's look at sort of some examples of stress episodes in emerging markets. And so I've put up 4 sort of well-known crises, and this picture was sort of doing its rounds in the early days of the COVID crisis. And we see sort of this significant bond fund flow retrenchment from emerging markets. In the early days of the crisis, we also see collapsing returns. But what we can see here, even if we look across flows and returns across 2 asset classes, right? So I have bond flows on the left side, I have equity flows on the right side. We see that across crises, the returns response for equities is sort of different from what we see for fund flows. And so, you know, by far, the event that sort of stands out is the global financial crisis. But for equity returns, we sort of see that both the global financial crisis and the COVID-19 crisis we witnessed sort of similar collapses in equity returns. So the idea here is to kind of look at these distributional consequences of these row shocks. And I'm just going to put up sort of the distributions we saw in the early days of the COVID-19 shock. And very quickly, just to sort of as a thought experiment, the blue line sort of is a kernel density plot of the unconditional flows to emerging markets in the early days of COVID. And the red line, or the red plot here, is the kernel density plot of the risk augmented. So if we sort of feed in our risk shocks, this is how the conditional distribution or the conditional plot would look like. And a few things that are worth noting is that if we just focus on the measure of central tendency, which is the median, we can see that the median is not moving very much. But what you do see is that the risk augmented kernel density plot has a very different shape compared to the unconditional distribution. And patterns worth noting here are that the conditional plot has much fatter tails, and it also has longer tails. It's sort of easier to see on the returns graph. And what this tells us is that if in response to these risk-on, risk-off shocks, we see fatter tails, it means that extreme events become more probable. And if we see longer tails, what that indicates is that these extreme events could be potentially more destabilizing. What this sort of way of looking at these flows and returns also allows us to do is to sort of distinguish between the left tail and the right tail. And so if the right tail, for example, goes out, that would indicate a surge of capital inflows into emerging markets. But if the right tail comes in, it would indicate a slowdown or a sudden stop. Conversely, if we see the left tail going out, that indicates retrenchment or capital outflows or capital flight. So by looking at how these shocks feed through to the outcome, which is the distribution of flows and returns, we can also sort of put some granularity and examine the heterogeneity of the responses to these different kinds of shocks. Which are the shocks that are causing outflows, which are the shocks that are causing inflows, and so on. And it's worth noting that if we look at bond returns, this range in terms of extreme events is much, much longer. And so, you know, in terms of prices, we tend to see even more dislocations and greater dispersion in the price responses to these risk-on, risk-off shocks. So we're going to characterize the distributional consequences of these external shocks, and with a particular view to looking at tail risks. So the first thing we need to do is to summarize the risk-on, risk-off states of the world. And we're going to do this by looking at two measures: a structural measure, which is a decomposition from Breakout et al., which decomposes risk into risk aversion and the physical quantity of risk or uncertainty. We know that structural models can suffer from model misspecification, so we corroborate what we did with this structural decomposition with an empirical measure, which is a multifaceted statistical series derived from asset prices. Once we have these risk shocks in hand, we sort of want to look at the full distribution, and therefore what we're going to do is to look at a quantile regression approach to characterize these distributional implications and look at the heterogeneity of outcomes across asset classes as well as fund types such as active and passive. I'm not going to have time to show you more details about this application to the COVID-19 shock, but what we see that the reactions to this sizable risk-off nature of the shock manifested in the tails of the distribution. So let me sort of go through our findings, which is that the shocks to global investor risk appetite have important implications, not just for the median, but also for the tails. And there's a difference across asset class. So if we look at bond funds, we see that risk-off shocks increase the worst outflow realization. So you remember that left tail getting fat, more than they decrease the median flows. So the median might be shifting left, but the left tail is moving out even further. So you're getting this wider tails out sort of fattening of the left tail. If we look at equity funds, on the other hand, there's a heterogeneity here. So risk-off shocks to physical risk, or the quantity of risk, result in these fatter tails, but risk-off shocks to risk sentiment sort of act on the right tail, which is decreasing the highest inflow realizations to equity funds more than they increase the worst outflow realizations. So the coefficient on the fifth quintile decreases less than the median, bringing the left tail in. So we have this tails in response for equity funds, but a tails out response for bond funds. As far as returns are concerned, equity returns are more heavily impacted across the distribution than bond returns, and US dollar indices are more sensitive than local currency indices for both fixed income and equity returns. And once again, we see that physical risks pulls risk out, whereas risk sentiment pulls the tails in, and the net impact is in tails out, sort of shift or change in the shape of the distribution. Now, we expect that in response to these risk-off shocks, that there'll be a flight to safety, and these funds will rotate out of emerging market assets into safe assets. We document inflows to treasury money market funds consistent with this flight to safety. Moreover, different sources of risk come to the fore in different crises, as well as for different fund types. So the composition of risk that drives risk-off shocks differs across crises, differs across time. In terms of passive versus active funds, we find that passive funds are far more responsive to risk shocks compared to active funds, and there are some distinct drivers and distributional implications and granular patterns that we see in the data, and these patterns map into the results, which show elevated correlations, return correlations to weights within the MSCI, which sort of shows us very clearly the effects of benchmarking. So the more heavily weighted are two countries in the MSCI, the more their bilateral return correlation rises in the event of an adverse physical risk shock. So I'm sort of, way into time here. So I'm just going to, I've told you the main message, and now I'm just going to walk you through our data, which is weekly EPFR country flows data, which is on net, sort of gross on net capital flows to emerging markets. They're a high frequency proxy of capital flows into and out of emerging markets that are cleansed of valuations. And so these are the physical flows. And EPFR has weekly portfolio investment flows by more than 14,000 equity and 7,000 bond funds and assets under management, which exceed $8 trillion. We're going to combine this fund flow data with the country weightings data to track the emerging market fund flows. We have country level total return indices, which is on the equity side, the MSCI local and USD. For fixed income, we have Bloomberg local currency and MB USD, and the data spans 2004 to April 15, 2020. We have sort of good representation across the continents in emerging markets, and these are our sample countries. So the first approach is the structural decomposition from Becker et al., which is a variance risk premium measure, as I mentioned, separates the price of risk, which is risk aversion, from the quantity of risk, which is the physical value of risk. And this is highly skewed towards downside risk and displays a lot of kurtosis in terms of long tails. So what they do here is basically have a dynamic no arbitrage asset pricing model for both equities and corporate bonds. And this features time variation in both risk aversion and economic uncertainty. And they allow for preference shocks that are less than perfectly correlated with fundamentals. The salient message here and the point to take away is that the risk aversion spanning process that they estimate is highly correlated with the variance risk premium on the equity side, but also displays very strong correlation with consumer confidence and investor emotions indices, which is the kind of risk sentiment idea that we are after. So what we do is we have these panel quantile regression approach, and we have daily returns and weekly flows sort of normalized for holdings. We have country fixed effects, time fixed effects. We have some standard pull and push factors that are used in the capital flows regressions, but really the thing that we're interested is feeding in these risk measures. So we first feed in the structural measures of risk aversion and physical uncertainty, and then we feed in our emerging market, sort of the multifaceted statistical series, and then we can also feed in sort of a nested decomposition of that series. And what we have here is the quantile betas. So the quantile betas are what we are interested in. These are sort of some standard controls that we use, and this is the part that I really want to get across in terms of what we do. So what we see over here is we decompose, let's look at bond flows. We decompose risk aversion and physical flows in this nested, sort of using this nested structural decomposition. So let's see what happens with risk aversion and bonds, right? So this is 0, which suggests that, let's look at the blue bar, which is showing us that the median has a negative coefficient. So the quantile beta for the median is negative, indicating that the distribution is moving left. But what we see is that the coefficient on the left tail, or Q5, is even more negative. So this suggests that the left tail is going out. And the distance between the left tail and the median is increasing. And if we look at the right tail, we sort of see that inflows are slowing down, but not by quite as much. So once again, this coefficient is less negative than the median. And so the median is moving left, increasing the distance to the right tail. So this is the tails out sort of shift in the distribution that I was talking about. But if we look at uncertainty, we sort of see that it's much more uniform across the distribution. So if you look at these quantile plots on the right-hand side, what we see is the steeper curve for risk aversion indicates the greater dispersion, and the tails out responds to these risk-on, risk-off shocks for fixed income, whereas the flatter sort of quantile plot for uncertainty shows this kind of uniform response in the impact of uncertainty on the bond fund flow distribution. Further, the further away we are from 0, the more negative the impact. If we look at equity, we instead see a slightly different picture, which is actually the tails are coming in when in response to risk aversion shocks, but they're sort of going out in response to physical risk. So this sort of highlights the fact that there's a lot of heterogeneity across asset classes, as well as, it really depends on the granularity of the risk source. So the second approach that we take is to construct this RoRo index.
We have 3 minutes left, around 3-4 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So what we have here is it's a multifaceted. So we take the first principal component of these various statistical series. So corporate spreads, proxy for credit risk, advanced economy equities, proxy for volatility and physical risk, liquidity measures to proxy for funding conditions, and so on. And we take the first principal component of the daily changes of these standardized variables, and they're normalized such that the positive changes imply risk-off behavior. And once again, it's reassuring that our empirical measure is similar to the structural measure, or the structural decomposition, which shows that risk aversion is highly skewed towards risk-off and shows these long tails. We see sort of a similar response here. And when we put the statistical decomposition side by side with the structural decomposition, we see that for fixed income, we see that the impact is tails out, consistent with risk aversion and risk from the structural measures. And as far as equity are concerned, the net impact is even across the distribution. But here we see that while uncertainty pulls in one way, risk aversion pulls in the other way, and they sort of offset each other, giving us this more uniform response for equities. As I mentioned earlier, equity is more sensitive than debt in terms of returns, and US dollar returns are more sensitive compared to equity, to bond returns. We can look at the decomposition, and we see that these different factors such as corporate spreads and funding liquidity matter more for bond flows, whereas corporate spreads and advanced economy volatility matter more or come to the fore for equity funds. So the final thing I'd like to end with is to examine this investor level heterogeneity, which is to ask, do the implications of a risk-on, risk-off shock differ across investor fund types? And we see with passive index funds that they have very little managerial discretion, represent about half the emerging market space, and can induce elevated correlations with little sort of, a view to country level heterogeneity. What we were surprised by was the actual allocations in terms of the MSCI weight correlations were very similar across passive and active funds in the emerging market space. But what we see is that these passive fund redemptions and subscriptions are significantly more responsive to risk aversion and risk shocks than the active funds, which sort of implies that this mechanical rebalancing in response to these investor shocks, funding shocks, implies that significant fractions of the capital flows associated with open-ended mutual funds and ETFs that are investing in emerging markets have very little to no discretion. And so in our view, the actual conduits that facilitate these investor flows matter. And this sort of shows us the picture that these passive funds are reacting a lot more, and we're seeing sort of heterogeneity in terms of sudden stops and capital flight. Whereas if you look at the active funds, they are not responding very much at all to these risk aversion and physical risk shocks. I talked about the elevated correlations. I'm out of time, so let me just sort of conclude by saying that what we have done in this paper is to try and look at open-ended mutual funds as a lens through which we can look at the shock transmission and look at global fund reallocation. And the idea here is that if global investor risk appetite wanes in the face of risk shocks, then global investors can rebalance their portfolios away from risky assets and towards safe assets. And it suggests that this risk-on, risk-off variation has important implications for asset price determination and global asset allocations, particularly for these risky emerging markets. And what we show is how these extreme capital flow and returns realizations, or tail risk, is tied to global risk appetite. And finally, we show that the granularity of global risk matters, as do the investment vehicles of risk transmission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anusha. We'll pass the floor then immediately to Kathy, who is the discussant. And just as a reminder, thereafter, there's also space for Q&A, so you can always post questions in the chat already, or if you want to post questions, you can also raise your hand. So just already an early heads up for the Q&A thereafter.
All right, thank you. I'm happy to discuss Anusha's paper. Anusha and I have a long history. We met as a junior professor at Michigan. At the time, I graduated as a theorist. I know nothing about the regression other than theoretically. I did pass my econometric course. So I learned actually quite a lot from my cohort, actually quite a few women junior faculty at the finance department. And I did learn a lot how to, I need to develop empirical predictions. So my theory has to be relevant And I also learned how to discipline myself and making the right assumptions by talking to all my empirical colleagues. So actually, I would say I turned a bit more into empirical side after I moved to London School of Economics. The first course, first PhD course I was asked to teach is, guess what? Empirical asset pricing. I was considered an empiricist at LIC. So it's actually quite interesting interaction. Now I'm surrounded by a micro series. So it's quite a different environment, but I treasure my the years I spent in Michigan. Really it's quite a good experience and with a good cohort. So I seek of you there, the junior faculty, to find your cohort and grow together. So my discussion and will probably mostly based on the theory side where I can contribute. Let me see, how do I go to the slide here? Let me first start by summarize the main findings in the paper. So here, one of the main findings, and there are many findings, one of the major finding is the risk appetite. You can think this as a risk aversion for investors, and mostly portfolio fund investors from advanced economies, affects emerging market asset returns, most in particular bonds and equity returns, because of the changing fund flows. So implication here is the contribution of the paper is the impact is not just on the first moment, but on the whole distribution, and risk of shocks greatly increase the worst outflow for bond funds, is most on the left tail, and decrease the highest inflow for equity funds, is on the right tail. On the return distribution, the sentiment shocks pull the tails in, non-sentiment shock pull the tails out. There are a lot of other subtleties on the changes for the return and flow distribution, and different shocks are have different impact, and passive versus the active fund flows will have different impact. So I will not go into those. I encourage you to read the paper. And there's also applications on COVID shocks, and just give you some number in terms of magnitude. One standard deviation shock, according to this particular calibration, will impact the tail for a weekly bond flow about 45 million. But this is one standard deviation only. Okay. This one on the empirical funding side, let me talk about the methodology. They use a Beckert 2000 and co-authors 2021 a structural decomposition method to separate out changes in the physical risk. You can think the uncertainty shocks from the changes in risk aversion. They also construct their own risk-on, risk-off index using the first principal component of daily changes of 4 asset classes. These are credit risk, equity return, funding, liquidity, currency, and gold. These are the asset classes in the US. They use quantile regression to see how the flow and return in emerging market react to these risk-on, risk-off shocks. And another statistic, the weekly emerging market equity and bond flow data from EPFR Global is about 1.15 trillion, and they also use the daily country return indices from MSCI. Okay, that's quick summary. Let's talk about the funding. And this graph you see in Anusha's slides is the key funding of the paper on the returns and on the flows. I would say the returns results are quite intuitive. So if you think about equity really is a call option. If you think about call option, the payoff of the call option can be written as the present value of the strike price taken out from the payoff of underlying asset. So what you can think about this, there's a cash payout from the firm, could be high or low. This is the random asset payout, and strike price could be, say, at money call option. The payoff will be the difference between the two, but remember you have to take present value of the strike price. Since it's call option, it's just max between that and the zero. Okay, so I'm going to use that to talk about uncertainty shocks and interest rate shocks shortly. And the bond, you can think about the bond is in the money, way in the money put option. The reason is in the money is most bonds are high quality bonds in this emerging market bond funds. They are not junk bonds. Not out of money put option, mostly in the money, and so the likelihood it will default is very low. And because they are put option, you can think them as the payoff of typical put option is basically the present value of the strike price minus the stochastic payoff of the underlying asset. Okay, that's the payoff. If you think this way and use standard asset pricing intuition and to look at the different shocks impact on the return of the equity and bond, now these results are actually quite intuitive. You will find equity, since it's at money and bond is in the money, so there's different sensitivity to cash flow risk. When the volatility of the underlying asset, the volatility by ST goes up, equity will react more. So this basically you can see this equity react more than the bond returns because uncertainty goes up. When discount rate goes up, goes up, you look at equities payoff. Actually, equity return will the payoff will go up because you pay present value of strike price will go down. So you see this too. Actually, it's a positive number. On the other hand, when the interest rate goes up, present value of strike price will go down. So bond price will go down. So return for bond will go down. So you see all these are negative, right? So they are quite different in the different tail reaction because they are react to interest rate risk and volatility risk quite differently because their payoff is different. Sorry, I think I'm too fast here. Okay, that's I think the return results are very intuitive, and the flow results are very interesting because typical finance theory can say a lot about returns, very little to say about the demand and flows, right? So in that sense, it's very interesting. But we can also try to interpret these results. Why does my screen keep changing? From the shock to reversion or shock to the uncertainty with respect to the returns, and return drives flows. You can think that way because of return behave. Since investors is you can either say it's dumb or smart money or dumb money. So flow will affect follow the return in certain direction. But definitely these are very interesting results, and I need a little bit more modeling to explain these. a large drop in risk appetite, for example, affect bond outflow, how that the flow goes with a negative return. We don't really know. We actually need to look into how the bond investors are smart or dumb or not. So that's actually the for the investigation, and it's I would say quite interesting result to add to the literature. Another thing I want to talk about is a small question is a risk-on effect. From here, the risk off effect is very clear. Risk-on effect is less clear. I'm not sure there's the portfolio flow surge. Is it only for equity or less? Why is it only for equity, not for bond? So it's all very interesting finding on the flow front. Okay, on the risk appetite, the technology, the methodology used in this paper. Actually, I spent some time, I actually was not aware Becker and the co-authors at 2021, I think here's typo here, structural estimation, structural decomposition result. And I thought this is actually quite interesting. Their decomposition actually is able to categorize the 3 types of shocks. Typically, we thought we can do, we typically can, I think the Campbell decompositions only can do the risk aversion versus cash flow risk. And here, they can separate cash flow risk from the macro risk, which is, I thought is very interesting. So there are basically 3 types of shocks: macro shocks, cash flow shocks, and risk aversion. It might be good to see whether this separately, but this mandatory shock affect the fund flow asset, which is similar to that from estimated risk aversion changes, which I'll get to in a few seconds. The risk-on, risk-off index constructed in the paper may have confounded all these shocks. I have to spend some time to think about the difference between these two indices. I would say, given my limited time, I think one prevailing factor may be the 4 asset classes relate to bond and equity differently, mostly because market segmentation. You would think the credit shock, the first asset class in your risk-on, risk-off index, probably more relates to bond funds, and mostly because they are in this one particular asset class in the global fixed income class. What was the equity is more related to the equity, U.S. equity with the emerging market equity in that particular asset class. So maybe that can be explored a little bit further, but I'm not totally sure. But it's, these are, I think, they're interesting methodologies. What I would add is maybe putting this, all of this result in a theory framework will be able to digest all these interesting findings. And I would start with a very much a standard derivative pricing model, make the interest rate stochastic, so you can talk about interest rate risk. So basically in this model, there will be a cash flow shock, this uncertainty shock on the cash flow, and there will be an interest rate shock, just like what the Becker 2021 decomposition will show, and there will be an arbitrary shock to the risk adjustment for the risk neutral measure that will reflect the change in risk version. Basically, make some coefficient on risk adjustment to risk neutral measure. You can assume that just as a parameter, no need to model endogenous risk aversion. So naturally, there will be 3 sources of risk, either cash flow risk, risk-free rate risk, and risk aversion risk, and 3 shocks. Then you can match these three shocks with higher moments of return distribution, whether it's the equity, which is basically a call, and the bond, which is the in the money put. And you can match that easily. And then you add another element, which is the spillover. How the U.S. How the risk aversion shock in the U.S. affecting their appetite, affecting the emerging market as a return. I would imagine if they are the marginal investor, this change in their risk appetite will affect the emerging market as a return immediately. If it is uncertainty shock, it's not totally clear. Maybe the cash flow risk in the US equity and bond fund, maybe they are correlated, but maybe it's more complex. Maybe the effect may be more, because there are more real effects, maybe a little bit delayed, maybe longer draw out. Not totally sure, but I would not think they are as immediate as the risk appetite shock. However, the U.S. monetary shock could have immediate ripple effect, just as Helen's paper, 2013 paper in the global financial cycle, the monetary shock could have immediate and long-lasting impact. So it'll be interesting to look into these spillovers. And this putting this into an international asset pricing model may help you to develop richer empirical implications of these three types of shocks, equity and bond returns. And you can easily, using your methodology, to distinguish all these three shocks. Right? So I think this can be done. Before going forward, I also, when you were presenting, and I was thinking, these shocks actually sometimes are US specific shock, like a monetary shock, but COVID, for example, is global shock. So there is need to think a little bit harder how the US market and the emerging market, how they co-move. Is it due to, is it a spillover? Is it real spillover? Or is it a systematic global shock? So that's another thing I didn't put in the theory. So when you're presenting, I said, oh, maybe that's another element I should write it down. Maybe there's three components. But anyway, so it's easier for me to say because I'm the discussion. I can write down any model I want here. But then, anyways, that's on the theory side. On the empirical side.
I think I ask you to speed up because so that we have a bit of time for Q&A.
Yeah, I only have 2 or 3 slides. Okay. On the empirical side, I have very little to say. Use lead lag to establish a causal relationship. And like I said earlier, the length of lead and lag could be quite different for the risk aversion shock and uncertain shock. Here I'm just going to mention my paper, one of the first empirical paper I have written, and it's also on the spillover here. The lead lag impact may be quite different, whether the stocks are investable to foreign investors or not. Active and passive, and here the active funds return, we don't know whether they are lower or higher than passive funds. If they are higher, their flow will be less sensitive to these shocks because we know flow chase returns typically. And another way to think about this active funds, we don't know whether they are skilled in timing the market or better information on cash flow or US monetary shocks or not. Maybe you can use whatever the metric economic method you can methodology you have to tease out these 3 types of shocks to see. Actually, be interesting to find what kind of skills these international active funds have. All right, let me. This is a manner about whether it's a risk on, risk off are they symmetric or not. It seems to be asymmetric. Real impact. Last comment. I'm not sure whether these capital markets are essential or not. And because 45 million outflow in the 1.5 trillion flow industry, I'm not sure how big deal it is. And I'm not sure whether these shocks are transitory or persistent. It would be nice to know whether the real investments are affected or not. So that's my last comment. And it's very interesting paper. I learned a lot of facts. And as always, I would like to see a little bit of theory in all the empirical papers. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Cassie, and thanks a lot for bringing the theoretical perspective and enriching, I think, the empirical findings and finding a way of how to theoretically also underpin these results. Before maybe giving the floor back to Anusha, I would like to invite the audience for raising some questions. So please raise your hand in case you want to ask a question. I'm keeping track here on the screen. If I see hands raised, I don't see any hands raised yet. Or if you're too shy to ask, you can also put it in the chat and I can read it out. While people are, I see, Ellen, I see you have your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask Anusha if she has any sense whether the shift in her distributions are different across different emerging markets according to the structure of the domestic investor base. So because when these mutual funds go in and out, or when there are capital flows, so who buys, whether the additional demand, the additional supply of assets can be absorbed or not by the domestic investor base seems to be an important determinant. And so do you have any results on that? So how is the shift affected by this? Did you look at it? Thank you.
Thanks. I keep looking if there's other hands being raised. Don't be shy. Meanwhile, I mean, I will use, as usual, the position of the chair to maybe ask a question as well. I saw you looked at the COVID episode as like an example to do your quantitative exercise. And I thought, can you do it for other periods in time as well? And how have things evolved over time? I don't know to what extent your data would allow to do that, but I thought that would also be an aspect that enriches the analysis. I see, meanwhile, Nina has her hand raised, so please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for such interesting paper and interesting discussion. So I was just wondering, in case I have missed it, to what extent are you considering any capital flow measures, and to what extent you think they might help in curbing potential negative effects or from risk?
So I'm sorry, I don't understand capital flow measures. Nina, do you, so these are fund flows, right? They are capital flows?
Capital control.
Capital controls, I see. Okay, yes. Thank you.
It's just that, yeah, we call them capital flow measures. But
yeah, okay, thank you. So I'm happy to sort of, while other people think of questions, why don't I sort of take this time to thank Kathy very much. I was actually hoping she would bring up her paper on contagion and investable and sort of accessible indices, because that's kind of, it's a very well-cited paper on how correlations rise. So I was hoping for some more guidance on that based on your previous work. But let me just say, I absolutely love you setting things up in sort of an option pricing framework, because I think what it does is really helps us kind of interpret the physical uncertainty shocks and the patterns we're seeing there with the risk aversion shocks, right? So thinking about it also across asset classes and whether, how the payoff structure is going to be affected of the underlying asset for bonds, say, by interest rate risk. I think that's really a great way for us to frame things, because we've sort of, have this idea of from the mutual funds literature, where you think about the liquidity mismatch on the asset and liability side and how the shocks would feed through. But I think that this framework that you have provided is something that I found really very exciting, and we will be sure to sort of think about how to build in this decomposition of uncertainty shocks and risk aversion shocks based on these different ways of decomposing the payoff. We can sort of look at, certainly explore more on the risk-on effects. And let me just say one thing about the Breakout et al. Paper, where you said, that there are these three components of risk, which is cash flow risk, macro risk, and risk aversion. As far as monetary shocks are concerned, there's a paper that we published in the Review of Financial Studies where we actually look at the high frequency identification of monetary policy shocks and look at the impact across, unconventional and conventional monetary policy regimes, to then look at the impact on flows and returns. So what we were trying to do here was to kind of take a sort of a broader view of what what drives global investor risk appetite. And as you correctly mentioned, the factors that could drive equity funds, or the sources of risk for equity funds, could be very different from bond funds. And indeed, what we find is that for equity funds, advanced economy liquidity matters. And for bond funds, it is the credit risk and the funding liquidity that sort of comes into play. So we'll definitely think about this derivative pricing model with a stochastic interest rate to model both these equity and bond returns. And as far as the active versus passive funds and skills with active funds, a point that I want to mention is we were very surprised that the allocations of the active funds are basically, these active funds are also just seem to be benchmarking to the index. So they're not, we were thinking we would find very different allocations for the active funds, but they are very similar. The correlation between the active fund allocations and the passive fund allocations are extraordinarily similar. What's different is their response to risk-on, risk-off shocks. So what we're thinking is that the passive funds are really the ones that are being hit by these redemptions and subscriptions, whereas the active funds are not. So as far as our capital markets a sideshow, it's worth remembering that in the COVID-19 episode itself, we had shocks of 13 standard deviations. It was like huge standard deviations. And you have to remember, this is weekly data, right? So assets under management is 1.1 trillion on the whole, but this is sort of 45 million per week. And that's just one standard deviation. So it's not in the tail. So the effects are more in the tails. It was more, of the order of magnitude of about 378 million on a weekly basis. So we consider those pretty sizable. So Ellen, it's a great question about what is the structure of domestic investors, but unfortunately, we don't really have information on what the domestic investors are holding. So one thing we haven't been really able to explore in this paper is the country heterogeneity, right? So what are, the country heterogeneity could be on the investor base, it could also be on the policy front and so on. So that is something that we haven't included. And Isabel, to your point, we could absolutely do this quantitative exercise for other crises, other time periods. The neat thing is that we have the machinery to do the calibration using the quantile estimates, and then you can sort of look at a particular crisis period and you can feed through the shocks. Not only can you feed through the shocks, you see that different underlying sources of risk come to the fore in different crises. So during the global financial crisis, it was advanced economy, volatility that mattered a lot, and credit risk. But if you look at the COVID-19 shock, it was really funding liquidity and credit risk that came to the fore. So we can do a much more sort of granular calibration across crises, across time. Nina, sort of great suggestion. We haven't sort of explored that. We're happy to do so in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Anusha. I see no more hands raised, but I'm sure people will have plenty of questions when they're digesting the paper further. And I suggest that we move to the second paper in this session, which is on called A Fundamental Connection, Exchange Rates and Macroeconomic Expectations. Vanya Stavrakeva, I hope I pronounced her name correctly, will be presenting the paper. She's from the London Business School and CEPR. I mean, she's written the paper with Jenny Tang. And we also have a discussant, Liliana Varela. The rules of the game have not changed, so you have 30 minutes for the presentation and then 15 minutes for the discussion. Please go ahead, Vanya.
Thank you so much, Isabel, and thank you so much to Helene and the other organizers for putting the paper on the program. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be presenting here. So following up on Kathy's story, so Jenny and I are actually classmates from graduate school, and we started as theorists, both of us, and then we decided to essentially establish some empirical facts about exchange rates to write a theory paper. 8 years later, we're still establishing empirical facts about exchange rates. So this is, I don't know, paper number 5 on it. And the title is A Fundamental Connection, Exchange Rates and Macroeconomic Expectations. Thanks so much to Helena, actually, for coming up with the title. So that's another thing that junior females can ask senior mentors. They're amazing at coming up with catchy titles. So that's another tip for you. So let me jump straight into the paper. So for those of you that come from international finance, you're probably quite familiar with the fact that international finance is all about puzzles. One of the biggest puzzles in international finance is about the disconnect between exchange rates and macroeconomic fundamentals. So this puzzle dates back all the way to Mies and Rogoff in 1983. So initially, the fact was kind of primarily about the out-of-sample forecasting power of macroeconomic fundamentals with respect to exchange rates. But as it turns out, even contemporaneously, macroeconomic fundamentals have been shown to be quite disconnected from exchange rates, particularly at business cycle relevant frequency. So this would be monthly, quarterly, and annual frequency. So this paper would focus particularly on quarterly frequency. So given the disappointing, essentially, results about macro fundamentals driving exchange rates, recent work has shifted towards attempting to explain exchange rate movements using financial variables and shocks. So in this paper, we're going to revisit the exchange rate disconnect debate using a rich data set of macroeconomic surprises and news, and we're going to allow for econometric specifications that feature deviations from FIRE. So we're going to further trace the connection between macro fundamentals and exchange rates that we are going to document through a novel estimation of a well-known exchange rate decomposition that incorporates survey forecast data. So let me quickly preview what are the results that we find. So we show that high-frequency macroeconomic surprises are going to explain on average over 70% of the variation in quarterly nominal exchange rates changes. So effectively, we're going to argue that actually exchange rates are not disconnected from macroeconomic fundamentals. Surprisingly, we're going to find that lagged macroeconomic surprises are much more important than contemporaneous ones, and they're going to explain almost all of the quarterly exchange rate change variation. We're going to argue that macro surprises are even more important for currencies of major financial centers and during US recessions and periods of financial turmoil. And finally, we're going to document that excess returns and currency risk premia are also largely driven by macroeconomic news. So for those of you coming from that literature, often currency risk premia have been interpreted as driven primarily by financial shocks. And we're going to argue that that's not the case. So there is a very large literature, of course, that is related to our paper. This is just a subset of the papers that essentially are related. So, of course, it's connected to the exchange rate disconnect literature. So more recently, there is a paper by Kojan and Yogo that also shows some success at reconnecting exchange rates to macroeconomic fundamentals using an IO approach in the spirit of their earlier work. So the paper is related to a very interesting literature that is linking macroeconomic news to exchange rates at daily frequency, at high frequency, and I'm going to discuss it a bit more later. It is also, of course, linked to the literature that studies survey data expectations. So we're going to rely a lot on survey data in this paper. You're going to see how this will be done. So here I'm listing a set of papers that either document that essentially survey-based exchange rate expectations show deviation from FIRE, or they have studied essentially properties of subjective excess returns. And then finally, there is a recent literature that has rekindled the excitement of using survey data, because it documents that actually survey-based expectations are also linked to actions or positions. So there is validity in terms of using these survey-based expectations and treating them as the beliefs of the marginal trader. So in particular, regarding exchange rates, Jenny and I have a paper documenting that. Okay, so what is the outline for today's presentation? So first, I'm going to present a theoretical link between macroeconomic news and exchange rates, just to frame ideas of why you should expect that macroeconomic news should be connected to exchange rates. Second, we're going to document our main empirical fact and essentially show you that exchange rates are connected to macroeconomic surprises. Then we're going to essentially perform a very well-known exchange rate decomposition using novel econometric techniques in order to see to what extent the reconnect that we're going to find between exchange rate and macroeconomic news is due to the currency risk premium or due to the inflation rate component or the interest rate component of exchange rates. And then finally, we're going to study the link between macro news and the various subcomponents of exchange rates. So how can you essentially link macro surprises to exchange rates, thinking about theory? So let's start with this well-known decomposition that I'm going to derive later on in the talk using more micro foundation. But for now, let me tell you that one way to decompose the exchange rate change, and this could be a decomposition performed at any frequency, it could be daily, monthly, quarterly, is that you can express the exchange rate change as a function of lag components and forward-looking components. So what are the lag components? So you have your standard UIP components. So this is the relative interest rates between country I and the US. And you have your currency risk premium component, which here is defined as the expected excess return of being long the US bond and short the bond of country I. And then you have what we call the forward-looking component. So the forward-looking component, it's about revisions in expectations over the relative inflation paths of the two countries, the relative interest rates path, and also over the path of currency risk premium. So that's why we call it forward-looking, because
3 graus mais quente que eu.
It's about revisions in
Tá com febre
expectations.
muito, né?
So notice that the expectations here, we have tilde on top of them to indicate that they could be subjective. They don't have to be rational expectations. So let me link this decomposition to what the existing literature has done so far. So I already mentioned this very exciting literature that has focused on the link between contemporaneous macro news and exchange rate changes at daily frequency. They have found that on days with macro news releases, macroeconomic surprises, defined as realization minus survey-based expectations of the given macroeconomic fundamental, are an important driver of exchange rates. So, for example, Linda also has a very nice paper in the literature, and I believe she's in the audience as well. Now, how do we link this daily literature, if you wish, or high frequency literature to lower frequencies, such as monthly and quarterly? There is a very interesting paper by Altavio, Giannone, and Mudugno that attempt to do that. So what they do is they take these daily regressions and they regress the daily exchange rate change on contemporaneous news. Then they construct a monthly macro news index by summing up the fitted values from this first stage regression. However, they show that contemporaneous macro news do not explain much of the monthly exchange rate change variation, right? So using this monthly macro index, unfortunately, they do not find much success in terms of explaining exchange rate changes at monthly frequency. So what is missing? So how come I'm telling you here that we're going to find significant explanatory power of macroeconomic news? What's missing is that effectively, so far, this literature has focused only on the relationship between exchange rate changes today and macroeconomic news today, right? So why are they doing that? Well, there's a lot of sense to kind of take this approach. So assuming full information rational expectation and assuming this lag component of exchange rate changes, which you can actually think of as just the daily expected exchange rate change, if you think of this as the daily decomposition of exchange rates. So if you assume that this is second order, so we know at least for quarterly frequency that indeed this is going to be second order. Then under FIRE, indeed, it should be only contemporaneous macro news that should drive daily exchange rates. So it kind of makes a lot of sense that the literature has focused on the relationship only with contemporaneous news. However, there is a growing literature documenting the importance of deviation from FIRE when studying survey-based expectations, which implies that lagged macro news should also matter. So how can we represent this using this decomposition? Well, we can take our forward-looking component and decompose it into parts. The first part we call the forward-looking component under FIRE, and the second one essentially captures the deviation from FIRE. So now, looking at this augmented decomposition, you can ask yourself the question, well, through what channels would lagged macro surprises affect exchange rate changes? It could be via the lag component, but most likely it's going to be through the forward-looking component that features deviations from FIRE. Right? So at this point, we cannot differentiate, given the analysis we have done, which one it is. But later on, we're going to present evidence that it is most likely coming from this forward-looking component. Now, what are the theories that feature deviation from FIRE that also would imply that lagged macro surprises would matter? So a lot of the theories that have deviation from FIRE, and they use that to explain survey-based expectations, can be isomorphic to, or often isomorphic to, models with dispersed or imperfect information with respect to the state variables and some form of learning, or models where agents do not know the true parameters of the data generating process. So Angeletos and co-authors have a very nice recent MBR macro annual paper that actually presents a very detailed literature view of these papers if you're interested. Jenny and I in particular have a recent papers that features deviation from FIRE with respect to exchange rates and has a model effectively matching the survey data with such properties. So these models are going to imply a theoretical link between lagged macro surprises and the subjective forward-looking component of exchange rate changes. So essentially, that's what we're going to do here. We're going to allow for lagged macro surprises in this relationship. So how do we do that? So we're going to take the two-step procedure that was used by Altavio and Giannoni and Modugno, but we're going to extend it. So effectively what we're going to do is in the first stage, we're going to regress the daily exchange rate change on macro news, not only today, but also up to 1,026 lags in the past. Given that there are many lags to estimate even using daily data, given that we're also going to allow for many surprises, we're going to have to impose some restrictions to be able to estimate these regressions. So the restrictions that we impose is that between days 4 and 21, which these are working days, by the way, so it doesn't include the weekends, between days 22, 42, etc., we impose that the estimated coefficients have to be the same. So this is the same as summing up the lagged macro surprises to monthly, essentially, horizons and including those sums in the regressions. What it's also going to do is effectively generate this dynamic stepwise response of exchange rates to each macro surprise. And this way we can summarize the impact of each macro surprise using only 10 coefficients. Later on, we're going to estimate this first stage regression using two alternative ways as a robustness check to see whether our results are going to change substantially if we relax a lot of these assumptions. So once we estimate this regression, in the second stage, we're going to construct this macro news index, which will be constructed by taking the fitted values from these first stage regressions and summing them up to quarterly frequency. And then we're going to just regress the quarterly exchange rate change on effectively this quarterly macro news index and study the adjusted R-squared from this regression. So what is the data that we're going to use? So we're going to use surprises in macroeconomic data releases on activity, inflation, trade, the labor market, and monetary policy. Unlike the paper by Altavio and co-authors, we're not going to use only US surprises, but we're going to use also the surprises of the other countries as well. And of course, we're allowing for a very rich lag structure. So the data sources will be Bloomberg for the expectations and Informa global markets. And given the availability of the expectations data, we're going to consider the sample from 2001 and 2015. So let me show you the results from the first stage regression. So the number of surprises, you can think of this as 10 surprises, and each surprise is going to have 10 estimated parameters. So if you multiply the numbers of prices by 10, you're going to know how many coefficients we're estimating using these daily regressions. And here the number of observations that we have for each regression that we estimate. So here you have the unadjusted R-squared from the first stage regression. So even essentially allowing for so many lags, we still can explain only up to 12% of the daily exchange rate change variation, right? So it definitely is not the majority of the daily exchange rate movement that are explained by these macro surprises. For those of you that come from the exchange rate literature, this might not come as a surprise given the importance of essentially chartist and trend and non-fundamental trading at this frequency. So we do expect to do better at lower frequency in terms of macro news measuring more. And that's what we're going to find. So this is the second stage regressions. So what you see here is the adjusted R square, and this is the Australian dollar against the US and so on and so forth. And this is the panel estimates. So in the panel, we find that 71% of the quarterly exchange rate change variation can be explained by macroeconomic news. Notice that this is a conference organized by the ECB. So for Europe, it's 87%. So that's a pretty high number, I would say, almost all of it. And for the financial centers, we tend to do better. So the Swiss franc 67%, the pound 75%, sorry, 76%, 75% for the pound, and for the Japanese yen, it's 74%. Now, we can do a bit better, right? We can see when macro news matter more. So this is what this regression is showing you. So we're splitting the sample into US recessions, not US recessions, and here high VIX versus low VIX. So again, this is the second stage regression. And you can see that these macro surprises tend to matter more during periods of recession. So we explain 88% of the panel variation. And when the VIX is high, we explain 77% of the exchange rate change variation. Now, moreover, you might wonder, what is the importance of the contemporaneous surprises versus the lags, given how much of a big deal I've made of this so far? And moreover, which type of indicators and news matter the most for exchange rate movement? So this is the decomposition we do here. How do we do it? Well, from the first stage regression, we can split the regressors, right? So for example, to get the contemporaneous, we're counting the news today, but we're even allowing the contemporaneous contribution to count the previous 3 lags, to allow for the fact that there are holidays in some countries, given that we're using US news also to explain Australia, et cetera, et cetera. So we're giving essentially the benefit of the doubt to the contemporaneous news component. And you can see that in the panel, we can explain only 4% using contemporaneous news, which is consistent with the result by Altavio and Quarters. And the lag contribution, so this is the contribution of lag news, is 70% effectively. Now, what about the different concepts? So when we split by concepts, so here inflation, activity, external contributions such as trade balance news, for example, and monetary contributions, you can see that the activity contribution is the highest. So this will be GDP, unemployment, etc. And actually across different first stage specifications, this is the most robust result. The activity news matter the most for exchange rate determination. There is some correlation across the prices. Definitely a lot of the correlation is contemporaneous, which you would expect, but there is some autocorrelation over time as well. And then also we haven't shown it in this paper, but we find that foreign surprises are as important as US surprises as well for the determination of the exchange rate change. Now, you might wonder how come lags matter so much, right? What is another way to effectively show the importance of lags? We can take the standard Jordan local projection method and effectively regress the exchange rate between periods T-1 using daily data and T plus H, dates from today, on the surprise in period T. Now we are including here all the contemporaneous surprises on the given date to capture the correlation across surprises on the particular date. Now, if the surprises are IID over time, which they're not completely IID, but the assumption is not too strong, then there'll be the following relationship between the impulse response, the estimated coefficients from these impulse response regressions, and effectively the benchmark regression that I showed you in the previous slide, where we were regressing the daily exchange rate change on a number of lags, J indicating the lag of the surprise. So effectively, this impulse response coefficient from this regression is just going to be equal to the sum of all the lags that we estimate in the benchmark regression for a given surprise. So in that case, if only the contemporaneous response to macro surprises matter, the impulse response H periods ahead should be very similar to the one on the day of the announcement. So when we plot these impulse responses, that's not what you see, right? So here what I'm plotting is the pound per $1 and these are the UK surprises in particular. And what you find that over time, actually, the effect becomes much stronger, and it's significantly stronger than the effect on the particular day when the announcement was made. So in terms of interpreting these impulse responses, so this goes into the territory of the literature that documents the relationship at daily frequency between surprises and exchange rates. So I want to make a side note that one has to be a little bit careful in terms of interpreting these daily surprises. So for example, if you take here the response of exchange rate changes to news related to the UK GDP, you might say that it kind of makes sense, right? So you're finding that when you have negative news regarding the US GDP, you're going to find that effectively this will be associated with depreciation of the pound, right? And you might say that's the case because, let's say, the interest rate in the US is going to, in the UK is going to fall, which is through the interest rate component, it's going to depreciate the pound. The reason why I say you have to be careful, in particular when you interpret the impact of the US news, is that actually in our work, we show that the currency risk premium is going to be the main driver of exchange rates. US news are going to be a very crucial driver of currency risk premium. And often the direction in which, let's say, announcement regarding GDP or GDP surprise is going to drive the currency risk premium could be completely the opposite, in opposite sign of the impact on the interest rate component or the inflation component. So I'm just putting this as a side note. So for that reason, we're very careful in what we're going to essentially present in the next version of the draft to essentially separate periods of high VIX, low VIX, recessions, etc., precisely to capture the differential impact of these surprises, particularly for the US on exchange rates. And indeed, there are differences between the different regimes coming primarily to the currency risk premium. So is this result surprising? Actually, it's not. There is a very well-known literature in finance that documents very similar effects and very similar post-announcement drifts, if you wish, with respect to bond markets. So these two papers in particular and many others have documented it with respect to post-monetary policy announcement drifts in bond markets. And of course, there is the post-earnings announcement drifts in equity markets. So all of these papers document similar increase in the importance of these announcements on equity or bonds. Now, in terms of robustness checks, we are very careful in terms of restricting, essentially relaxing some of the restrictions we imposed, particularly in the first stage regression. So instead of essentially constraining the coefficients in the first stage to be the same over the month, we can use a Bayesian estimation in the first stage and standard priors. So this is related to the rich regressions, and then we can estimate our two-stage procedure in this way. So what you're going to find is that actually the unadjusted R-square increases a lot in the first stage to 40%. And then it does drop a bit in terms of the second stage, it goes down to 55%. You can also take the Jordan projection method that we just showed you, and assuming that the macro surprises are not correlated over time, which is somewhat strong assumption, but you can take this assumption. And then what is the benefit of this way of estimating the first stage, if you wish? Well, so it's going to allow for fewer estimated coefficients in the first stage per regression. So we don't have to estimate 200 parameters per regression. Also, it allows us to include first stage interaction, let's say with the global financial crisis in the VIX. And you can see that still you find a pretty high adjusted R-square in the second stage. So in the case with no interactions, it's 47%. If we interact with the VIX, it's 57%. And with the global financial crisis, 42%. So these are just different ways of doing the first stage regressions. Now, let me jump into the decomposition of the exchange rate change. And why is that decomposition important? So the decomposition that I already presented to you just comes from the definition of the currency risk premium or expected excess return. So it's an accounting identity. So here, let's take the quarterly frequency, and we can define the expected excess return as being long the 3-month US bond and short the 3-month foreign bond. So iterating this currency risk premium equation forward, you can essentially express the level of the nominal exchange rates as a function of the relative interest rates, the currency risk premium, and the long-run nominal interest rate. The long-run nominal exchange rate. Now, taking the change of this equation is how you get to the decomposition that I already showed you on slide 2. So here we have that the quarterly exchange rate change indeed is a function of the UIP term, the currency risk premium in period T, and the forward-looking components, which are just the revisions and expectations of the relative policy rates over the currency risk premium. And then assuming that the real exchange rate is transstationary, you can express the revision and expectations of the long-run nominal exchange rate as the revisions and expectations over the relative inflation paths of the two countries. Now, we can actually estimate the components of this exchange rate change decomposition. Why is that valuable? So you might think that the reconnect that we find is coming from the fact that, let's say, the monetary policy component or the inflation component is connected to macro surprises. So naturally, you might think that's where it comes from. And maybe you might think that the currency risk premium components are not very strongly correlated with macro surprises. So that's what it's important to understand where the relationship comes from, because it's going to guide us what type of models, in particular of currency risk premium, we want to have in order to explain exchange rates. So in order to decompose the exchange rate change, then we need expectations of interest rates, inflation, and exchange rates. So how do we get those? So to estimate the exchange rate change components, we need these expectations. Existing papers use expectations implied by standard VARs. Unfortunately, standard VARs produce unrealistic expectations due to small sample bias. So particularly when we're talking about long-run expectations, you're going to find that they tend to be quite flat and unrealistic. And given that these sums are effectively undiscounted sums of revisions and expectations, you're really going to bias your results. So what we do is borrow from the term structure literature that uses survey data to discipline these VARs. So how do they do it? They don't take the survey data and just put it as another variable in the VAR. They use the survey data as a constraint to the VAR. So effectively, they make sure that the expectations implied by the VAR match quite closely the survey data. So you can think of this estimation as effectively a structured way to interpolate or extrapolate survey data to other horizons. So that's one way to interpret it. So why survey data? Why is survey data useful? So once again, essentially, we do find evidence that survey exchange rate forecasts are strongly related to asset positions in currency derivative market. So effectively, we find that the average OTC trader, the positions of the average OTC trader is indeed correlated with consensus economics expectations on exchange rates, meaning that indeed we are capturing the marginal trader here, which is what we want to capture in this decomposition. And moreover, they have nice properties. So in the VAR, we are going to estimate a bilateral VAR for each country, which includes Australia, for example, and the US, Canada, and the US. And it's quite rich in the sense that we have the real exchange rate, CPI inflation, GDP gap, current account to GDP ratio, 3-month bill rate, yield curve slope and curvature, the VIX and the TED. So there are quite a lot of variables in there, which is needed in order to really fit the survey data well. And then on top of that, we're going to impose these constraints that the expectations implied by the VAR match quite closely the survey data. In particular, we'll be matching 3-month interest rates, 10-year yields, inflation and exchange rates for horizons from 3 months to 10 years ahead. Now, in the interest of time, I'm just going to show you the most interesting results from the VAR, which is effectively how much does it matter whether you estimate the VAR by disciplining it with the survey data, or you just take this pretty rich standard VAR and do not impose the additional constraints that it should match the survey data. Well, so let's take the 3-month interest rate, and these are the long horizon expectations. So in red, you have the VAR without survey data. In blue, you have the survey-based VAR, and then in black, you have the actual blue chip expectations that come from the data. You're going to see that in the VAR that is augmented with survey data, we do match quite well the actual survey data, right? It's imposed as a constraint in the VAR. But the result would be quite different if you just use a standard VAR, even though it's quite rich VAR in terms of the variables that we include there, right? So that the expectations are much flatter because of the small sample bias, particularly for long horizons. Now, when we go to CPI inflation, the difference is even more striking, right? So this is your survey-based long-run expectations on CPI inflation, and this is your standard VAR expectations. So this is just to show you how important it is to not just take a standard VAR and do this decomposition, because you can't really trust the results that you're going to get. For exchange rates, the difference is huge, right? So the survey-based expectations on exchange rates are very different from the VAR-based exchange rate expectations. And this is what it's shown here. Now, let's take this decomposition. Decomposition and do a standard variance covariance decomposition that people have done in the literature. So you can decompose the exchange rate change into the monetary policy components. This is the relative inflation component and the currency risk premium components. And of course, there are a bunch of covariance terms which are reported in the paper, but not on the slide for brevity. You can see that, not surprisingly, given what we know from the existing literature, the currency risk premium component is almost as volatile as the exchange rate. Right, so this is a result that is confirmed here. the volatility of the monetary policy component is about half the volatility of the essentially exchange rate change component, and the inflation term is the least volatile. Of course, they don't sum up to the exchange rate change volatility just because there is the covariance term that I'm not showing you here, and these terms are quite correlated. But what's important is that, in particular, the forward-looking component is almost as volatile as the exchange rate change itself. So taking particularly the quarterly horizon, actually the lag terms don't matter that much in terms of explaining the exchange rate change movements. Now, why am I showing you this? Well, often in that literature, what people did is say, well, the currency risk premium pretty much explains most of the variation. And often that literature interpreted this as being just financial shocks and financial news. And as a result, often we see these days models that try to reconnect exchange rates to financial variables, but not to macro variables. However, currency risk premium are endogenous variable, right? It might be correlated very strongly with macro surprises, which is what we're going to show you here. So we can take these components and effectively see to what extent they're driven by this macro news using a very similar methodology. We're going to augment it slightly because we cannot expect that only the exchange rate quarterly news index will be sufficient to explain the variation, right? So technically, we would like to have, the inflation at daily frequency, but we don't. However, we do have yields at daily frequency, so we use that information. So additionally to the exchange rate macro news index, we are going to construct news indices using the level of the short rate and the yield curve slope and curvature. So these are another 3 macro news indices. And these are the first stage regression. So in terms of how much do we explain the variation of using macro news of the change of the 3-month bill rate. This is the yield, the curve slope, and the yield curve curvature. So you can see that with respect to essentially the interest rate macro news indices, we can explain in some cases a little bit more of the variation, but it's still not more than 20%. So 20% is the highest number that you're going to see here. So we're not overfitting the daily yield curve changes. So this is the second stage regressions. You can see that effectively now when we use all 4 macro news indices on the right-hand side, these are the adjusted R-squares that we find. So in the panel, the currency risk premium, 53% of it is explained using this macro news. Notice for the euro, it's 75%. So for the euro, actually, macro news matter a lot. And then the results are a bit weaker for inflation because we don't have, unfortunately, daily inflation rate that we can use to construct a macro news index here. But still more than 50% of the variation of the currency risk premium can be explained by macro news. So one thing to note is that we do an additional decomposition where we can split the macro news not just into lags starting from day 3 up until day 126, but we can also split it into lags starting from 3 months up to 6 months, right? Given that this is a quarterly data, if we estimate what is the contribution of macro news 3 months ago to 6 months ago, this is truly before the quarterly exchange rate change between today and tomorrow, right? So we're truly using lagged macro news even from the perspective of the quarterly decomposition. So when we do that, we find that actually this lagged news from 3 months back in time up to 6 months explain a significant fraction of the exchange rate change variation and the components. So this is an indirect way of us knowing that actually the deviation from prior must matter because they're explaining the forward-looking components, right? They're explaining the revisions in expectations of the quarterly frequency of the currency risk premium, inflation, and interest rates, and they definitely are news that occurred prior to this quarter. Right? So this is a sign the deviation from prior is important here to explain the results. And what this tells you is that theories must include a channel that connects macro information to exchange rates through expected excess returns. So this is an additional result that comes out of this slide, given that more than 50% of the currency risk premium is explained by macro news. And then again, we can do the high VIX, low VIX, and the US recession and no recession decomposition. And you can see that with respect to the components, once again, effectively during the periods of recession, macro news matter more, and when the VIX is high, macro news once again matter more. So conclusion, so what we do in this paper is we use high frequency macro surprises along with a novel survey-based exchange rate decomposition to document that macro news drive a large majority of quarterly exchange rate change variation, up to 87% bilaterally and 71% of a panel of advanced economies against the US dollar. Longer lasting dynamics in the response of macro news is a crucial element as we document. excess returns are still the most volatile component of exchange rates, but they too are largely driven by macro news. And then finally, these new facts support theories that link macro variables to exchange rates through excess return and allow for deviation from FIRE. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vanya, for the interesting presentation. I would suggest immediately jump to Liliana with her discussion.
Hi, yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this paper that, as you have seen, is great. So wait, let me start. Yes. So this paper is, I find the paper is super interesting, and the question and it's in the main topic, right? So, and one of the things that is very nice is when you read the paper, you see that it's very carefully done, and Vanya and Jenny already thought of many of the questions that you come up with. So they really thought deeply about everything while they were doing it. So I will focus on my discussion on the questions that I didn't find answered in the paper. So the paper is, if you see the paper, there are many things that they do. So the paper is fully achieved, mainly fully achieved. So what I'm going to do is to try to offer some suggestions and raise some questions that I had read when I was reading the paper. So they address a very important question, which is whether macro news affects exchange rate changes at a lower frequency, and then they're going to ask through which channel, right? So, and the result is going to be yes, macro news are going to affect exchange rate changes contemporaneously and also lag it. And as Vanya clearly said, most of the impact come from lagging macro surprises that account for 2/3 of exchange rate changes. Now, then they're going to address and they're going to ask which channel, and they're going to show that the main channel is going to be changes in expected exchange return, changes in expected exchange return, and then but the macro news are also going to affect in interest rates, differentials, and inflation. Now, it's very interesting because methodologically they're going to bring from the for the government bond literature a decomposition where they're going to use forecast surveys, professional surveys to amend VAERs. Right now, what is intuition? Well, intuition is that macro news are going to affect the path of the exchange rate because agents might not be fully rational or not have full information, and then news are going to affect their expectations, and this is going to affect the exchange rate changes. So Vanya already explained super well, but let me give you like a 2-slide summary of the main of the 2 main exercises. So in the first part of the paper, what I will call the first part of the paper, they're going to ask whether macro news affect exchange rate changes at a lower frequency. So the first thing that they're going to do is to identify news and surprises. And for that, what they're going to do is to say, well, what is a news or a surprise? Which is the difference between the actual release and the forecast from the survey. And they're going to do they're going to use different indicators like in activity, GDP, inflation, trade balance, and some indicators of the labor market. And then they're going to use a 2-step procedure to create this macro index at the quarterly frequency. How they're going to construct this macro index? Well, they're going to use this 2-step procedure to see how this macro news affects the exchange rate change. The first step is going to be to construct the macro index, and the second step is going to be to estimate the impact of the macro index news into the change in the exchange rate. So I'm going to present, this is, I hope I changed the notation a little bit, but I hope I follow closely what Vanya and Jenny did. So basically the first step, they're going to regress the change in the exchange rate daily on surprises. K is going to be each different surprise. That could be the GDP, inflation, trade balance, etc. The surprise here is the actual minus the forecast. D is going to be day, and T is going to be quarter, right? So they're going to estimate one coefficient for each of the surprises, and then they're going to estimate different coefficients. So for the first 3 days after the surprise, they're going to estimate a particular coefficient, and then they're going to kind of collapse the coefficients or collapse or put together the coefficients of the surprises during the following months. So they're going to estimate the surprises that follow the 3 days within a month together. Then they're going to do the same for the second month until the 6th month. Right? So, and this is, they're going to estimate the regression, and then they're going to compute the predicted value of the exchange rate. Then using the predicted value of the exchange rate that is at the daily frequency, they're going to add up and they're going to construct this macro index, which is the end of quarter change in the exchange rate, which is explained by surprises. And they're going to regress the actual change in the exchange rate on this change in the exchange rate that is explained by micro surprises. So the beta here is gonna capture how much of the exchange rate variation associated with exchange rate changes that arise from micro surprises, right? So that's the first exercise that they're gonna do. And then they're gonna study which channel, and again, I'm following the decomposition that is in the paper, and basically they're gonna show that you can decompose the nominal exchange rate into basically three terms. One term reflects interest rate differential, the other term reflects expected excess returns, and the other term reflects the long-term exchange rate level. Now, the key thing here is that the terms in blue are going to have expectations and news or revisions of these expectations. So the key is going to be that if Asians don't have full information on rational expectations, then news are going to affect their expectations. So they're going to affect these terms, and this is going to affect the exchange rate change, right? So this is what we want to capture. We want to capture how macro news affect the expectation of the Asians, and this is going to affect the current exchange rate change, right? Okay, so here are my comments. As I was saying, I think the paper, they thought of many things, and they did much more than what Vanya said. So I'm just gonna focus on the elements that I think they need a little bit more of elaboration. So here is a table that Vanya showed. This is the second stage. This is basically the result of the second equation here, which is the change in the exchange rate on the macro index, on the macro news index. Right? So the first comment that I have here is, so as Vanya said, this macro index, the change in the exchange rate explained by the macro index explains an important part of the variation of exchange rate. Here you see the R square is quite high. For the euro is 87%, for the pound is 75%. So it's very high, but there is heterogeneity. For example, for Canada, it's only 52%. So I think what it will be interesting to do is to try to dig a little bit more on why there is this heterogeneity, right? So put it differently, is this heterogeneity driven because macro news don't affect too much the exchange rate in Canada, or could be something that is some noise in the way we measure announcements and surprises for the Canadian dollar, right? So I think it would be interesting to dig a little bit more in terms of what is the economic interpretation and what is going on in this heterogeneity across advanced economies. Similarly, it's for the coefficients on the regression. So if you look at the coefficient for the exchange for the euro, so you see that the coefficient is higher than 1, which says that the change in the exchange rate explained by macro news affects the change in the exchange rate more than proportionally, right? And if you look at Canada, the coefficient is only 0.9. Now, I'm not sure whether these coefficients are statistically different from 1, but actually, if the coefficient of the euro is statistically different from 1, then actually, this is actually interesting because it says that when you have news affecting the exchange rate, so this macro index actually has a large impact on the change in the exchange rate and creates a high volatility. So this could actually be very interesting because it can tell you something different about the stochastic process of the exchange rate of the euro and the Canadian dollar, for example. Right? So I think that would be interesting to have a look at. So then what they do is to decompose these results on the second stage, and they do several exercises. So on the first exercise that they do is this log where if you see my mouse, so it's divide the contribution between the contemporaneous contribution and the lagging contribution. And I think this is very interesting because this is what they show, that most of the impact on the exchange rate change come from the lagging contribution. I think Vanya at the end, she said that mostly come from what happens after the third month, but I didn't see that result in the paper. Actually, that was my question. It's like, if we're talking about, is it lagging contribution? Which lag? Is it 1 month, 2 months, 6 months? And I think this is interesting, not only in terms of understanding what is the form of that expectation that Asians have on their expectations, but also for policy implications. If I have a news today, do we expect that the exchange rate is going to change today, tomorrow, next month, or six months ahead? So I think that is interesting to like just highlight a little bit more. That would be interesting to know. The second decomposition that they do is by what are the concepts that affect more the exchange rate. And as Vanya said, clearly said, the activity is one of the main that explain, and you can see it in the panel regression, explain 53%, and if you look across country, is the same. But I like to know a little bit more about, for example, the external contribution. I know I'm picking on the one that I didn't understand, but I think it will be interesting to know more about the economics of this. So for example, for the euro, what you get is that the trade balance of external contribution is a big part of the exchange rate. News to the trade balance is a big part of the exchange rate change, right? But when you look at the UK, this number is negligible, right? If you look at the Swiss franc, Canadian dollar, or Norway, still the numbers are negligible. So I was wondering why for the UK is so low and for the euro is so high. And especially because if I think of these countries, UK, Norway, Swiss franc, they are very open economies. So I was puzzled of why the news to the trade balance are not that important. So I think that would be something interesting to know. It's like, okay, once you have the result, what do I learn from this in terms of different currencies and the heterogeneity across currencies, right? What this implies economically in terms of this. And I think in this sense, I think that giving examples and try to understand this a little bit more will have the narrative, because it will translate these numbers into real experiences, right? So at least to me. So the last comment about this is about the Bayesian estimation. So Vanya already said, when you estimate using the Bayesian estimation, the R-square are lower. And I think will be, so for example, for the euro, we went from an R-square of 80% to an R-square of 63%. For the pound, from 75 to 66. So especially for the euro, the drop is quite high. So I'm not an econometrician. I don't know about that, and this. But I think it would be more interesting if the authors can work a little bit more on explaining why the R-square of the second stage, because they do explain the first stage, but not the second stage, when the second stage drops a little bit more. So this doesn't invalidate any of the analysis that they do, but I think in terms of understanding a little bit more of what are the macro news and how they affect the exchange rate, it will be interesting to dig a little bit more about that. The other thing is, again, like picking, I am being very picky. Like if you look at the external contribution and you look at the euro, the red square here, so remember that this number was more than 60% with OLS. Well, when you do the Bayesian estimation, you get that the contribution is 3%. So it just dropped immediately. And again, I think there is nothing more, but there's nothing bad, but it's just telling me, okay, there is something here in the assumption of these estimations that I don't know, that I'm sure you guys know, that it would be nice to highlight there of why this happens. So with respect to, so then they go and they study, okay, what is the channel? And they show very clearly that the most, so they divide the exchange rate change into this interrate differential. This is what I said in the second slide, this expected exchange returns and this long run level of exchange rate. And what they show is that if you look at the blue line, the second square, you see that the volatility of the expected exchange returns is very high and is very close to the volatility that you see on the exchange rate change. So it seems that the expected exchange returns is the major part of the, or is the most volatile component that you have in the exchange rate, in the exchange rate change. But I think it will be interesting, given that all these things are very volatile, excess returns are also very volatile, current excess return. I think it would be interesting to estimate the terms that have the expectations, this phi, the sigma, and the well, this is the long run level is already estimated separately. But I think it would be nice to estimate them separately and not only the term, but just to know separately, at least as a robustness, to make sure that, okay, it's true. It is coming from the expectation and not from the contemporaneous effect. Right? So, yeah. So finally, so in the last part, so they say, okay, now I want to link. So once I show you that the volatility of the exchange rate seems to be very associated with the volatility of the components that depends on the expectation part. Now I want to know the deviation from fire. I want to know how news affect this expectation, right? So I want to come back to the main question. So what they're gonna do first is to create new more index, macro index, as Pani explained, with the 3 months bill rate and with the slope curvature of the yield curve, and they estimate, and the one that they had of the exchange rate, and they estimate all together to see what is the impact on the 3 components. And here my feeling was like, okay, this is great, but I still want to keep the exchange rate. So show me first exchange rate, and then show me the others, because somehow I feel that you're cheating because you're giving me more information than what I was having before, right? So I think, okay, at least as a robustness, first show me what you were doing about your first macro index, and then show me the others, because otherwise now I don't know where it's coming from, right? So that was my first comment. And then again, here I would push you again to understand a little bit more the heterogeneity, because it's true when you look at, so here again, this is the R square of the second stage, and you see indeed that the volatility of the expected excess return, this 53 of the panel, is the one that is the biggest or is closer to the volatility that we observe in the exposed exchange rate. But there is a lot of, again, there is a lot of heterogeneity. In the euro is very high, but for Canada, again, is very, this number is very low. So again, it will be interesting to understand a little bit more the differences across countries. For example, if you look at the euro column, so it's clearly that the volatility of the expected exchange rate is the one that is closer to the volatility of the exchange rate. When you look at the pound, then actually what you see is that the component that matters the most is the long-term inflation. Right? And when you look at the Swiss franc, the one that matters more is the interest rate differential. But I think that it would be interesting to, in terms of what are the financial centers, where people invest their currency, what are the risks that investors are facing, try to exploit a little bit the heterogeneity, because it seems that you have the methodology, so technically this is excellent, but I want to know more in terms of what is economics and what do I learn from these results, basically. That's my my comment here. So again, so I think the paper is great. I think I was convinced that macro news and expectations matter to explain exchange rate changes. I think that the approach that they're proposing is super interesting and it sheds light on a very important topics. But I'd like to know a little bit more about the economic interpretation of the results and potentially what are the policy implications. But probably policy implications are not for the paper.
Thanks a lot, Liliana, for this great discussion. I see there's been some activity in the chat, so I'm not sure, Vanya, if you have spotted these, but you know, whilst others may contemplate to ask questions and raise hands, and given that we're a bit tight on time, I hope that those who put the questions down find that I just quickly read them out and bundle them together. So the first question from Pina Erdem is basically a question on asymmetry for the surprises. So she would expect that there may be non-linearities in the results that could change if you have negative versus positive surprises. Could you provide some insights on that? Another question comes from Silvia Miranda Agrippino, who asks whether you can give a bit of intuition about what type of fire deviations you have in mind in your presentation. And then the third question comes from Laura Gatti, who asked basically whether you have a way to check whether longer lags, so more than 1 quarter ago of macro surprises, would also affect the exchange rates, and if so, how? And she also asks what deviations from FIRE does this point to? Meanwhile, I also see that Shebnem has her hand raised, so I give the floor to her now. Please go ahead.
Haha, so I go first, even I didn't write on the chat. Okay, very quick then. This is actually a broad question, and I think 2 of those questions in the chat, I think Sylvia's also touch upon that. I just want to understand this link to the older literature. When we say deviations from FIRE in the older literature, people kind of did a very simple thing, going back to, Frankel and Fruit and all. They look at the forecast error in the exchange rate, right? So the exchange rate and expectation of exchange rate, and try to see if that correlates with the fundamental. And that fundamental was, of course, interest rate differential, right? And it does. So that means these guys were stupid. They could have predicted it. They didn't. So deviations from FIRE. Okay. Now you're doing something actually broader than that. You are using that forecast error on the macro stuff, right? And then to explain the exchange rate, actual exchange rate itself. But basically, if you just combine those equations, you go back to this thing that, well, okay, that means that original thing should have explained the exchange rate, why it didn't. So my question here is, do you think because of this surprise issue, right? I mean, so maybe in an environment where things are driven by surprises, call it GDP surprise, call it exchange rate surprise, whatever you are wrong, whatever error you have, that makes it very hard try to decide on, okay, it's deviation from FIRE or not FIRE when you just do these things in terms of interest rate difference. I just want to get your views on that. So maybe we should broaden our horizons to detect these type of deviations. And that comes to the exact deviation form you have in mind.
Thank you so much for wonderful discussion, Liliana. Given that you have a newborn baby, I'm really impressed by the amount of time you put in. So I really appreciate it. And Jenny, I know as well. So after Jenny will follow up, so I'll be very quick. So yeah, so fantastic discussion, great comments, and actually we are thinking in the same direction. So let me kind of tell you what some of the things that we've done and maybe we didn't have time to discuss, we include in the paper. So in terms of the deviation from FIRE, so Shebnem, you're right. So these forward-looking components indeed are the surprise. It's the exchange rate change minus the expected exchange rate change. And then of course we know from the old literature, one way to test for deviation from FIRE is to regress that on lagged variables on the right-hand side. If it's significant, the relationship, then you have a deviation from FIRE. So it's similar in that sense, right? So now here it's a bit different because it's about macro surprises, right? So we are saying that there is this daily literature which says, well, this kind of exchange rate surprise, which can be decomposed further into revisions and expectations over the various components, should be correlated with news today, only if it's essentially FIRE holds. And in particular, we put there the daily exchange rate decomposition because these are daily regressions. And then if we find that lags matter, then there has to be deviation from FIRE. Now it's a bit tricky because in this daily regression, technically, we should be controlling for the period T components and to isolate them from essentially the contribution of the lagged macro news to truly say that is deviation from FIRE. Unfortunately, we don't have 1 day ahead expectations of exchange rates, which is why we haven't been able to do that. And then we rely after on the quarterly surprises and finding that they're correlated with essentially macro news 3 months to 6 months ahead. So kind of that's the reference we're using to say there's deviation from FIRE. But it's absolutely very related. Now, what types of deviation from FIRE? So that's another great question, right? So there's a lot of exciting work in that field that many of you are familiar with. That's why I kind of put this paper by Angeleros and Quarters because it's quite nice because they summarize it very well. So one way to think about it is, well, where can the deviation from FIRE show up, right? You have some kind of model where you have a data generating process for exchange rates from, let's say, a general equilibrium model, and you have some, endogenous, exogenous state variables. You can have essentially that lagged macro news or lagged macro variables for that matter, not just macro news. Of course, you can express also lagged macro variables as a function of lagged macro news. Would matter if you just don't know the true parameters of the data generating process. So for example, Jenny and I have this other paper which kind of uses this kind of model and this type of deviation from FIRE to match the consensus economics data. But also you can have learning, right? Maybe you don't observe there is some demand shock that you don't observe and you're learning about this demand shock. So lagged macro news also going to matter. So definitely here we cannot differentiate that. Now, what I want to emphasize is that if we do all of these exercises, not using the consensus expectations, but individual level expectations, which we do have the data of. And then we're somehow able to control for these daily expectations in the first stage regression to clean out the lag, if you wish. Then, if we still find that using individual level exchange rate expectations, if the lags still matter, then it's truly deviation from rational expectations, right? Which goes to Koibon and Gordichenko. And we can do that because we do have, especially for the big banks, this individual level data, which is, we're not doing it here. But this will narrow it down, is it truly deviation from rational expectations or just full information is enough? But I think this is the extent to which we can say about deviation from phi. And I think there was a question, how much lags more than 1/4 matter? Yes, so we have separated now 3 months back to 6 months back precisely because we have the quarterly data and we find that actually they are very important, and we're going to add this paper to the tables to the paper. But yeah, so super interesting discussion. So Liliana, in a sense, we would love to do a lot of this stuff. We would love to push the interpretation. So one comment on why the financial centers. So why, for example, the currency risk premium, a big fraction of the European Union currency risk premium is driven by, it's explained by macro news. So if you think what's the currency risk premium, you can think of it as being as a function of the stochastic discount factor of the marginal investor, right? So if the stochastic discount factor of the marginal investor is very correlated with news about the European Union, which probably it is because it's a big, not just financial, but also economic center, then you would expect that, given that in the regressions we presented, we include both US news and US news related to the European Union, you would expect that indeed we should do a much better job at explaining effectively the currency risk premium component if the financial, the marginal trader is located, like in the US or Europe. So this is kind of potentially one of the justifications why Europe is doing so much better in terms of explaining so much more of the variation, just because we're using the European news. So they are probably in many ways as important as the US news for the SDF of the marginal trader, and as a result for the variation of the currency risk premium. Now, the other interesting heterogeneity that we see, so on the Bayesian VAR, it's important. So there is a reason why the Bayesian VAR is not our main specification. So the priors that we use are standard, but they're not necessarily the best priors, right? We're using a Minnesota prior, so everything is, the prior is that it's 0. And also there is a shrinkage. So we're assuming that the prior is stronger for the lags. When we showed you the impulse response plot, you see that actually the coefficient is essentially you have the post-announcement drift. If anything, the coefficient becomes more negative or more positive over time. And now we are forcing in the first stage, we are assuming much stronger priors for the lags in terms of to be closer to 0. Which is not necessarily a great assumption, right? So effectively, even though the price is standard, it doesn't mean they're good priors, what we're using for the Bayesian VAR, which is why we're using it as a robustness check. But it's hard to come up with another alternative prior, and it has to be essentially macro news specific, and we just don't know how to do it. If you have any ideas like Sylvia or other people, we would love to hear them. But that's why you probably see also this might explain some of the results, for example, for the trade balance. If you indeed the lags are significantly very, very different from 0, then you don't want to impose such a strong prior on the lags that they're close to 0. In terms of the heterogeneity, so technically to be able to explain more the heterogeneity, we need a structural model, because if you think about it, these macro news are correlated, but also the shocks are correlated across country, and the degree of correlation across countries is different. So at the end of the day, you need kind of some deeper structural model where these macro news are going to be a function of deep shocks, and then you're estimating then the correlation across the deep shocks across countries and try to explain to what extent it's coming from the financial side and the real side, but that has to be done in another paper. I don't think we'll be able to do much about it here. So am I missing something? Jenny, do you want to add something? I might have missed some of the questions. I'll have a look at my list.
No, I think you're doing a great job. But I think just to cover some more of the questions, the question on asymmetry of the surprises, we haven't done that yet, but it's something we can address. Vanya mentioned it briefly, but we did explore nonlinearities with respect to the effect of the surprises being different during times of high uncertainty or during the great financial crisis. I think, and the heterogeneity, just to kind of generalize a little bit of what Vanya said, I think part of the issues with the current result in the paper are that the surprises we include across different currencies is a function also of the data availability. So it's not the same set of surprises there for like Canada versus Euro. I think we can maybe get a little bit more of an idea of the heterogeneity if we restricted it, let's say, to only the US news and then see the heterogeneity across. But like the current set of results there, I wouldn't read too much into the heterogeneity yet.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jenny, and thanks a lot, Vanya. As we're starting to eat gradually into the break here, I unfortunately have to cut off this great presentation and discussion. I think there's still a lot of elements, that could have been said and discussed, but I leave it maybe for bilateral chats during the break or after the conference. So I want to thank the presenters, the discussants, and also those who contributed to the discussion in the Q&A for
Helene, I should know this, but are we just going straight into, am I just coming straight into it, or is somebody gonna say something?
No, I think it's best if you go straight into it.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I will take down the holding slide as a sign when everybody is here and we can begin. Okay. We're all here now, so I think we can begin.
We have Carmen. Great. Well, hello, my name is Stephanie Flanders. I'm Senior Executive Editor of Economics at Bloomberg, and I'm delighted to be here moderating what we believe may be one of the first senior all-women panels on central banking ever to be held, or at least we've decided that might well be true. It's certainly the first that any of us have ever taken part in. And after this great day of academic and path-breaking discussion, we have a big topic to discuss: how central banks can support a new social contract. Now, I'm conscious that some would say, maybe many would say, that the best way for central banks to support a new social contract is to keep well clear and to focus just on their knitting, on controlling inflation and letting politicians worry about things like society, because that's what politicians are elected to do. And the worry is that if central banks who aren't elected start wading into politically contentious areas, they're not going to be able to do even their core job very well. And if our conception of a better social contract in this discussion is going to also include an effective response to climate change, which I suspect it will, I think there are many people who have said that central banks should keep well clear of that too. We should be aware of mission creep. And you can want to build a better world and a cooler planet without necessarily wanting central banks to play an important role in that. So I think a good part of our discussion may well be about the proper boundaries of central bank policy and whether they've changed in the last few years. But if we've learned anything, especially in the response to the global financial crisis and the pandemic, it's that central bank policies can have very big social and political consequences, whether we like it or not. And that even though low interest rates, for example, have rescued economies from depression and have protected many people's incomes, they have also certainly raised asset prices, helped to raise asset prices and boosted the wealth of the very rich. So that's just one example, I suspect, that we will get into of why central bank policies matter to our society and not just the economy or a narrow view of the financial markets. And my amazing panelists will be talking about all of this and much more in this session. So let me get on with introducing them and we can get started. Dr. Isabel Schnabel has been a member of the European Central Bank's Executive Board for since the start of 2020. She's also been a member of the German Council of Economic Experts, and I think is still a professor of financial economics at the University of Bonn. Baroness Minouche Shafiq is now director of the London School of Economics, having more or less run out of senior policy jobs to do. Before that, she'd served as a deputy governor of the Bank of England, a senior civil servant at the International Department of International Development in the UK, and a senior official at both the IMF and the World Bank. She also just happens to have written a book, What We Owe Each Other, a New Social Contract, recently, which I suspect will come up in this discussion. And finally, we have Dr. Carmen Reinhardt, very well known to everybody here, I know, chief economist of the World Bank since last year and currently on leave from her position as professor of the international financial system at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. I mean, she's obviously all of the people on the panel, but certainly Carmen has been an economist whose research really has made a difference to policy making around the world over the years. Ladies, welcome. So glad to be here. So we agreed that you would each get to have a few words at the start about this broad topic, and then we will have a discussion, and I'm sure lots of questions from everybody here. But Isabel Schnabel, would you like to start?
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for the introduction. And I'm so delighted to be here today. I mean, I agree fully with Stephanie. This is very exceptional. I'm very impressed by all the great women who are not only on the panel, but also in the audience. So it's really, it's a great pleasure. I would have enjoyed it even more to sit with all of you, I mean, on the panel, but unfortunately we cannot do that yet, but I think we should agree that we repeat this in physical format as soon as possible, because I really think it's fantastic. So I would like to focus my remarks on how our new monetary policy strategy at the ECB deals with the challenges that societies are facing today, and how it makes sure that we as a central bank actually can meet our societal responsibility within the remit of our mandate. And the past decades have seen far-reaching trends. So we've seen globalization, digitalization, demographic changes, and all this has had a massive impact on our economies. And of course, it has also profoundly affected central banking. And this warranted a thorough review of our policy framework. And as you know, our review coincided with the outbreak of the pandemic. And the pandemic has given rise to new trends or has accelerated pre-existing trend. And I think it has also raised awareness of the urgency to tackle long-standing societal challenges such as climate change. And therefore, then our strategy review aimed at assessing how the ECB should adjust its monetary policy framework in view of all these long-term structural shifts in the economy. And I should stress that the review was, of course, not about our mandate as such, which is enshrined in the European Treaty. And I would say there still is broad consensus that maintaining price stability and protecting citizens' purchasing power is the best contribution that monetary policy can do to society. The ECB was granted a high degree of independence, but only in exchange for strict limitations to our mandate. And this independence also implies a high responsibility. So we need to explain our actions to the people of Europe and to the European Parliament as a representative of EU citizens. And we also need to listen and to take people's concerns into account if this is consistent with our mandate. And this is precisely what we did in the strategy review. So we also entered into a direct dialogue with the people in order to better understand their concerns about our monetary policy. And I would like to briefly summarize the most important changes of our review. And the first, of course, concerned the definition of price stability. So our new definition says that we have a symmetric inflation target of 2% over the medium term. And symmetry implies that deviations to the downside and to the upside are considered equally undesirable. And this new target will help us to firmly anchor inflation expectations at 2%. And while over the past decade, the main concern has been about a potential de-anchoring of inflation expectations to the downside, because inflation in the euro area had persistently fallen short of our aim, symmetry equally protects against the potential de-anchoring to the upside at times like today, when current inflation exceeds our inflation target by a considerable margin. We also noted that the price index that we are using in order to measure inflation, the HICP, does not adequately reflect the costs of owner-occupied housing. And this actually was one of the main concerns raised in the ECB Listens events, which were held as part of our strategy review. And therefore, we concluded that we should embark on a roadmap towards including the costs of owner-occupied housing in the HICP. The second important change related to the question how the ECB can protect price stability in the vicinity of the effective lower bound on nominal interest rates. And as many other central banks, the ECB had almost run out of conventional policy space already well before the pandemic. And therefore, we responded by substantially expanding our toolkit, employing tools like asset purchases and targeted longer-term refinancing operations. And our staff analysis shows quite clearly that these additional measures have been very effective in stimulating growth and inflation. And therefore, we decided to keep these instruments as part of our toolkit also in the future. In addition, we clarified that when the economy is actually close to the effective lower bound, that monetary policy needs to respond especially forcefully or persistently in order to avoid negative deviations from our inflation target becoming entrenched in expectations. And our new forward guidance has put this intention into practice by laying out this strict set of conditions for raising policy rates. And the intention, of course, is to avoid a premature tightening of financing conditions. In addition, we clarified that a more patient policy response could also imply a transitory period in which inflation is moderately above 2%. A third element was that the strategy review reconfirmed the important role of proportionality of our policy decisions. So our proportionality assessment entails a systematic analysis of the benefits and the costs of our policy measures. And this is relevant in at least two respects, and one of them was mentioned by Stephanie already. The first is that monetary policy may give rise to financial stability risks. And our monetary and financial analysis now explicitly acknowledges that financial stability is a precondition for price stability. And second, we also consider the distributional effects of our monetary policy measures on household income and wealth. And while our measures appear to support employment and incomes of the most vulnerable households, they also contribute to increases in asset prices, including house prices. And this may then in turn contribute to a widening wealth divergence among households, and our proportionality analysis takes such distributional effects into account. And finally, we devoted particular attention to the topic of climate change. So almost 50% of the respondents to our ECB Listen survey identified climate change as a societal challenge that the ECB should consider. And as a public institution, we cannot simply turn a blind eye to such concerns, provided that climate change affects our mandates and we have the tools to address or to help address its repercussions. Our analysis confirmed that both physical and transition risks have an impact on monetary policy transmission and therefore on our ability to achieve price stability. At the same time, of course, our mandate imposes limitations on the extent to which we can employ our instruments to support the green transition. But within these limitations, we have committed to an ambitious roadmap for integrating climate change considerations into the implementation of our monetary policy. And our action plan, and maybe we will talk about this later in more detail, comprises a wide range of initiatives. So in the areas of macroeconomic models, data, disclosure, collateral, and asset purchases. And in the years to come, we will translate these commitments into concrete measures. And by integrating climate change considerations into our monetary policy framework, we not only preserve price stability, but we also support, without prejudice to our primary objective of price stability, the economic policies of the European Union. So let me come to the end. So we have adapted our policy framework in order to deal with all these structural changes that we've seen, and in order to also address the wider societal challenges such as climate change. But our actions remain guided by our primary objective, price stability, which is our main contribution to safeguarding and improving social welfare. So if you consider the current juncture, we're seeing very high inflation rates, which are largely reflecting rising energy prices and shortages of many goods and services. And this high inflation is causing growing concerns among people, and we are taking these concerns very seriously. And the challenge that we are facing today is, of course, that we have to assess how persistent these price pressures will ultimately be. And at our last Governing Council meeting, we concluded that despite the uncertainty, there remain good reasons to believe that inflation in the euro area will visibly decline over the course of next year and gradually actually fall back below our target of 2% in the medium term, meaning that the conditions that we have defined in our forward guidance for raising rates are very unlikely to be satisfied next year. A premature tightening of monetary policy would hurt economic growth and would negatively affect employment, including for those people that are still out of work. At the same time, from today's perspective, the improved outlook suggests that the negative effects of the pandemic on the inflation path have been successfully countered, which brings us closer to the end of the pandemic emergency period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel. Minu Shafiq.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. So I agree with Isabel that the core mandate of central banks and the best thing we can do for the social contract is to deliver both price and financial stability, because we all know that episodes of high inflation hurt the poor the most, and we've seen that in many, many countries. And so, and similarly with episodes of financial instability, because they have the fewest tools to insure themselves and protect themselves from those shocks. But I also think that central banks need to be aware of the social consequences of their policies, and also be aware of how social policies affect central banking. And let me just give two examples. On the first point, how their policies affect social and political consequences, there's been a huge debate, as we all know, around how recent fairly aggressive monetary policies and quantitative easing have affected income distribution. And there's been quite a lot written in central banking circles around that. Now, we know that the effect of monetary policy on income distribution is complex and operates through multiple channels. Lower income households are more likely to lose their jobs during recessions. And so looser monetary policy is likely to increase employment and be good for them. On the other hand, richer households tend to have more assets and are likely to benefit from looser monetary policies through the asset price channel. And so the net effect is an empirical question, and it can vary across countries and across times. Now, I don't think central banks should be setting monetary policy with a view to altering income distribution, which is a deeply political thing and should be left in the hands of elected politicians, as Stephanie implied in her introduction. But central banks should be aware of the consequences of monetary policy for income and wealth, and collect data on these impacts and provide analysis to the fiscal authorities so that they are well informed and, if necessary, can act on that information. They should be paying attention to whether their policies have different impacts on different groups, like women or different parts of a country. And again, not to alter their policies, but to inform those whose mandate it is to worry about those issues, about the potential consequences. And I think it's fair to say that, I was at the Bank of England and I was responsible for implementing the QE policies. And when QE was born in a moment of crisis and emergency, and there wasn't a lot of time to do deep analysis on the wider consequences in the moment of the crisis. But I think now the wider body of work being done is really important and really useful. And if we have to use those instruments again, we should include it ex ante an analysis of those consequences. Let me give an example of the opposite point, which is how do social and political policies affect central banking? One of the most, one of the most important debates we're having these days is, why are the debate about secular stagnation? Now we know interest rates have been at historic lows because global savings is high relative to global investment. And why are global savings high? Because people face insecurity and populations are aging, which is why, of course, interest rates are lowest in the parts of the world that are aging the most, like Japan and Europe. And this results in a tendency to hoard savings, which reduces demand for goods and services and slows rates of economic growth. And of course, that's a big reason why what we call R star is so low. Now, if we had better social insurance, we could reduce this risk of secular stagnation. So for example, Chinese households save about 30 to 40% of their incomes, in part because until recently, they didn't have unemployment insurance or health insurance or reliable pensions. And so as social insurance is increasingly introduced in China, those really high savings rates could come down. And on the other side of the equation, investment is very low because governments haven't created an environment where firms see good opportunities to grow. But many elements of the social contract, such as more investment in education or infrastructure to reduce carbon emissions, could actually increase demand, especially in developing countries where profitable opportunities exist if risks can be reduced. And so the problem of secular stagnation is not one that central bankers and monetary policy can solve, but a better social contract could. And so central bankers should be happy to see policies like social insurance or support to families and education or green investment incentives, because they help reduce the need for precautionary savings, they increase the level of global investment, and they help us avoid the risks of secular stagnation. So I would close there.
There's lots of things there that we can get on with the discussion, and I also just want to remind people, I know we've got such smart and engaged people listening to this, as we mentioned at the start, that do put your questions in the chat, and I will feed it in to everybody. Carmen Reinhardt.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you for the organizers to invite me to this wonderful event. I also have to say that we are well past the view where central bankers are these suit-clad men that we have typically associated with central banking, very much thanks to Janet Yellen and Madame Lagarde, and of course many others around the world. But I will begin my remarks by actually congratulating central banks for a fabulous job. I have a historical tendency to do comparisons, and honestly, in the spring of 2020, when COVID started to spread, the collapse in economic activity, one of Helene's favorite indicators of capital flows to developing countries collapsed. The VIX, which I've tracked back to 1870, rose to levels not seen since the 1930s. And the central banks really came in and stabilized what really looked like a very, very exceptionally scary situation. I would point out that they could do that with such force also because we were coming out of price stability. So I do want to echo very much what Isabel and Minouche pointed out on the importance of not shortchanging the mandate of price stability. And both Isabel and Minouche also pointed out the distributional effects. One thing that hasn't been mentioned in the panel is that headline inflation does grab, that's why it's called headline, the attention of the public. But at the very near nitty-gritty level, food price inflation, which usually exceeds headline inflation, in effect, relative food prices tend to increase disproportionately during periods of high inflation, is an incredible regressive tax. So we can't lose sight that inflation as a whole is extremely regressive. It is regressive for many of the reasons that the panelists have pointed out, but I would add that the food dimension is critical. It is critical in high income within income groups, because consumption baskets change dramatically as you go to the lower income strata. Food and energy are dominant variables, and let alone when you go to emerging markets, where you have a much higher share of the population living in poverty, and the food price spikes that we are seeing are also quite worrisome. So, I would stress that an important part of that social contract is ensuring that the price stability that has been achieved in central banks, that we should not at any moment lose sight of that mandate. I would also add that, unfortunately, for all of us who are economists don't have a great track record in predicting turning points. And I think we are at a very tough spot here. And the dilemma that's been laid out by both Isabel and Minouche is a very real one. This is a typical two-handed, but in one hand, you have the concerns that premature tightening would undermine a recovery from the worst hit that the global economy, to my knowledge, has seen. If you look at the share of countries from 1900 to the present that had output declines, 2020 with 90% of the countries recording output declines and major ones at that, that tops out, that supersedes World War I, the Depression, World War II. So clearly we're coming out of a very, very exceptional period. So there's the concerns of undermining the recovery. But at the same time, US inflation rates are at a 30-year high. If you look at consumer prices, and if you look at producer prices, they're at a 40-year high. And the concern of acting too late, too little and too late, is a very real one. In that social contract, because not only, as we've all highlighted, there are important distributional effects. But if we do take a lesson from the 1970s, and I'm not making strong comparisons to the 1970s, but I will make some comparisons. Acting too little and too late meant that the problem that had to be corrected was much more severe. One thing that makes this very different, in my view, from the 2008-2009 crisis was that in the aftermath of 2008-2009 crisis, of course, we saw the first concerted effort by the world's major central banks to adapt not only what were then record low interest rates, but QE policies. And no major inflationary problems ensued from that. But I would note that in the aftermath of 2008-2009, we were, especially in the advanced economies, not so in the emerging markets, we were confronted with massive aggregate demand declines. In the current context, fast forward to COVID, we are both dealing with exceptional declines in aggregate demands, but also all manner of aggregate supply shocks. Isabel mentioned the energy shock, but that is by no means the only one. We have very bizarre developments going on with transport and transport costs and global supply bottlenecks, and a mismatch between where workers are found and where workers are needed. We've had whole sectors that have been and continue to be fully or partially paralyzed by this. So, and a lesson from the 1970s that was that central banks' ability to stabilize economic activity in the face of supply shocks is much, much, much to be questioned. It's much more limited. So we also have the danger, I said, we have the danger of reacting prematurely and the danger of acting too little and too late. So it's, and if that trade-off is not an enviable one in the advanced economies, it's even steeper in the developing world, where we've already seen a number of central banks do very aggressive rate hikes, and not coincidentally, it very much relates to the social unrest that countries like Brazil are seeing over what are spiraling food and energy prices. So I just want to close by leaving the thought there that we should be very humbled in our ability to project to forecast turning points. I have real concerns, and there I part with Isabel, that the shock is as temporary. Very few things in life are permanent, but a lot of them are very persistent. And I am certainly concerned that what we're seeing has the roots of persistence in it. And therefore, I think that should definitely also weigh in with the mandate, weigh in heavily on the mandate, because I do not think very real concerns, the social contract, the very real concerns we had even before COVID with income inequality, will be importantly affected by how central banks react. And I do have the concern that if we continue to view this as a very transient feature, that response may indeed mimic some of the errors we saw in the 1970s. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Carmen. I mean, there's a lot of big debates there, and particularly on the sort of main topic of the panel and the social responsibilities of central banks. And we've already got some great questions. What Carmen was saying, and actually the emphasis that all three of you put on the social importance of price stability and reminding us of the human cost of inflation, just made me wonder, maybe first to Carmen, but then also to the others, whether that should affect the way you think about the way that inflation targets have been tweaked in some countries. So, we've had this move to the average, the sort of longer term average targeting, not quite to price level targeting, but this sense that we shouldn't be letting bygones be bygones, is now a change that the Federal Reserve has made. And we've tended to think of that as sort of about correcting for all the periods where inflation has undershot. But isn't there also an issue if we always see these spikes in particularly energy or food prices as temporary, and we ignore them when we're focusing on inflation, they can have enduring effects on people's living standards, particularly lower on the income scale. So is that actually an argument for not letting bygones be bygones in both directions? This so-called transient inflation is going to hit living standards for a lot of people. Carmen.
Well, Stephanie, there is bygones and, be bygones, and it depends on the order of magnitude. I mean, we, in the advanced economies in particular, we have come from a period where there has been quite a tendency to undershoot. For inflation rates, and therefore, one could take risks to let it overshoot. And I think this is why I began my remarks by congratulating the central banks. I think there was no real thought that, well, if we overshoot, there is nothing really sacrosanct about 2%. If we overshoot, in a period in which the world the economy as a whole is being hit by major disruption to employment, out of the ordinary recessions. There is nothing inherently wrong with saying we're willing to allow for that catch up, and we're willing to overshoot. That I don't see. Again, I do not hold the 2% as sacrosanct as some of the others may view this. I think it's a question of order of magnitude, and I think it's a question of caution. I would note that when inflation expectations start to adjust, and they can adjust, of course, notoriously much more quickly in countries that have a history of high inflation, which is what we're seeing in a lot of the emerging market space. What started out as a temporary overshoot may develop into something else, and that these processes are sometimes quite nonlinear. So it's not the allowing the overshoot, is I think staying very cautious and not being complacent about the issue of persistence.
Isabel, I mean, we'll get on to other things, but do you think that, given what you were saying about the impact of inflation, I just wonder, is there even a case for taking certain kinds of inflation more seriously than others because of their greater social impact? You know, if the spike in inflation is being caused by food, energy, which we often take out of core, you know, we often say it moves around too much. Should we actually be taking those changes more seriously in either direction?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. I would like to also come back to the question you raised before, because I also thought, I mean, it's a related question. I think it's actually an excellent question, because I think this will be the debate that we are going to have going forward. I mean, in the over this past decade, where inflation was always below the target, we basically, I mean, we were facing shocks both on the supply and on the demand side that were more deflationary. But it may actually be that that this is now changing. And one reason why it is changing is actually the green transition. And I mean, if you think about something like carbon prices, you can of course think of it as like supply side shocks. And we will have many of those going forward, again and again and again and again. And then the question comes up, what are we going to do about it? Can we say that we are just going to look through all of that? And that is basically the question you asked, even though, of course, it does reduce the purchasing power of people. And this is a very difficult topic. I think we need much more research on that. It's an open question. But I think what I can say is that simply taking it out, it does not seem to be the right solution to me. Because then, I mean, because this will be persistent increases. It will take some time until, you know, carbon has the I don't know, correct, the efficient price, and so it will in that sense be persistent. But these are very difficult questions, and I think there's not yet a good answer to that.
And I have some great research. Actually, our economists have just done some research into this, which talks about the likelihood of more and more shocks to inflation, but also the inflationary impact of just moving to a higher carbon price. You know, there's a straightforward impact of that, and then there's, as you say, the potential for a lot more variability of inflation and supply side shocks on either side. Minouche, I don't know there's lots of other questions that have come in. I don't know whether you wanted to respond to this before we move on to that. Otherwise, I had other question for you. So
let you move on, Steph.
Okay. Well, no, because when you were talking earlier, of course, and you were talking about the importance of the central bank flagging up the potentially unequal impact of its policies in various ways. One of the questioners has asked about the impact on housing prices, which obviously is very important for a lot of people. I guess I was wondering, okay, but what do you do if you haven't got a well-behaved government? If you haven't got a government that actually responds to any of your careful explanations of what they might want to do to correct the impact of your policies, and if you have a government that isn't putting in place a good environment for investment and isn't discouraging people from doing lots of precautionary savings by having good social safety nets. So what a central bank supposed to just wash their hands at that point?
Well, I think it goes in two steps. I mean, I think most, the first step is you share the analysis with the government. And I think most of us who've been in central banks know that central banks tend to be slightly better resourced than ministries of finance. And they have...
Don't tell anyone.
They have deeper analytical capacity than ministries of finance. And I think that first step can be done behind closed doors and saying, here's what our analysis shows is happening to income distribution. This is what our analysis shows is happening to food prices and what that means for certain types of households or certain parts of the country. And giving elected political leaders at least the information so that they can't say, oh, we didn't know that this was happening. I think that's step one. I think step two, if, as you say, Stephanie, there is a government that's actually unwilling to act, I don't think that should change central banks' adherence to their mandates, and they should suddenly say, aha, we will be the white knight who will resolve the income distributional or climate change consequences. But I do think, there have been many brave central bankers in recent years who've gone public with some of this kind of analysis. And simply just by putting it in the public domain, but not necessarily acting on it, I think can be quite powerful. And so that's what I would argue should be done in cases where governments are unwilling to deal with some of these wider consequences.
I mean, Isabel.
Yeah, Stephanie, may I come in actually on that point? Because I actually had this comment already when I heard Nu's very nice remarks. I actually think we have to go, as central banks, we have to go a bit beyond what she said. So I think it's not enough to simply tell governments, oh, so you see here, there's a distributional problem, please do something about it. So I don't think that's enough because, of course, we do have some leeway, what we do precisely. So we have leeway, which tools to use. And if we know that certain tools have stronger distributional consequences than others, that may be an argument for using one tool and not the other. Similarly, it may actually affect the calibration of our tool. So, for example, I mean, in our strategy, we have this concept of the medium term, which gives us a bit of flexibility regarding the question, I mean, how strongly we react. And you could, of course, say if there are strong side effects, including distributional effects, it may be an argument to be sometimes a bit more patient in one or the other direction. And so I think there are certain things that we can also do. And one other point I would like to stress is that, of course, one cannot take the position that central banks should not care at all about distributional effects, because, I mean, these distributional effects are, of course, there, and the way we act does have these effects. So we are never neutral. We are never neutral, and I think we cannot ignore that. But we have to raise awareness of that and have to be honest about that.
And just to follow up on that, because we also have a related question from Veronica Guerrieri from University of Chicago, and she's asking you in particular whether you think the ECB needs to be more involved in the transition to a green economy because of the lack of concerted European tools for doing that. I mean, that's just one example because we don't have the sort of we only have the beginnings of a fiscal capacity at the Eurozone level. Can you step back from, if you think it's hugely important to be moving to a green transition and potentially important for price stability, is that something that you need to be actually more active in to supplement what governments are able to do?
Well, of course, we have to keep our independence. And so there are limits to what we can do. And I don't think we can get involved directly in the, let's say, political work. So I think this is not our job. I mean, of course, we can do a lot as, let's say, thought leaders. So by developing the conceptual framework and by also being, of course, clear about the interactions between monetary policy and fiscal policy. Maybe we will talk about this a bit more later. But I mean, this is something that I think is still not very well understood in political circles. And I think this is the kind of thing that we can do. But I don't think we should get ourselves involved in, let's say, in green policies and climate policies beyond what I said, and beyond, of course, those things that we do in the realm of central banking. I mean, there, as you know, I'm very supportive of many different things, but I always stress this is not. I mean, the primary role is with governments, and this is what they have to do, and they are elected and not us, and so there is a limit to what we can do.
I mean, I might, if I may. Just add on that. I mean, I think what we do, though, does have big consequences for climate policy. I mean, one of the biggest debates on how quickly one needs to act on climate change centers around the discount rate. And the huge rows around what discount rate you use and how urgent it is to act. And, if you look at, just as an example, I think Michael Greenstone has done some work on that, showing how if you lower the discount rate used to evaluate the costs and benefits of government climate action, you get very big differences. So if it goes from 3%, for example, to 2%, it would raise the social costs of carbon from $52 per ton to $125 per ton in the United States. And so, central bank policies have these huge spillovers on the cost benefit of government climate action. And arguably, the fact that rates have been pretty low in recent years has brought forward climate action and made it more affordable for governments to do something, because it makes green investments a lot cheaper. It reduces the rate at which you're having to discount future income flows, et cetera, et cetera. So we can have this indirect effect, which is quite powerful.
I guess just to sort of
if
sorry,
I could
Carmen,
come in on that, I let me echo and reinforce what Minouche just said. Global financing needs to foster both adaptation and the transition are enormous, and this is on top of very large financing needs globally and critically also in emerging markets and developing countries. So the financing needs, which are already outsized in part because of the legacy of COVID, are even larger when one considers what you need to make that transition to a greener economy. I cannot think of a worse scenario for green finance or for any other finance involving developing countries and emerging markets than a very sharp increase in inflation in the advanced economies that leads to very tight monetary conditions, that leads basically to a classic and draconian reduction in financing to the developing world. Because let me also point out that the effects of the climate deterioration is going to be felt the largest, the greatest in many of the poorer countries. So I know I sound like a broken record, but often when things are not broken, you don't think about the need to you take it for granted. I don't think we should take for granted that a low inflation, low interest rate environment is the best environment globally for allowing the climate transition and financing. Let's not forget the financing part. And so, like Minouche, I would say, do not underestimate what that can deliver.
May I also add one more point? So, Minouche sounded a bit as if central banks could simply set any interest rate, and of course, that is not true. And of course, you're perfectly aware of that. But I think it's actually related also to Carmen's response. The interest rate that we're going to see going forward will, of course, strongly depend on how well this green transition is managed, and in particular also what effects this will have on things like productivity. And there, this whole issue of innovation comes in. So a world with higher interest rates is not necessarily a bad world, but it can be a world with high growth, a lot of innovation, and so on. And this can actually be the world where the transition works very well.
Just to come back on you, because we have a question about this. Once you have quite high levels of government debt, you obviously have a question. You're wondering, when you raise interest rates to tackle inflation, one also has to take into account the potential consequences for sovereign debt and the potential for governments to get into trouble if they suddenly have to pay more for their debt. So I just wondered, we have actually a question for you from Vanya. Do you perceive the cost of inflation expectations being unanchored in advanced economies or in Eurozone as being larger than the cost of a sovereign debt crisis? So are you going to prevent inflation taking off and to prevent potentially people expecting inflation to be too high? Do you think that danger is large enough that you would risk governments having major debt crises from having to pay a lot more for their debt?
Yes, so somehow I'm not entirely happy about the way that the question is framed.
I'm not surprised.
So of course, my ideal world would be one where governments are well aware that central banks will have to respond if there is a threat to a price stability, and then they act accordingly. And I do think we are seeing that in parts. It's never perfect, but we do see, for example, that the maturity structure of public debt, of sovereign debt, has changed. Which makes governments a bit less vulnerable to the increase in interest rates. Of course, we also see on the if I talk about the euro area or about the EU, on the fiscal side, there seems to be this clear understanding that all this public money that is now being spent, that this has to be used in a way that raises potential growth, and that therefore then also raises debt sustainability. And I mean, of course, all this fiscal spending that we've seen is leading to highly elevated public debt ratios. But of course, if this goes along with countries moving to a higher growth path, then this is not a problem. And I mean, these are the type of responses that we actually need to deal with this tension that is mentioned in that question. But in the end, I mean, I think central banks cannot solve that problem by themselves, because then in the end we could have unanchored inflation expectations and a sovereign debt crisis.
Does anyone else want to weigh in on that?
Absolutely. I would have to say that, again, referencing I referenced the 1970s because it was the last bout of inflation challenges for the advanced economies. Central banks did not lead the charge on rising interest rate. They followed the market. In other words, what Isabel concluded on, in which, you don't make the decision, I'm raising interest rates and therefore risking a higher incidence of sovereign debt distress. Interest rates may rise even if central banks do not do anything, because the reality of inflation will take care of that. I have to add also that in that context, the interest rate correction needed, the old saying, a stitch in time saves nine, that the correction needed may be more draconian. This was the Volcker moment in October 1979, was a delayed response, and it was a delayed response that had to be done at that time in the context of US inflation around 14% on a much grander scale, because the problem had been delayed. So one final point on the issue of concerns about high rates and sovereign debt. It's not just sovereign debt. At the moment, waiting too long, having to do too much on the interest rate front also has financial stability consequences, because the world is infinitely much more levered today, private debt and low quality, high yield corporate debt, than it was at the moment that the Fed decided to tighten back in 1979. So you know, this is, it's not an either or, I think, as it was posed.
But to raise the
Also,
question, sorry, Minutia.
Just a quick one. I mean, I think I would be more worried about a sovereign debt crisis in an emerging market, putting my IMF hat back on, both because historically tightening cycles in the advanced economies tend to generate sovereign debt crises in emerging markets. But in this particular moment, the fact that many developing countries don't have high levels of vaccination and are facing supply shocks and their growth prospects are not as good, I think that combination of an advanced economy tightening cycle with a lot of growth challenges for emerging markets just has you know, this is more Carmen's space, but I think the risk of a sovereign debt crisis in the years ahead is
and that's one of the questions that was posed to you, Carmen, which is a version of the Isabel question, but posed the other way, is don't you need a bit of inflation to help to lower the cost of a sovereign, or lower the risk of a sovereign debt crisis in emerging market economies? You need a bit of surprise inflation, as Vanya puts it, in order to inflate away the debt.
Surprise inflation works great on liquidating debt if your debt is denominated in domestic currency. For many emerging markets, exactly. What inflation does is it's associated with depreciation, often of a draconian variety, which actually worsens debt servicing costs. I would note that this goes back to Minutia's point. Look, I early on in my remarks, I mentioned the issue of inequality and how inflation and how the COVID shock also has been very, very unequal. Let me highlight that in connection with this question. At the moment, in 2021, using the World Economic Outlook forecast, about 35% of advanced economies are at peak per capita income in 2021. When you go to low income space, only 11% of the low income economies are at peak per capita income, which means that the prospects of a debt crisis in the low income is not an abstract concept. We're already there. We're already there at these level of rates. And in effect, if you look at the 73 countries, low-income countries eligible for the debt service suspension initiative, more than half are either in debt distress already or at high risk of debt distress. It just hasn't entered the space of large emerging markets like Brazil or India or Turkey. These countries do not grab headlines. But I would reiterate that the idea of liquidating debt through high inflation is a lot prettier in the abstract in textbooks than in reality, for some of the very reasons we were discussed, in which, first of all, for many emerging markets, it's just not feasible. And secondly, the distributional effects of doing it in that manner. Inflation is regressive, and it is a tax that nobody votes for. It is a tax by non-elected officials. So I don't view that as a particularly elegant, not that there are any elegant ways of dealing with it, but it's not a particularly, from the vantage point of social implications, a very attractive route.
Elaine has a great question, which I think, because we're not going to end up with that much time, but I'm interested to what any of you think about it. So she suggests that central banks seem like it's a policy success, that we've had these institutions that we made independent, and that made policy better, and they were able to look through the political cycle and cooperate with one another to achieve global objectives. Should we be looking to reproduce that model for other crucial public goods, like, not least, getting an effective carbon price? And she suggests maybe having independent carbon councils for setting carbon prices. I just wonder, even if we don't think there could necessarily be a global carbon council tomorrow, unless COP26 does something very interesting, but do we think there's other areas of public policy that we should be following the central bank model? Minouche, maybe? Or
well, it's interesting. There are some domains in which it's been possible to depoliticize aspects of decision making, and central banks are a really good example. Many countries have independent fiscal councils now, which, independent of the finance ministry, assess the budget and report on fiscal policy in a neutral way. There's about 40 or 50 of them now spread around the world.
In the US, they have the plant closure they had for a long time, when it was very difficult ever to close a plant, was it or a base closure? That's right, the base closure permission.
Oh yes, base closure commission, that's right. That would take a neutral view. In some countries, the definition of voting districts is done by an independent entity that does it on a scientific basis to depoliticize it. As a lifelong technocrat, I have a lot of sympathy with these kind of approaches, because it makes decisions on a rational basis. It does all the things that Hélène says in her question, which is it's rational, accountable, independent, etc. So I would love to see more aspects of government policy being subjected to that kind of rigor. But the truth is, we're in a moment of kind of nationalism and populism and increasing, wearing a mask has become political. And so it feels like we're not at a moment when taking things out of the political realm seems very likely. But I do think we need to keep thinking about where those opportunities are. And maybe you're right. Maybe carbon is the next place where, thinking about, just as an example, one of the biggest issues with carbon markets is that there is complete inconsistency in the way that carbon credits, offsets, emissions trading, it's the Wild West. I know this personally because the LSE just announced that we're the first carbon neutral university in the UK. But when we went to try and buy carbon credits, it was the Wild West. It was completely unregulated, and we had to work really hard. And that might be an area where, for example, independent entities could be created to do verification. At the moment, there's a proliferation of lots of little NGOs that do this. But if we're going to have a serious carbon market and financial institutions are going to have to verify this stuff, maybe we need an independent entity that isn't the central bank, but looks like an independent institution that would enable that market to function. And maybe there's enough political support that we might actually get it in that domain, even though we can't get it in others.
So the environmental equivalent of the generally accepted accounting principles, which
exactly.
I think many people would say had played a very big role in sort
exactly.
of global capitalism, globalization. Carmen or Isabel, what do you think about this suggestion?
Well, let me say that a concern that I have at the moment is that the pendulum actually is swinging in the other direction. Central bank independence was a really big movement. It really took, of course, root first in the advanced economy and then spread to the emerging markets and developing countries. And it did not obviously spread uniformly, but I think the pendulum is swinging back in instances, right now the issue of central bank independence is being debated in countries where you don't think about that, like Chile, for example. There's, of course, Indonesian central bank buying directly securities. There is the, de jure. I think there is little risk of central bank independence loss in the advanced economies, de jure. De facto, I think it's a concern. De facto is a concern for some of the reasons we've been discussing, the high levels of government debt, and this can become more political. The the concerns that we maybe have bubbly asset prices, and that we have also a lot of contingent liabilities beyond government debt, i.e. pensions and private debt, which were not a big issue, as big an issue when central bank independence really took root as recently, even though de jure it was much older, but took root de jure in the 1980s. So my concern in response to Helene's question is that in this more politicized environment, much more bimodal views, if you will, bimodal views, if you will, the pendulum is actually, unfortunately, moving in the opposite direction.
I wonder, we are sort of nearing the end, and I wanted to sort of go back to this question of distributional consequences, but it relates to some of the things that we were saying about the changing political climate. And that was also Jana Gritasova's question, which is, that people are blaming central bank policy for penalizing savers and increasing wealth inequality. And many populist leaders are making central bank scapegoats for, in their arguments against the current system. So I guess I want to, if we stick with this line that you can't really intervene on the distributional front, you can only kind of urge and explain, is there a risk that you'll be sort of damned either way, because you'll be considered to have had all of these negative political implications, and your independence is compromised by that, maybe even taken away, because you didn't act on the distributional consequences? Isabel, I mean, do you worry that in this current political environment that you can't step back from these distributional consequences, even as much as you're arguing?
Well, as I said, I don't think we can fully step back from that, but we have to consider it in our monetary policy decisions, even though there are certain things that can only be done by governments. So let me say first that, of course, it starts with communication. So communication is extremely important. We often see that people don't understand what we are doing. And this is not just people who are not very well educated in economic terms, but it's even leading politicians who don't understand what we are doing. And the first thing, of course, we have to do is to explain as much as we can in a language that people understand. And this is something we have to deliver. We cannot ask them to first get an economics PhD, but we have to explain it so that people understand it. Then I think we have to be honest about the side effects of our policies, and we have to be able to explain why we believe that the benefits are larger than the costs. If we cannot say that, then probably we shouldn't follow those policies. So And that of course means we have to do this analysis. I mean, that's of course also something that we have to do. But the problem is that there are times when all of this is even more complicated, and I think we are in such a time now. So for quite some time, we have been arguing, okay, our instruments have all these side effects, but see, inflation is so low, we have to do it. But now what people are seeing is, so they're still doing all those things. The side effects are getting maybe even bigger, but inflation is at 5% or is approaching 5%. So, and that becomes extremely difficult. And I still don't know how to solve that problem. But I mean, this is kind of the situation that we are facing now. And that indeed then also poses a threat to our independence, because we do see that many politicians now speak up and say, are they still following their mandate or not? And we have to keep that in mind.
Minouche, risks to central banks. Do you think they're in this perilous position that actually in different ways Carmen and Isabel have described, slightly different ways?
I mean, I think the dangers are greatest in some of the emerging markets that Carmen identified in terms of risk to central bank independence. In the wake of COVID, many emerging market central banks did things like QE that they had never done before and adopted policies that were being used from the advanced economies. And in some of those cases, the arguments that this was fiscal dominance, I think, is kind of compelling, actually. It did look an awful lot like fiscal dominance in some countries, and that's worrying. And that's sort of a step in the direction of eroding independence. You know, I think in the advanced economies, I mean, I agree with Isabel, it depends how persistent this supply-driven inflation is. If it passes, then and it is transitory, as most advanced economy central banks seem to think, then I think the independence is not so threatened. But if it is more persistent, then I think the kind of trilemma that she described of you're doing these radical, you know, these very loose monetary policies, you're having all these spillover effects, and you're still not delivering your inflation target, it becomes a bit of a problem. And I think central banks were able to hold on to their independence because they were so successful for so many decades at delivering the inflation target. I mean, it has been one of the biggest policy successes that we have seen in the last 30 years. And so I do think that's the key to this dilemma.
It's sobering we've ended this way, but I guess I should also record that we started off thinking about whether the job should be bigger than originally intended, and we've ended up worrying most about whether central banks can continue to do their core job. And I guess we should also record that this has not been a problem that we have talked about very much in these kind of conversations for quite a long time, and maybe that's a sign of some kind of progress. It's been fantastic, and we could carry on for many more hours. But thank you so much to Hélène for helping to bring together, Hélène Rey, for bringing together people in this conference all day, and especially to Isabel Schnabel and Carmen Reinhardt and Minouche Baroness Shafiq for this great conversation.
It's so nice to see so many women. I've never discussed these issues with so many women. It's just such a treat.
It has. We do have to have it in person one of these days. Hélène, that's your job. Or Hélène and Isabel.
We will do that. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic, really super insightful panel. I mean, it was really, it feeds our thoughts for a long time, I think. So thank you very, very much. And I hand over now to my co-organizer, Katrina, to close the day. Katrina?
Yeah, I'm here. So I think this has been a very interesting day really packed of inspiring papers and discussions. And I have to say that it feels really energizing to have spent the whole afternoon with interacting with so many talented female economists. And I was just checking numbers, and today we had more than 70 participants online, most of which females, and most of which still here at this time. And we also reached peaks of more than 90 people watching the live streaming in YouTube. So I believe this is a great start. And I want to close this first day by thanking, of course, our amazing panelists for being such impressive role models. But I want to thank all of you for taking the time for being here today and for making this first day such a special one. So, and Hélène and I really look forward to being with you again tomorrow. And just as a reminder, tomorrow we start at 2:10 afternoon Central European time. So see you tomorrow. Thank you.
See you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye, thanks.